Hi, everyone, and welcome to Vue.js Summit 2022. We are excited to see every one of you. Thank you for joining. Thank you for registering. And thank you for joining this wonderful Vue.js community. And we are excited to have all of you with us. And let me, my name is Paul, by the way, and I was one of those who helped to do the research and organize the summit. And let me add to the stage our community manager for Vue.js, Madina. Hi, Madina. How are you doing today?
I'm good. What about you?
I'm doing great. I'm excited that we finally have the Vue.js Summit 22 live today, and let's hear some stats. How was it preparing it actually? What interesting we came across during the summit? So what's going to be the most exciting this time?
Yeah, thanks for this question. So first of all, I'd like to say thank you for all of our speakers, to all of our program committee members who helped me a lot during the organization of this summit. About the summit itself, we are going to have 2 days, junior and senior track. Junior track is going to be today, and the senior track is going to be tomorrow. About the stats, we have more than 3,000 registrations, and we'll have more than 20 topics, including
Awesome.
And we'll have speakers from Nuxt, Vue School, Accenture, Microsoft, Vue Storefront, and many others. And we'll have interesting, useful topics, of course, including the experience of some of our speakers migrating to the third version of Vue.
Awesome. So we're going to talk about how to migrate from Vue from previous versions to Vue 3. So let's say even from Vue 2. So if you have not migrated yet, look for those topics. It's going to be super interesting. And thank you everyone for joining, for registering. We're excited that we're actually the part of this great community, and we see how it's growing. And this time it's more than 3,000 people. We believe that Vue is a very cool technology, and this is why we're excited to help build this community. And everyone, if you don't mind, please let us know where are you from where you join us to this conference. Please comment in the chat, maybe the city or the country that you're coming from. We're excited to see everyone. Yeah, awesome. So we're going to have more than 20 speakers. And by the way, what else are we going to have? So we're going to have probably some live coding sessions. What else?
Yeah, we will also have a live Q&A session after each block. So the viewers, they will have the opportunity to ask their questions to the speakers, which in my opinion is one of the best things that we provide as a team of organizers of the events. And I'd like to also add that this is going to be our second Vue.js Summit. The first one was exactly 1 year ago. And as we received a lot of warm words from our speakers and from our audience, we are more than happy to repeat and do it the second time this year.
Awesome, great. And I guess it's time for us to welcome our first moderator, our program director, the director of production, Nick. He will join right after us, and he will be moderating the first block of talks, and maybe he will add a couple of interesting facts about the event as well. And for now, thank you everyone, and enjoy the Vue.js Summit. Enjoy the first day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, hi everyone. Yeah, my name is Nick, and as always, I will be on the backstage of the whole event, but I will also be a moderator for this first block. First of all, I want to mention that this live stream is going to be recorded, so don't worry if you will miss any talks today. You'll be able to watch this again on our YouTube channel or on the platform where you are watching right now. And it's going to be the same for the senior track tomorrow, but of course that will be only available if you have access through the ticket to our platform. All right, so we don't have much time to spare because we have a pretty long talk ahead of us. We have a block of 3 topics. We'll be talking about single-page application, design system, and plugin development. And we'll start with the topic of single-page application is going to be a real-life case study. So you definitely will get some first-hand experience from that. This is going to be the talk from Lionel, who's a partner at Westfold. So without any further ado, let's start the first topic.
Welcome back. It's Lionel, tech lead and partner at Westfold. And today I am presenting to all of you guys Vue.js 101, the real life usage of Vue.js, giving a real life example of Westfold actually building a Vue.js project for the Singapore government, one of the subsidiaries or one of the departments indirectly. And my name is Lionel Yeo. I'm the co-partner of Westfold and a Vue.js evangelist. So the first question that you will be asking is, who is Lionel? Who's Lionel? So why do I have the so-called empowerment to talk to you guys about Vue.js? First of all, I am the partner and practicing tech lead of Westfold. That is a software development company here in Singapore. We are among the top 14 are the tier 2s. But I am also a Vue.js evangelist. That means I believe in Vue.js. I have been talking about Vue.js. I've been rolling out Vue.js software. I mainly specialize in the U2 framework, which is PHP, Craft CMS, which is based on U2. And for the front end, I endorse Vue.js. I'm also an active software tech lead. So a lot of people who are Vue.js evangelists, they are maybe just talking about Vue.js, but they're not actually building projects, being paid for those Vue.js projects. I'm in the so I know a little bit about my chops. Moreover, I actually do this for the clients. I actually get paid. So the next question is a little bit something about my YouTube channel in case you want to know. I cover things like PHP, I cover some YouTube about software developer, generally a more specific coverage, and then diving deep into PHP front end and Vue.js, and Vue.js is one of those things. So go online, have a look. I hope you subscribe after looking at this video. Now, before we dive into Vue.js, if you're a beginner, the question that you'll be asking is, what is Vue.js and why do we have Vue.js? So I've got a little bit of a history of text. 100 BC, 1000 BC ago, it was paper. Then 1990s, it was tagging. And in 1995, Netscape invented the JS, which allows you to do a very simple thing called the pop-up. And then we decided to take it to the next level of running something called jQuery, which is basically DOM manipulation. So what is that? Basically, think about if you're ordering something at McDonald's, and if you order the set and you got a small Coke, if you want to change it to a large Coke, you say, I want to change it, and then the person reaches out, takes your small Coke, and replaces it with a large Coke. So that is what we call DOM manipulation. That is, you already have a set of items, and it's just going in and changing. They're not really linked in together. Now, this caused some problems, and then in 2010, Angular.js was developed by Google to solve this problem, Angular 1, which is basically if you could wire up all these pieces, you could say, okay, press A, and it changes the code to something else. And this was going really well until Angular 2, where they tried to do too much. It was overkill. And now in 2015 forward was the dawn of a new JavaScript framework. And one of those frameworks that I like was Vue.js, because it had the right mindset and the right solution towards this problem, which is how do we manipulate the front-end stuff, and as it gets very complicated. You can imagine that if I went to McDonald's and not just I didn't want a Coke, I wanted to take out pickles for my burger, add onions, put low-fat cheese, take out the cheese, and if these things weren't in order, very soon the burger would be completely messed out. I mean, let's say I said take out cheese and give me low-fat cheese. What will happen is that if they came in the same order in terms of sequencing, you would go over there and then they would give me low-fat cheese, and then I'll take out the cheese and end up with no cheese. So you can see what happens with these kind of sequencing. It gets very complicated. If something could lock it down and actually wire it, that is the JavaScript framework of Vue.js called the virtual DOM. Okay, so when this would happen, right, as I was explaining to you, we started out with some JavaScript, and then it started to get more complicated. And then finally, as more and more things were being put into the framework, it became a complete mess on the right-hand side. Like you didn't even know what was going on. This is the extent, and this is where Vue.js comes in. Now, I'm going to be talking about real-life Vue.js. So there's some forms of differentiation between Vue.js in the real life versus the theoretical. And as you can see this example down there, one of the points is that grass isn't always greener with Vue.js. It isn't always the best solution in every case. Now, when it comes to real life, there's some changes, there's some differences, and these are things that I want to share with you. This is part of my talk today about those differences, and you guys can look at it, implement these solutions, and then keep a lookout of the problems so that you can resolve them yourself. As I said, it's not always sunshine and rainbows. Now, with anybody who's built technology and who comes out in technology, they always have some sort of selling point. But I'm going to give you an insight about all the other stuff that still comes with when you're implementing a project like this. Let me give you the insights for the client, right? And then what's our experience here? So the first point is that usually customers don't care about the technology, all right? So you're asking, I know Vue.js. How do how do clients actually select Vue.js for their project? And the real point is that clients actually don't care. They don't care if you use JavaScript, Angular, Vue, React, whatever the language is. They don't care. They have certain needs that need to be filled. They're not even very clear about those needs. Sometimes it doesn't even make sense. So that's one of the issues when you deal with it. The other characteristic is that clients are always so-called low on budget. They don't never have a limited amount of budget, and they're always low on timeline. They always want something yesterday. And then finally, right, is one of the biggest problems is that they don't tell you everything upfront. So when you work, especially with the government and when you work with big corporations, what they think is if they don't say anything about it, they don't have to pay, or no one will be alerted that this is going to be a challenge, or they might not know what they want. So this presents us, the consultant, with many challenges. First, you need to guess, what is exactly this client is actually looking for. And you need to be flexible. You need to be flexible about when you're building it, whether you can change things, and you have to know where it can change. And one good example that I always give to clients is that imagine I'm building a house. And if I notice that you have 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom, I would be thinking this person needs another bathroom. Even though the client says, no, we'll be fine with it, because I know what will happen. You have to sort of see where the client's lifestyle fits. So this is basically the matrix of decisions that you have to do when you are managing the client. Now, my client was the Singapore government, and they had a couple of needs. So I want to spell it out to you so you can see where Vue.js fits in. The first point is they wanted a great user experience instead of downloading a PDF file. So one of the big challenges with them is that they had their annual yearbook where they present what they have achieved during the whole year. And there were some challenges with it. If any one of you guys have ever downloaded a PDF document, you would know that, number one, it downloads the whole thing. You get, 40, 50 pages of it, uses a lot of bandwidth. It's also very linear. You read it from page 1 to page 50. It's not very interactive. You can't really click on stuff. It's all together very boring. So this is a good point down here, that they have certain constrictions. But then they have some hidden agendas as well. So they wanted security. So secure cyber security is a very big topic in the 2020s. Everyone knows about it. Everyone talks about it. Governments are very aware about security. But what is cybersecurity, and what are you defending against? There are many, many different kinds of challenges to cybersecurity. There is, denial of service, DOS attack. There is editing, there's stealing of information, there's hacking and changing of websites or phishing, all these things. But the clients don't know. They don't care. They only have a blanket thing. It's when we want security, So that is one of the big challenges. The other thing is they wanted scalability. So they wanted this scalability in what? Again, it's not specific. It's not, we want to scale the number of users. We want to scale the number of concurrent users. We want to scale people on massive devices. So there's many, many challenges. And all this has to be assessed. Now, this is where you put on your consulting hat, and I put on my consulting hat with you guys, and then I say, okay, here is the real benefits that a Vue.js SPA would really come in and achieve the goals of my client. The first thing that came to mind was that it was a flat file. So one of the benefits of Vue.js SPA is that basically it has no backend at all. So this is extremely scalable. When it was built and when frameworks were first coming out, it was meant to supplement the fact that mobile devices had very, very lousy, bandwidth, very, very bad latency. And one of these issues was solved by actually having the flat file SPA, because no matter how big the number of users, they will not be interacting in more than whatever the code that's there. So this fit number 3 extremely well. It fit in multiple different manners in terms of the number of users, the amount that's pulled out, the amount of data flow. I wouldn't have to worry very much, and we can just jump into a CDN to really scale that thing big time. So this is the first main thing that we looked at, and we ticked off the box that fit the criteria. Number 2, security. So it took me a little bit of time to actually assess what was the security concerns they were worried about. Some were, imaginary, some were real. So main challenge was stealing of private information, right? So going inside, phishing the site, collecting data, or having access to data already in the site. So that was a major challenge, right? If you ran a sophisticated CMS, there could be, I'm not saying there is, but there could be a challenge of actually accessing that data, getting hold of something else in the same server. More vendors. So let's say we have a server that handles our accounting. We put this flat file thing over there, and people could access, they hack through that, go through to the accounting system. It has happened before with CMSs. You guys are very familiar with a Trojan horse style. So this is where Vue.js SPA again came into play, because it's read only. There are no real moving parts. Everything is handled by JavaScript dynamically to create the impression. It's just one flat file. So this is very secure. You can go in there and it's very easy to secure the site. We can just switch it to read only, and that's the end of the entire sequence. One door accessing the whole thing. No moving parts, so denial of service attack would not be very successful. They could need to scale up extremely well. It was also not very hackable because there was no information sitting there. There's no backdoor, no backend. Finally, it met the last criteria, which is the JavaScript is very interactive. That's what it's built there for. So this fit Vue.js exactly. And if you guys are looking at projects, you would be looking for these 3 criteria to fit your client side. Now, we had some additional requirements that were needed, constraints. One of them was going with Vue 2. Now, I know a lot of you guys are wondering, why don't we go with the latest and greatest? One of the problems is that when you're building for the client, as I said, limited budget, limited time frame, you do not have time to debug stuff or wait for stuff to be fixed. You have to go with whatever's there. So you need stability. And if your needs do not cross that stability threshold, I would say stick with that stability. Vue 2 is excellent. It has the SPA in there. The tools are built around it. There's a lot of documentation. That is a very key component. So that is point 2. Need documentation available. When you're building a team, this project took 3 developers. Not 3 developers, a team of 3, a tech lead and a senior dev and a junior dev. Senior dev was very, very used to Vue 2. And the junior was just touching Vue. And we needed something where there was enough documentation in terms of bugs that were out there, in terms of scrolling effects, in terms of Vue router. So we went with Vue 2. Stability is always one of the big things when you are running a consulting company. If you're running product, maybe you want to go 3.
And so anytime we talk about good, right, now I'm going to share with you the bad. What happened during the build process? What was affecting it when you are deploying a Vue.js application, but also in the project management with big entities or governments. And, some of these we share with other projects. It doesn't have to be with front. What do I mean by not focused? Not that we didn't have a design. They actually delivered a Adobe XD design, right? And it came from the designer. It was laid out. It had some certain things about this. So what was not focused on is, from my side, we didn't know that there was an assumption that just because someone gives you Adobe XD, the design is done. Everything fits there. It looks like that and all that kind of stuff. This is a misconception, okay? The prototype was done in XD, but that doesn't mean a few things. Number one, it doesn't mean that the client was happy with that. It just meant one person in the client's company was okay before they send you to that. Number two, the prototype does not consider the reactive version of what a SPA is, how it moves, the animations, it covers certain parts of it, but it's not very in detail. So this, I think, is a major misconception in the industry, that just because someone uses some of these new tools like Figma, Adobe, Sketch, that is there's very little work on front end needed. And we learned the hard way that design, even though they have these prototyping tools, does not translate into the final product. And it's actually, there are a lot of things in the engineering part that was not covered. And the other thing is the client assumes that just because they see something that on an image, they think it's the real thing. So one of the example in this is like seeing a poster of a building with glass, 50 stories, and then thinking all you have to do is cut out that poster and stick it, and that is your building. I mean, this is the kind of misrepresentative. It's very hard to communicate that to the client when it's all in software, but it's the same level of things. Nick, the following up on that issue is that animations were not covered. So Adobe, they have certain animations, but that's not done in JavaScript. That's not done where you can just port those things over. They do not port over. And then the third one is responsiveness. So they have certain parts that Adobe try to be responsive, but these are not the actual product, the actual responsive. So you've got different devices these days, different size of Apple phones. These things are not covered by the prototype. And we have to be very, very aware of this. I think you will suffer this probably in any kind of web project or any kind of front-end project, but this is more significant because we're doing a SPA and because of the animations that sit on top of that. Now, adding to the ugly, right? The point is that changes in the Vue SPA are more difficult due to non-blocking nature of JavaScript. So if you are working with JavaScript, right, everything is happening simultaneously at the same time, you know. You have to define when a certain animation happens. So if you got an example of 3 different menus, you have to say this one happens after this, and certain things have to be layered on. So one of the big problems that we mentioned and we experience is that the product scope changes. And that's why I have this picture over there that, you know, Darth Vader is making a threat. And this is a problem when you are dealing with simultaneous development. When I say simultaneous, meaning that if there's an animation, JavaScript is non-blocking, it can all be happening at the same time. It's a lot more complicated than just a static page. So remember, we compared our build to a PDF document. PDFs don't have animations inside, you know? You change between menu item, you change between pages. It's very linear, one step at a time. This is different. This is moving around, buttons clicking, scrolling, dropping, sliders coming in. It's much more complicated. Point 2 is while the Vue CLI is good, placing SPA, the SPA, and the very straightforward how the router actually delivers those pages. And I want to share with you a little bit of experience with this using another kind of router, the Onsen or these guys, right? Where when you start digging below the surface, the router actually starts causing a lot of issues. Ionic is one of those frameworks as well. So the decision with my experience to just go with the Vue CLI turned out to be good, because it's a much more stable router, it's been used more, and the people using this are going to basically try to push the envelope of development. So they'll have some more documentation that will be useful for this. Another point that we were looking at is the CSS framework was a challenge. So again, this remains to be a challenge in web development and page development, where the CSS is built page by page, or they're not in sync, and you have to keep adding it. So again, a good example is the sticky header problem that we experienced. So the initial design didn't have a sticky header, and when you put a sticky header in there, right, everything has to be pushed down 25 pixels from the top. So if you're looking here, you got this here, and you have to push it down 20 pixels, and everything gets pushed around. And then you throw on top of that the last part, which is responsiveness, is always a challenge in development. Like what you think here, we don't have, these are more complicated than simple text. So if you had a text document and you shrinked it, you kind of make it more taller, more lined out, you know, maybe you're just some page being truncated. But if you have pictures, you have animations, you have things that move out, it's always very tricky to deal with responsiveness. So I have got an example here of something that caused a lot of the kind of problems that you get, not from a technical point of view, but from a front-end point of view. So on the left-hand side, we have this picture that was actually used. And this is a picture of, in the white landscape version, it looks like a lady helping a gentleman through some tough times, you know. But when we turn this into a tablet form, right, and it's done in portraitscape, right, what would happen is that you get this part here, right, which looks like a person in jail, right? Looks like someone in jail. And to the designers and the guys who are coding, we can't see this. To the stakeholders, they are, you know, flipping out. They're going crazy because they're literally trying to help people, but it looked like they're putting them in jail. So this is what happens to them, you know, that kind of look. And then you have to figure out, right, how you're going to do the responsiveness for this page itself. How are we going to shift the picture? What kind of cropping we're going to do? This all has to be done by hand individually for that picture. And if this picture was given to you after the initial part, so again, back to that part I told you about Darth Vader coming in. Stakeholder comes in, changes the picture, changes the responsiveness, you have these problems. So the growth of the scope is created as the project gets built. This is very common. You know, at the start, people don't know what they are seeing. But as you're delivering, remember with Vue.js, you can do it on the fly. There's no compiling required. Stakeholders want to get involved and they start adding more requirements, RFCs. That is what you're going to get. The other thing is when you're dealing with the government, there's usually 3 to 4 levels of stakeholders, which to us was very, very tricky because the final guy, the big boss guy, only sees what the last 3 guys were putting in. And everybody has to add their little taste, you know, their comments to the project. And this causes lots of last minute curveballs, which make the project very, very tricky to deal with. So can you imagine that they have a junior manager, area manager, CEO, or something like that. So this guy gives a few comments, goes back, then goes to the next level, then the next level. Certain requirements turn out to be very, very much more complicated to do. I've got 3 examples here that I want to share with you that we encountered and I thought would be very useful. So one of them was text sizing on the fly. So you're on the page, you want to change the text to make it bigger. Now, this is not too difficult, but when you want to make certain parts bigger and certain parts smaller and certain parts not be bigger that affects a responsive design, this will cause a lot of trouble, especially if the project is very advanced in the last stages. You know, so you make a certain text, it's either too big outside the thing, causes a warp in the responsiveness. This is a problem. The other one is redirections internally. So one of our criteria in the system is that we have multiple pages of Vue.js, and you want to click a link and go to the next page and then have it scroll down to that line. So that gets very tricky when you have sticky headers, when you have overlay menus, when you have text sizing on the fly that's bigger. The landing point becomes different. You have to have some adjustments in there. It becomes very, very finicky. So far, we did get away with this one, but it was a very painful experience. And the last one is submenus of submenus. So you want to open a menu, but as you're opening it, this one closes. So the mechanism of that is much more complicated. You also have them on top of each other and how they would work when you change the pages. So when you go to a page, you come back, is that menu still open or is it closed? Finally, just a point on the text updates. So I know you're having a hard time imagining because the project, I can't really show it to you, but imagine that you have tons of text on the page. And we went, this was done at the very late stage. We assumed that the text was fixed, that it had been approved, these were done. So we just dumped them in, they were just static text. And what we found is that as the stakeholders got involved, they made small changes in the text. Right? So it's change this, change paragraph, put their name, especially naming of who's doing a project. You know, they want to go up. This guy wants to go up. And one problem of this, right, is that we never built a CMS for this. We never thought that was necessary. There was no need for the CMS. And the changing of this was a very painful experience because if you ever try to change text manually, right, it's okay, page 4, line 6, change this to this. And when you have a team who are not English speakers, you can't just copy and paste all these things, or not copy, you just can't copy the whole set because they come from different pages. They don't have like a master sheet. So you had to do this manually. We were very upset about this because we thought the text was set. And it was set also in Adobe XD because the sizing, the paragraphing, how things drop and look. But they changed it, and this took a lot of time, caused the project blowout in time. It's work that as developers we never want to be doing. It's very boring. I don't enjoy this. My team doesn't enjoy this. I don't enjoy talking to the client about this. So this is one that really proved to be a challenge for us. So here's the code over here. I want to talk about certain things that I find very interesting. So first we had a mix-in for dynamic font size mix-in. That, as I mentioned, we discussed how we could change fonts throughout the whole project, and that required tagging these things with font classes and actually using JavaScript or Nuxt to actually change the thing. Go through and look and change. Because what if you tagged it and then the next time you needed to change it? The other thing is you needed to run a mobile tablet check. We had to figure that one out. And then sizing of text was a real challenge as well. So you would have to talk to the customer and say, okay, you want it 30% more, 20% less, 30% more, how the text would look. And they would have to try it all out and then come back. And then you ask yourself, like, why can't they use the zoom feature on the website, right? But, they wanted it incorporated. They were prepared to pay. We definitely had a lot of challenge with this. We also had to think of how we're going to do it. And then we had an ignore selector as well. We had to also go through some of the pages and rechange the text. So this was a very difficult thing. We also had to put that in the store because when you're changing between pages, you need to remember that information. So as I said, these things you don't take for granted when you're dealing with a simultaneous project. Like when you change page, does the font go back to the normal or is it still the big font? Now in your mind, it should be the big font, right? If we were doing this with a PHP background or something, we maybe store it in a session and we quite easy to do. This one you have to leave it there, or that's where you would add the store. So that's kind of interesting. I thought for such a small thing, they really took a lot of time and planning. Other things include the router. So one thing that's interesting about the router is, I said, the scroll to on the next page, that's a challenge there where we had offsets being manually adjusted. Going into it, we had timeouts being done. So just for you guys, a little tip that we experienced is that when you change the thing, the elements hadn't been loaded yet on the page, so you can't find them. Well, what you have to do is you have to have a timeout, give a couple of seconds where a project's been re-uploaded, and then you can find those DOM elements to scroll to. So that took us some pain. These things, they don't normally talk to you about because people have a hard time processing simultaneous. The part that's, as I said, that's really good with the SPA is how it breaks down the code, how efficient it is in compiling. I love this Vue.js SPA that takes just a few seconds to compile everything into a document, into a single SPA, and how you can break down your code page by page. So really, really useful when you're working as a team. We had a team of 3 people, and you could say, okay, you work on contributions folder, you work on COVID folder, you work on home folder. No clashing between anybody once the code has been set out. So very good. I highly recommend the SPA for cutting out code. And I think that's one of the real benefits of this project. So the look back on this for any of you guys, maybe you can learn something. Maybe you can always think about something. First of all, stakeholder management is always a challenge. It's very important to know who the stakeholders and how many layers below or above they are. We made a mistake of always listening to the first person that we're talking to. And what we should have been doing is planning for the guy on top or the guy on the side or the design. So this is always a challenge. I haven't had a solution on how to deal with it. What's important is just to be aware of it and price for it. Number 2, what we would have done differently is I think it's a good idea to have a simple CMS to pipe the text over and let the customer actually change the text as they're looking through that. Gives them a bit of control. It can just save you a lot of time. It's a very painful experience. We never want to deal with the text, and if it's possible, maybe even the font sizing, certain bold features. I remember they like to make certain things orange, having bracket gaps in paragraphs, very difficult to describe. The third point is to have a clear charging plan for anything to do with JavaScript. So they're never as straightforward to implement these features. We were aware of it. We charged them by the hour and some time, but it would be good to have let them know upfront that it's not so easy. Like, you think that to change the font sizing would be, a 1-day job. It ends up a 3-day job. There's a lot of unintended consequences. So you need to build for that. It's of course very good if you have all those widgets that are out there. Responsiveness is always a problem. Again, I'm pretty experienced with this, even with regular sites. So you always have to tell your customers they're never as easy. Especially if you buy a template, it's easy to go. But if you're building it from scratch, very tricky. And of course, the 5th point is definitely delivery will improve with more projects. As you learn, you probably have those widgets. Now that we're more experienced, we know where the boundary lines of this system that we can offer to the clients and what they cannot do. What they want to do, this custom that's going to cost them a bomb. So other than that, we have now a very efficient way of displaying annual reports in SPA. And I think that's a good value there. Now, just talking about the Vue.js application of SPA, 2 words instead of PDF. So the first experience point I would say is the rich array of documentation that's available. It's extensive. It's pretty well written. It will help you definitely deliver your project on budget, on time. Very pleased with that, and I think that's one of the big value. Point 2 on the summary is how the components are all cut up. And we felt that that was really good. Like, different people could work on certain areas. It really cuts up the work very nicely. And that's something that I really like with the framework. And it comes built in. The third one is actually having JavaScript now has a data using JSON, very easy integration. So that, I think, is a benefit to work with JavaScript. And if you don't have a DB, You can still use JSON for small data sets. That gets you a lot of power. Point 4 is that there are already set of effects out there. I know you guys are asking, like, why don't you just download a component or something? The problem is that when you integrate, as I said, you don't know what's happening with other stuff, or if they're clashing. It's not 100%, what do you call? There's no correlation. There will be correlation when you use components that you're not sure of. So example, that text change thing. If I use another component for something else, will that change the text of that? Or could there be something messing it up? Could they have used a different tag? So these are challenges that you have to be aware of. I would say it would be great if we all had a set of components that were sort of like that you knew very well, that you can roll that in, and this can be in the package. Try not to use components that are too new or to do too many things, because definitely there'll be some unintended consequences. And the last part, point 5, to let clients know what's the difference of a SPA, the challenges that you're going to use, and of course the benefits of using the SPA. The end user, as I said, don't really care, but it's up to you to continue to badger them and tell them, this is the value, this is the difference, and then you got to sell it, you got to upsell these things. We found, our project at 100%. At the end of the day, we managed to charge another 40% premium on this because the clients were happy with it, but also because we let them know how difficult this was. Of course, they will still be out there looking for the cheap alternatives. They'll be looking at cheap solutions to try to make it, but we feel so. Ending on this one, I would like to welcome you all to take a look at Vue.js, Vue 2, Vue SPA. They're all pretty good software. That's all. And as I always say on my YouTube channel, that's the bottom line, because the tech lead said so.
Wow, that was a great starting topic. And I want to remind everyone that we have a Q&A session at the end of this first block after the third speaker. So prepare your question, and Lionel will be on this Q&A session. He will be answering questions. And now we're moving to our second topic for today. So we'll be talking about developing your own library. We have Alexandre David here with us. Hi.
Hey. Hi, guys. Fine, and you? Very happy to be here with you today.
So without any further ado, the stage is yours. Let me add your slides. Perfect. You should hide that message at the bottom that you have there, and you can start the StreamYard message. Perfect. Oh, it's not. Yeah, the stage is yours.
Everything is okay?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Great. So thanks, guys, to be here with me today. I want to speak about developing your own library based on Vue.js for sure. So the stack will be Vue 3, Vite and NPM. If you're not common with these different terms, no problem, because we will go later on that. So first, let's introduce me. So my name is Alexandre. I'm French, freelance front-end developer for a long time now. So maybe we can say I'm a senior. And I work with Vue for a while now, since 2018. So I started with the version 2, and now I work with the version 3. And below you can find my GitHub account if you are interested. But don't waste more time, because I have a lot of things to show to you and I have only a very short time. So let's go to the context of my presentation. And what I wanted to show to you, it's some kind of problem you can find when you are inside a corporate architecture. I say front-end, but it's probably the same for other kind of place, like backend might be the same. So imagine one day you are working on application 1, it's a SPA, everything is great. You have everything inside this application. And you work in your office, and one time your boss enters and say, hey, Alex, I would like to have a second application, application 2. And this application has to be very close to this application 1. It has to be cheap to do, and it has to be very quick to program. So now with all these details, you have to think about a solution. And what I will introduce to you and I want to share with you today, is to create a library which aim is to share some kind of component, some kind of code between these two apps. So some code from this application one will go to this top layer library you can reuse a bit everywhere you need. And imagine 6 months later, your application to work perfectly, and your boss go back into your office and say, hey, Alex, I would love to have an application number 3. So you say, oh, no problem. I already have my library, so I will just plug it, and it will be very easy to start. So now let's think what we can add and what we shouldn't add inside this library. So we are working inside this kind of framework, like component-based framework. So Vue.js is a perfect example. It has been made to have reusable components. All these reusable components, you can for sure add it inside this library. When I said reusable, you can use like input component, button component, etc., whatever you want, everything based on your design system, everything based on what you need. Second thing you can add, and it's also a bit interesting, is you can add all the libraries inside this own library. It means if you have some components arriving from Vuetify, for example, you can just include it inside this library, and after you share to all your applications, and you will not have problems, and you won't have to reinstall all this Vuetify system in all your applications. So it's a gain of time. I put also the style sheets because it's not only for JavaScript, but you can also add a lot of CSS files, Sass, etc. if you prefer pre-processing languages. And for the two last points, for me, it's very important because we are working in a higher level library. So unit test, for me, it's one of your main allies because this library has to be used for a lot of projects. So it has to be very strong. It has to be very scalable. And I think when you think about like component, reusable component, unit test might be a very good choice if you want to gain a lot of maintainability. Probably better than end-to-end test, in my opinion, but it doesn't mean you shouldn't do end-to-end test in this library. But for sure, unit test, it's a good asset. And the last point, I put 3 exclamation points. It's not for nothing, because documentation is obviously something really important in this kind of system, because you might use it, but there is also other people, they will use it with you if you are in a big company, and they have to understand very quickly, very easily, or they will be a bit mean with this library. So do a good documentation, and I think you will gain a lot of time to explain to people. So documentation is a very strong point in this kind of library, in my opinion, for sure. So now let's go inside the definitions, because maybe you're not common with some kind of packages. So now let's introduce Vite. So Vite is a build tool. So the previous person talked about Vue CLI. Vue CLI is a build tool too, and Vite is a new build tool, arrived in the same time of Vue 3, it means in September 2020, I think. And Vite has been created by Evan Yu. So Evan Yu is a creator of Vue, and it is maintained by a team today. I think more or less the Vue core team, but I'm not sure. What I will say later, it's not only based on Vue, but let's go back to these bullet points. The first point is based on rollup. So if you are not common with rollup Webpack, it's not a big deal for you. Vue CLI is based on Webpack, and Vite is based on rollup. It's the system that will take your different files and creating your production ready files. So what I didn't say, build tool, it's for creating your own production ready application. So it's very important, and it will gain you a lot of time to initialize your project. And like I said, different plugins official. It means you can use Vite for Vue, I think 2 and 3, but you can also use it with React or with legacy Vanilla.js. So it's interesting. if you are like a hybrid and you don't do only Vue, you can use Vite, and I think it's a very good stuff. Let's go back now to NPM. I will be quick. I hope you know, but if you don't know, it's not a problem. It's a package manager of Node, so it's open source for sure. When I say package manager, it means you have like this big catalog of all the packages, and it represents more than 1 million package for 11 million developers. NPM is the biggest package manager in all the languages of programmation, so it's the biggest worldwide. And when we speak about NPM, we also speak about this iconic CLI. So if you are installed Nuxt.JS in your machine, you will be have de facto NPM and the NPM CLI installed in your machine. You can be more keen about Yarn, but today I think it's more or less the same thing. So with NPM CLI, you will have a lot of tools to get this package in your own project. So now let's talk about this architecture I would like to introduce to you today. So we have this library represented to the left, and inside it, we will use the Vite tools. So when I say Vite tools, so you have like some kind of command to launch in dev mode, production mode, build, etc. And at the end of this creation build tool, we will get a folder with all the files we need, which will be production ready to after launch an NPM. The rectangle of NPM has been put it everywhere because it's important to say NPM arrives from this library inside the hosting NPM online from these applications. We will use NPM everywhere. And it's not just only the CLI we will use as hosting today to share with different files. Let's have a look about the pros and cons of this kind of system. So if we think about the pros, you will remove a lot of duplicated code because you will not have to, copy paste your component everywhere. So it's very better, I think. More maintainable because less code seems easier to maintain, and reusable because, like we saw, if you want to create the app free, it will be very easy to initialize with your different components you already created. And if we get some coins, I think you have a new project to maintain. So it means if you have like free SPA applications, you will have to maintain 4 projects. So maybe it's a bit more complicated. You have also some kind of security issues. If you are in a corporate based and your different SPA and code is protected, private, you have some kind of tricks you have to do with your NPM package. So sometimes it's a bit complicated. Everything has been documented, but sometimes I know it's a bit complicated. And the last thing, the new version has to be tested carefully. Why? Because, like I said, it's a higher level library, which can be used by a lot of projects. So I think it has to be very strong. NPM as a system, you can use. It will be used for sure de facto to have like not an automatic upgrade of your library numbers. And I think it's good to use and it's very well made. So I encourage you, for example, to if you have one day to commit your package lock. It's a very good safety for your different projects. So now let's go to the practice. What I will do today, I will go back to my Visual Studio Code and we will pass through this SPA application created with Vue.js and Vite. So if I launch it, we can see it in my Google Chrome. That's it. And we will transform it inside a library focus code. So for me, the first thing I would like to show to you is a library needs some components. So instead of creating a component from scratch, what I will do very, very quick because we don't really need to take care of what I have inside. And I will just copy paste the code already prepared to my side. That's it. It's just a component. It's a button, very easy with just a color, and that's it. And this button, we want to include it in my library, but for the moment we don't have anything. The first tip I can give it to you. It's a personal thing. I like to have an index.js in this root of components, and this index.js, the aim is to do like to get all these different components and to add it inside this file, so you have everything in the same place. For me, I think it's easier to use. So what I did, I just copy paste, and now we just created this index.js, which returns just one button.view today, named my button. So it's great. So now we can use it if we want as a component like the hello world in the app.view, but we will do it later. Okay, next thing we have to do. So for the moment, nothing is related to the library. So the thing I will do is to create a file, lib.js. This file, lib.js, will be the entrance of my library. So for this, I need to do a few things. The first thing I will do is to import all my components. And so that's why I put everything inside this index.js, so it's easier to import. So if I'm doing something like that, great. I don't need to put index.js because it's automatic. And with these components, I will create a function. I will call it install because I think it's a good name for its function. And this function will permit me to use my library globally. So for doing that, I will use some kind of ES6 function. So I will get all my components entries, and I will create a for each, and inside this for each, I will have I will get some name, comma, component I create, and finishing like that, and so on. Inside this function, what I will do, I will just call this function, which the aim is to create some components globally inside your application. So if I'm doing something like that, it says when I will call this function install, the code will get everything here and take this name, this component, and we will include it globally, these different components. So at the end, I have to export it. So I will do export default. And now I can use it. For using this kind of code, so you have to go somewhere else, so mainly in the main.js, and you have to import it. So we call it lib from. So for the moment, we are calling directly this file.js, and we have to do like a little switch here. So we have to call directly we have to create the app, and we have to mount it after using this library inside. For using, if you never did it, it's very easy. You just have to call this app.choose, and this app.choose will launch the default function here to create my component globally. And if we do the first test, if we go to the app.view, because now it's globally installed, I just have to call my button. I think it's the name. I think there is a label too, so I will put hello guys. And if I go back to my code, I think it has been started. If it's not, I will restart. I think I didn't start. Okay, so let's go back here, and okay, so now it might be okay. And here we can see my first component appearing, my button, so globally installed, so it's great. Very good. So now we have the code, we have the lib.js, which is my entrance, but if we are building these files, it will stay as a SPA. So if I do npm run build, if you see my console, here you can see we have different files. And these files, I will try to go a bit higher. these files we have, so the index.html and the assets. So it's completely an SPA classic. So it's a static page you can use with a server, and you will have something like the copy of what I displayed previously. So this page, but like a production level build. So now, if we want to manage this system to build as a library, we have to go to this file, the vite.config.js. With Vite, it's the configuration of your Vite tool, of your build tool. If we want to manage this, we have to use some kind of properties. So we can manage here the build, and inside I will say to him, let's do a library. So for doing a library, we are doing something like that. And just give me 5 seconds. Great. We have two entrants, two properties. The first one is entry, and for the entry, we will use a package which name is path. So import path from path, perfect. And this package will permit me to say to Vite where we will start our system. So we are going to the dir name src/lib.js. And now we will build from this file. Second thing we have to put is the name. So we can put whatever we want. Let's put Geekle demo, for example. And now we can launch it as a build as a lib build. So if I go back here and I relaunch my system, you can see the files are completely different. If we go to the dist file, the dist folder, sorry, the place we are building the different files for the production level, we have 3 files: the Geekle demo.es, JS, the Geekle demo UMD, and the style.css. So the first one is to include as a module for ECMAScript. The second is to use wherever you want, even inside a HTML page in vanilla.js. And the last thing, it's my style. So we can see it's completely minified. But there is just one thing I'm not very happy with. It's the name of my CSS file. So for changing this file name, I will just copy paste very quickly because it's the same as it's the code to change. And if I rebuild, back, I just did a mistake. I just copy paste too quick. If I do that, now my file CSS is named the same as the other package. So this is great. So I won't go back to more details for the rollup options. I think there is a good documentation online. So everything is great. So we built our library in a production mode and in a library mode. So we have our dist folder, sorry, which is already prepared for deployment, but we didn't pay attention yet how to deploy inside NPM. For NPM, we have this package file. This package file, so it's the definition of what we do with NPM. So first, let's go. The most important thing for me, it's the name, because it will be the name which will be used inside NPM, so it's important. Second thing, if it's private or not. So here it's true, so I will change to false, or NPM won't be able to put inside the system of the packages, and it doesn't like it. Second thing, very important, it's the version. You have to be careful with this version because you can't push twice the same version on NPM because it makes no sense. So just be careful to always increment this system of version. So after there is a script made with Vue and the dependencies. So the thing I will do now is, because we need a lot of more configuration, so we have to say to NPM where he has to find the different files, and he has to find it inside this file we just created with the package manager, with the build tool. So we say to him, let's go to the dist, and there is also something I really like it to do. I will just copy paste. It's to say to NPM, hey guy, if I call directly Geekle-demo, I want to go automatically to some of the file, so it's very great. So if you call Geekle-demo inside a CSS file, it will go directly in the dist file. So it will give you like a bit more happiness to use. So this is great. I think we already prepared the package. Now what I will do, I will try to deploy to publish on my NPM account. So I think I'm already connected, logged in inside my terminal. If I'm not, we will have some problem. So let's try to publish. I'm sorry, I don't see because there is a message in the middle. Okay, I didn't tap. NPM publish. Great. And if everything is fine, yes, so apparently it has been published. So we have the Geekle demo version 000, so it's not a very good package number. And let's go back to our NPM. So this is my NPM. This is my NPM user, so online, completely online, and we can see just here Geekle demo just appeared. So from now, from wherever you want in a world, you can integrate Geekle demo inside your different libraries. So what we will do now, we will take this package and we will include it in our system. So just for information, it's not a good thing to re-import in the same file, in the same repository, the package, because it will create like a very terrible loop. So what I can propose to you is to use this Geekle Vite. It's exactly the same project I created a few days ago. So let's go back to my Visual Studio Code, and for including a new dependency, I will do an install. So npm installer is the same thing, and I will create, and I will say to him, I will import Geekle Vite. Great. So now we can see there is a Geekle Vite here. So it's the version 0.3. If we go back to the node modules, it's all your dependencies which are added. We can see the Geekle Vite here with my dist file, which is more or less the same thing. And this Geekle Vite, we have to include it inside my SPA. You know, I told you I create this lib.js for the library, and I kept this main.js. I think it's a good thing if you want to create documentation to start from main.js, to put like everything inside the library, and the main.js can be used for the documentation. So if everything is okay, I can import here my new package. So I will call it Vite2. And I think you will find correctly. Yes, great. So now what I will do, I will just do the same thing of the first library, which is locally created. So now we have two libraries, and if everything is okay, instead of I will keep my button first. What I will do, I think I name it like that. Hello guys from npm package. If everything is okay, I will restart my npm right here. It will be, we will have two buttons. Great, let's go back here. Look, perfect. We have a second button, but you will tell me, oh, there is something strange with the CSS. Yes, for sure, because CSS has been added inside this file. So the thing we still have to do to include this file in our system, or you won't be able to say this button belongs, this style sheet has to be included. So there is two different ways. I will use the worst way, in my opinion, is to import directly the CSS file inside this main.js file. It's not a good thing to do. I think it's better to have like a main.scss or main.css and to include all these files. But anyway, it will work like that too. So now I included my CSS file. And if I go back to my hot reloaded pages, we can see there is a kind of style. So the color is different because it's different libraries. So and so on. Let's go back here. So what we did together, so we defined, so finally, the configuration of our Vite library, and we published inside npm, and we we used it inside our system. So I think it's quite good what we did. We can go further. Some kind of features, like if you prefer to use like SCSS files, you can use it, and you can also export the SCSS, the SAS files to, I don't know, maybe to manage some kind of variables. But for the moment, we don't really have time today to speak about that. So let's stay in this position. What I will do, I will publish everything in GitHub if you want to get the configuration for yourself. So now let's go back to our keynote presentation. So I will go back to reading system. So the demo has been done.
Alex,
Yeah.
Alex, looks like we're kind of out of time. So you think you need another couple of minutes?
I will spend like 3 minutes more if it's okay.
Okay, yeah, sure, please.
Okay, so just for going further, I wanted just to introduce you for some kind of bullet points. It might be interesting in this kind of architecture, or even in some kind of SPA pages. So the semantic release slash ASCII, it's some kind of system you can use for increment your package numbers, like simply, or to verify your different commit names. So it's very interesting in this kind of libraries. The second point, Storybook or VuePress, it's some kind of systems for creating some documentation. Storybook has been created with React, but it works perfectly with Vue. And the last version is also Vite compatible. And VuePress it's a package, it's an application created in Vue and used for different core documentation online, like the Vue.js.org has been created with VuePress, I think, if I don't say a mistake. And the last thing, because we are inside a library, it's also good to have some kind of automatism. So GitHub Actions, GitLab CI, this kind of process, when you push and it does some kind of system, I think it's good for this kind of applications. So what we did today, we created a library-oriented project, we deployed it on NPM, and we used it on other projects. So that's great. So we are short of time. So thank you a lot for your attention, and have a great time today.
Thank you, Alex. And we'll see you during the Q&A session. I hope you still have some free time to join us, like in half an hour, for questions and answer. So we'll be waiting for you. Thank you for the presentation. And let me invite our next speaker, Binh. Hello,
Hi.
how are you?
Hi, nice to meet you. Hi, Paul.
How are you doing?
Doing great. I guess a little bit nervous, but I guess you're fine.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. Thank you for presenting for us. And I guess without any further ado, I'm just gonna tell everyone that you're from Accenture, you're creative technologist there. And without any further ado, let's dive into design language systems.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for So hi everyone. My name is Binh, and as Paul mentioned, I am from Accenture Song, Singapore. And so as a creative technologist, we maintain and we develop a design language system. We're in charge of any design language system project, and also at the same time, we kind of like in between design and development. So if you think like you are neither design nor developer, so maybe you are belonging with us. So through this conversation today, I just want to hope that you can be a bit more interested about design language system, and you can always connect with me and then find out what more about it. Regarding the agenda, I will talk through I'll give an instruction about the DLS, also like how do we build a DLS, and then if we have time we'll cover the why should we have a DLS part, but if not, then I guess it's fine. So for the first part, right, I think I'll talk about how does a DLS look like, what does it do, and who is it for. Normally, right, a design system or like a design language system is like a collection of documents, articles, examples, code snippet, screenshots, design guidelines, so on and so forth. What it does is actually it's a big knowledge base UI kit, and then it contains a lot of documentation with a lot of instruction for developer and designer. So yeah, if you wonder where I get the definition from, then the link is below here, up here, yeah. And what else does it contain? It's also having it have a lot of guidelines on things to do and things not to do. Also usually it will contain naming convention, grid system, typography, pattern library, anything that help to enhance the brand recognizability. Yeah. And in terms of what does it do, right? Basically, it helps to categorize functional and reusable component into a website, and it serves as a single source of truth for everybody across the organization. Usually, design language system make use of atomic design, in order to make things in order to categorize things into a logical way, so that it's easier to search. We'll be talking a bit about atomic design in a bit later. Also, we'll try to make the design language system framework agnostic. And the reason for this is let's say if you're an organization and then you have a few products, some of the product is on Vue, some is on React, some could be a CMS that is using vanilla JS and jQuery. Having it less dependent on external frameworks or library will actually will help with making sure that everybody is seeing the same thing and can use it. It's also provide functional and behavioral reference to UI component, meaning to say as a developer, if I see a component on DOS, I would know if I interact with it, if I hover over it or click over it, what will happen. If there's an animation to it, what's the time function, what would be the time, how long we should animate for, that kind of thing. It's also enforced governance process for design in the sense that it is a single source of truth where designer supposed to refer to it before using an outdated design, for example. So in terms of who does it serve, right? It actually serve brand because it makes sure that things are consistent and recognizable. Meaning to say, if your website, if your organization have many pages or have many products, then the header from one product should follow the same styling as the header from another product, or a button from one page should look like a button from another page as well. It shouldn't be changed. There shouldn't be too much change in terms of typography or anything like that. For user, for developer or designer, it offers clarity and independence in the sense that, let's say if I need to design a new FAQ page and I need to find out how accordion component can work, then what it means is that when I click on accordion, right, should the accordion that open before close, or should it remain open? So instead of going to ask another team or another person spending time searching that, right, I can just go to the design language system and then find out exactly what it is. It also helps business to save time and cost, and the reason for it being if a team already did a table or adaptive table that is reusable, then as a team, as another team, I can just reuse the component that is already written, and it doesn't have to be written from scratch. So as a designer, I would use the design language system to understand the overall design principle. I will get to I understand what kind of tone that should we use in the website. I'll get the assets from there. Let's say I have a lot, let's say if the product have a lot of background image, where it should be downloadable from the site, or if there are icons, then it always should be updated. As a developer, I would use the DLS to understand the component state and state changes. Let's say if an input form change from error states to success state, how should it react? Yeah, and of course, designer, it helps developer to make sure that everything is up to date. So how do we build a DLS? First of all, I'll talk a bit about the atomic design. Basically, it is using chemistry concepts to logically categorize stuff. For example, foundation is like the equivalent of electron and neutron, where it formed the basis of it. It's not a component per se, like it's not a component on its own, but it is the foundation things that form your that help to create your brand. Like for example, it would be like your color swatches, your typography, what kind of fonts that you're using, and then like it could also be your grid, any or like icons or whatever thing. An atom would be something. Atom would be like the smallest possible component that if you break down that you cannot break down any further. For example, like a button, if you separate it into the text and like the background container, then it doesn't make sense. You cannot do anything with the container background, for example. And molecule will be minimally consisted of one atoms. Organisms are like bigger molecules. So sometimes there will be a lot of conversation within the team as to how do we categorize this component as organism or molecules. Our advice would be that, you know, as a team, always have to define what is your definition of organism, like how complex should the component be before it can be an organism, like how many functions should it have, how many components should it be composed of, or like how many dependency it have for the external library, or so on and so forth. So templates would be something that is repeatable across different pages. Like for example, if you have a templates of a blog post, right? Like you have your header, and then you have your text on one side, and then your image on one side, right? And many of the blog posts use that same format, then that is a template. Yeah, so usually for DOS, right, when we code it out, we will code foundation, atom component, molecule component, organism, all the way into templates, but usually we don't really go down to pages. It's up to, like, you know, the different work stream that will be taking up the component that we have developed before to build the pages. So the process of building a DOS, what usually happen is that, you know, as a team come together, we identify, we do a UI audit on the website, and then we categorize it into using the atomic design usually. After that, right, I guess, like, you know, it will be the so this process, design and implement, right, it can kind of happen in parallel, in the sense that the designer can look at the components and like write up the guidelines on how to use the component, and the developer can like start developing the component first before putting up the guidelines online or somewhere. So yeah, so what as an exercise, right, I think what we can do is that I can show you that, you know, how we can identify components from the Geekle site, and then I'll show you like how it can be organized, and we'll skip the design part, but we'll go to the implement part for the foundation components. So yes, I think what we can do is that, you know, when you look at the Geekle website, right, when you are going through the website, then you can see that, you know, there's a header, and then there's like a different version of the logo. There is Lato font with one size over here, and then you have button, and then information snippet and group of information snippet. You also have title, same kind of title over here, but this title is a bit smaller, so maybe it's a different kind of title, maybe a subtitle or something. This is like a carousel, and you can find another carousel over here, which is the same component, but it's a different variation, in the sense that, you know, the content inside the carousel change, and you have a very big components over here, which is the event calendar with you know, with the calendar on the left, and then the different list of all the events that is happening on the right. This calendar definitely is an organism, as you can see. Like, you can break down the calendar on one side, you can break down the list of the events into like different cards also, and then as you're scrolling, you can see that, you know, there's different kind of like different shade of green color. And for the button, you can also like compile it into a whole list of, like, you know, what buttons there are. Yeah, so on and so forth. So you scroll along, then you can, you know, harvest this kind of component. And then the next step, right, usually we'll just go to like after like you have everything together, then that's when you can actually together with the team you can categorize it into the different atomic group. For example, for foundation we have color. So if you are doing this kind of of UI auditing, right, you can see that the green, all the green are kind of similar, different shade, but then a different hex color, but then the shade is really similar. So you can ask your team, like, should it be one color or should it be many colors? Or like the typography. So as you mentioned, we have Lato fonts. We also have other different kind of fonts. So this kind of thing, it will go into into the DLS, and ideally, right, the designer will be writing up like when do you use Lato font and when do you use like the Jot font, for example. And then you can move on to atoms, right, where you have the button. For example, for button, right, you can see that there's primary button, secondary, tertiary. There's also different size, whether it's large, medium, small. And like, the button appear on, if it's a primary button, large primary button appearing on light background, how does it look like versus when it appear on dark background? On hover and on press, what are the different state that it has? And then as we mentioned before, like, the information snippet alone is a molecule. It could be an atoms because it cannot be broken down further. But together, if you have an information group, right, where you have a grid, like a specific kind of grid together with the information snippet, then there should be a molecules. And like, for example, cards, you have a lot of variations, so it should be a molecules. And then you kind of have the header and the footer. So for header and footer, right, usually, like, I would see it in organism. However, as you can see for Geekle site, the header and the footer are much simpler than those that that we usually see. So as a team, right, when actually, if we think that is simple enough, we can bring the header and the footer back to organism. Yeah, and then like more complex component like carousel, it probably is dependent on another external library, for example. So maybe that's why it could be an organism. Definitely, event calendar is can be broken down into many other components, so therefore it shouldn't be molecules. So yeah, through this kind of activity, you kind of roughly know like what kind of guideline you need to write and what kind of things that you need to code. And I think what we're gonna do now is that I'm gonna show you. I've tried with like different variation, but I cannot finish like explaining the whole thing within time. So I'm just showing you the code and explain to you. Hopefully, like you kind of get the idea behind it. So what we're gonna do is that I'm gonna show you the code for the story for the DLS with storybook with for the color component and also for the typography component. And so yeah, categorize. So yes, this is the GitHub link that you guys can go to for the final code. I'll give you like maybe 30 seconds to in case you wanna go there. So yeah, to start off, right, what we can do is that we can create a new Vue project with this command. And then we can run npx sv init in order to add storybook into the project. So what happened was that when I was running this command, right, I select Vue 3 as a builder. So that's why I have to try to run it with Webpack 5 in order for it to run. But if you're using Vue 2, then I think you can remove the builder Webpack 5 kind of thing. So when you are running this command, right, what will happen is that the storybook library will be installed. That's one thing, and a storybook folder with all the configuration will be installed as well, will be added to your repo, and a folder of the story will be added. So when you run yarn storybook, the project will start. The DLS will start on localhost 6006. And then as you can see that like there are button component, header component, and page component over here. and there's an introduction page. The introduction page is a different kind of component. It's called it's the MDX kind of story. It's a docs page instead of like the other stories. So as you can see, the equivalent code for those story would be like, you know, all the buttons will be inside the button stories. All the story for header will be inside the header stories, and then all the similarly for the page. For the introduction, it would be the code would be under the MDX file. So to make the project neater, right, what I usually do is basically, you know, I put all those code that is created right into the example folder, so that you know it's clearer, and also like I additionally you know organize them into different folders so that it's kind of cleaner. Usually one of the practice that our team have is that we put the assets folder together, like, you know, like for the asset will contain, like, for example, images. So if you put it together with the folder, right, is for us it's easier to maintain. Like, let's say if you don't need this image anymore, you can actually delete it. One of the things that we will also do is, you know, to configure preprocessor CSS. So, you know, run this. I'll usually run this command in order to add in the SCSS. And after running this command, right, another thing is that, you know, we'll need to open the main.js file. So main.js file, and then add in the add-ons, add in the presets SSC add-on into this list in order for the project to compile SCSS file. Next thing that we will do, right, is that you know, so we mentioned a bit about the introduction page, right, being like kind of different from this kind of component stories. So this kind of MDX page, right, is where like we refer to for like additional guideline on how the component should be. Like, for example, if it's on for designer, right, it could be like, oh, on mobile, like how the component should expand, or like it should be smaller or anything like that. So one of the thing with the story book example is that you know it's very nicely styled. However, the style is sitting in this tag over here, and like if I create another story.mdx file, right, I can't reuse the code from here. I have to somehow like I kind of use the code from here. So what I would like to do is that, you know, is to create a common styling file. And before anything started, then what I will recommend that we usually do, right, is that we create a foundation folder and create a foundation SCSS file. So foundation folder SCSS file. And then in this file, right, what we are doing is we are declaring all the variables that we can be used that can be reused in the project. So yes, so create that, and then after that, then, you know, create the additional file called sb.scss where all the styling for all the mdx doc will sit, and then import in the foundation.scss so that we can reuse the variable from the foundation files. And what can happen next is that, you know, we also want a SCSS file that can be shared across all the whole storybook. So we'll create a file called SB styling first, storybook styling, and then in order for it to load in every single story, right, we open up preview.js. So main.js is where you put in the add-ons and other stuff, and preview.js is where you can add in you can add the style here. So that means that whenever a story, something like that, is being loaded into this iframe over here, right, it will also load the SB styling.scss file. Yeah, and then I'll just put in like additional code. You see more like how things change later. And then so the first thing that we'll do, right, is that we are going to create a mdx doc file for color. And how is it and the end state would be something like that, where we have the different title, whether it's H1 or H2, some kind of like text to explain what we are trying to achieve, and also like a kind of like guidelines on like things to do and things not to do. Yeah, so the first thing is that, you know, because there are two images here, So I will create assets. I'll create the color folder under foundation, and then I'll create the asset folder under color and put in the two image first. And the next thing that I will do, right, is that I will import the meta tag from the Storybook add-on docs. And then I'll declare the title. So as I'm declaring the title as foundation color slash overview, right, what happened is that it will group my story under foundation, color, and overview. So for the previous example, right, because as you know, as the story name, the title start with example, so it's being grouped under example. However, I want to start thing with the foundation to build foundation, right? So I want to put it under the foundation folder. Yeah, and as I mentioned before, right, we kind of want the styling. So what will happen is that we'll put the styling into the foundation.scss. Within this file, what is going on here is that we import in the image, and then we also import in the style from here. We declare the title so that it appear. We type in so as you can see, like for markdown language, right, as you have as you're having like the hashtag, right, it means that it's a H1, hashtag is H2, and then you can add in like code. As for MDX, right, you can mix code together with markdown, so that's the nice part about it. And another thing that I want to highlight is that there are certain out of the box docs blocks that you can import in. So for color palette and color item, right, so as I import it in and put it here, and follow the format that they actually have in the document, right, what happened is that it will render the swatch for me without additional effort needed. So the next thing that I want to do is actually go into the typography component story. The first thing is that I will create the fonts, and then I will create the SCSS, create a font that is under the shared folder, and then after that I will create the typography.scss, and I will I will import in the Lato font first, and then for all the Lato text, I'll make use of like them and then nested component to make sure that that it can render later. Also that I want it to be reusable across all the foundation, all the code, right? So I will import typography into the foundation.scss so that it can be reused wherever foundation.scss being imported. And I will create the typography component, Vue.js component. So it's pretty simple, it's pretty straightforward. I'm taking in the type and the weight, and I'm rendering Lato text type, which is like Lato text title 1 or title 2 or something, and Lato text title 1, and then lightweight or bold weight or something, which you will see later. And following that, right, so after creating the component already, I'll create the story. So inside the story, I'll import in the component. I'll specify the arguments. So for the arguments here, as you can see, type and weight, right, it will appear here. And as I specify the control as select and give them the option, right, the values will appear here as well, so that a user don't have to like kind of guess what value should I key in. And then following the format, declare the template, and then create type and create the first story called Lato title. Also creating Lato paragraph and caption as well. So let me just go here and show you that. You can see that as I'm changing the value, it will change. And how the code earlier works is actually as I'm taking in the title, right? So Lato text, like it will just add on. So Lato text, right, it will take in like the font and the line height, and then title 1, right, it will take in the font size, and then regular, it will take in the font weight. So if I change it to bold, for example, then the text will render accordingly. That is how the code can achieve it. Yeah, another thing here is that I just want to point out, like one of the way to do targeted styling is that if you open up sb.styling, and then what happens is that all the code that is being rendered in the iframe over here, the ID of the root element will be called root. So if you target the root folder and then target the component below it, what happens is that it will render the style that you want, but it will not affect any other component. Yeah, so there are other ways to wrap the component within a container that can do the same thing. But just to point out, this is one of the ways that we use it of Storybook. For the MDX page, so similar to the previous one, and I'll just put in I'll just put in the content and other stuff. But the difference here is that instead of using the color swatch, right, I'm adding in the typeset. And what the typeset does, right, is actually it will render something like that. Another thing that but as you can see, right, it's not very informative in the sense that I don't get what is the title, like what's the like I don't get the weight and anything like that. So if I want to have something like that, right, I can mix markdown language together with code again. And how we can do it is actually you can use markdown to draw the table. So this is how the table is being done, and then you can write additional code in order to render the component. So the thing here is that like in the by right, this code is the same as the Vue as the component code that we have, which is in typography Vue. However, I wasn't able to use it here, even though in the documentation it say can. So I doubt like maybe it could be something related to Vue 3 and the Webpack 5 configuration that I didn't manage to figure it out. But if you're using like Storybook with React, right, the support is better. So you can write one single component and you can import it into the story file, whether it's MDX or the JS file. Yeah. So other than that, then I think what I want to show you is that like Storybook have pretty cool add-on that you can bring on. So I installed this Storybook HTML file that allow me to view the HTML that is being rendered. Like for example, if here, right, is Lato text title 1 bold, or like paragraph. But then let's say if I change bold to light, for example, right, it will show you like what actually is the code to achieve this HTML component. The other add-ons that I would like to show is that this add-on called like the preview add-on, where you can preview like SCSS file as well as like even the Vue component itself. So it's the code preview. So as you can see, like I can import in the SCSS file into the stories as well as the Vue file into the story, and then I can display the component as a Vue component itself. So as a developer, what it will help me is that I can actually refer to the code to see like what has been done. Yeah, so I'm not sure whether I have enough time, but in a sense, right, why do we need a DRS is actually because it helps us and it enable design operation. It make things it enable designer and developer to build faster, and we can focus our energy on things that really matter. There are many benefits which I'm not going to read out. For the success factor of DRS, right, one of the things that I want to highlight is that the governance and update cycle is really important, because like as you are, let's say if you create a DRS and and there are more components that are being designed as they are being built, or like components that are already being built but they need to be enhanced. So like making sure that the DRS is staying up to date, like taking in all the update or all these new component, and then releasing it back, making sure that the other work stream are aware of like the new version that is going out, and releasing like this version, right? That means everybody should be updating the component to a new component. This is something that is quite important. And also that from this design survey, one of the things that that it helps, the priority and also the challenge is actually encouraging adoption, meaning like if one team decide to do the DRS and the other team don't do it, then it doesn't make sense. It will just create more overhead and it doesn't benefit everybody. Yes, so adoption is actually the direct link to success. And other than that, then I think in the survey here, right, it actually is it's pretty interesting. And one of the things that they show is, like what are the things that you can include in your design language system. Yeah, then with that, I end the conversation. Hopefully, you find it interesting.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. And now it's time for our Q&A session. So let me add Alexandre. Hey. And let me add, I guess we should have, let me check. I guess we should have Lionel with us. If I'm not mistaken, let me find him. Hi, Lena. How are you doing today?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay,
well.
cool.
So thank you everyone for finding another 15-20 minutes for this Q&A session, and we have them. We have quite a few of them, and I guess we will start just randomly. And please pardon me if I won't be able to identify to whom specifically this question is addressed. So please raise your hand, because I'm kind of substituting Nick. He has some issues with his light, with electricity, so it just switched off. So I'll start with those that I can definitely tell that this one is for Bing. So the first one: why use DSL? Why not use DSL? Where would you set the breakpoint?
I think if I'm allowed to be a bit biased, I would always recommend you to use DLS, even though it could be an overhead to set up it at the beginning, because that eventually, it allow you to scale your design. It allow you to grow the team faster. So another thing is that, there's a lot of tech debt. There's a lot of debt that you might need to pay that you have to pay, like if you start the DLS late. So even though at the beginning, even though if it's even it could be a hassle to start our DLS, I would say that, do it.
Okay. So if you, Lionel, you or Alexander, if you have opinion on that, you're welcome to share also.
No, I'm more of the back end area.
Okay. So next question. I believe since it's the first question in my list, it's maybe for you, Lionel. Regarding on the responsiveness challenges, would Bootstrap help?
Yes, the answer is yes. I know a lot of people want to add a lot of different kinds of CSS frameworks, right? But you need a lot of experience when you're working with SPA, and a lot of unexpected surprises will come up. So the more a framework is tested, and the more people are using it, right, the better those answers will be available. So definitely Bootstrap. I mean, if it's a commercial job, I will not risk anything else, because you don't know what kind of problems, what kind of conflicts you're gonna encounter. I would even go as so far as to use software that designs predominantly in Bootstrap, prototyping software. So the answer is yes.
Okay, thank you. Let me try and guess. I'll pick one in the middle, hoping this one is for Alexander. So, if you build as a library, but your library has other dependencies, e.g., Lodash, how can you avoid importing it in your project with which may use it and in the library too?
Yeah, this is a great question. And yes, for sure. In fact, everything related to libraries, like all the tree of different dependencies, are imported inside your main SPA, your main project. And that's why when you open your node modules with like few package inside your package.json, you will see a bunch of things and you don't know what is it. In fact, it's all the dependencies of the dependencies of the dependencies. So if you include your Lodash dependency inside your library, it will be also inside these node models. Something maybe a bit tricky is you will don't know if this library is there or not. Like if you install Lodash, it's your own library, it's great. But if you use Lodash because, like, I don't know, I take an example, Vuetify uses Lodash, I think it might be better to install it again, because if Vuetify stop to use Lodash in the next version, you will not be able to know if it's still there or not. So I think you will have it, but it's probably better if you will need it to install it directly if you don't manage all the system of the library.
Okay, and I think maybe Leo, you have something to add as well, since you
Oh no, I
you're aware of
was
this topic.
agreeing with this issue is that we call it the dependency hell. So I've actually covered this. So that's one of the problems with the npm and how fast these days people import packages. So the best way I said is KISS, keep it simple, stupid. Try not to put things on top of other things. And that's why in my talk spoke just about going with Vue CLI, keeping it really really simple. So, and if anyone tries to import big things, if any of my team, I'll ask them 3 times: Do we need it? Do we need it? And do we need it? So that's just I'm 100% agreeable about that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next question. This one is for Alexandre as well. NPM or Yarn, and why?
Okay, so personally, I prefer NPM because NPM is installed automatically with Node.js. So for sure, if you want to use NPM or Yarn, you have to use Node.js in your machine. So indeed, even if you want to use Yarn, you also have NPM inside your machine. A few times ago, the big difference was Yarn a bit more robust with like the upgrade of versions, and you had like the yarn.log much before the package.log.json. But today, I think it's quite similar. I mean, NPM and Yarn are quite similar. I think the other thing, which was a great thing for Yarn, you could have like parallel get of these packages, but now NPM does exactly the same thing. So I would say depends on you, but personally, I think there is very few gap between the both libraries.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Leo,
just a quick
maybe.
point on that one. I would say go with NPM. There was a short part of history where Yarn was built by Facebook was faster, but now NPM caught up with it used to take forever. You load the thing and go for coffee and then go for dinner and then you come back and it's still installing. That was a while ago. Then Yarn came out, but now you're gonna get better documentation if you go with npm. There'll be there's more Stack Overflow articles. So for anyone, just go with npm. Yeah, there's a small period of time where Yarn was faster when the Facebook boys came up, but npm is the way to go.
Okay, so on my side, I will still prefer Yarn though, because so especially if you have projects that are outdated, in the sense that if you have an Angular project that is like if they're like conflicting dependency, Yarn is actually better at helping you managing the dependency. I'm not sure how they do it. And another thing to note is whether you use npm or Yarn, don't use both together.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. So we have a question for you. Is there like a cheat sheet or recommendation outline in order to build your DLS? Like you have introduction, components, bottoms, forms, inputs, etc. Thanks.
So one of the thing is that it could be one of the link that I shared earlier, which is the survey form. So inside the survey form, they actually mention about the things that you can do with EOS and the common things that a EOS can share that could be one of the cheat sheets. The other one, so far, like I have not come across any other. It's more of like a process that because DLS is like, even though it has been around for a while, but it's not been like, like there's no best practice so far. So I guess that, one of the things is that we can really like what will work for us is actually, we brainstorm with the team, and then we decided on the priority of the definition of done, and like, to deliver something that we all can refer to, the format that we form ourselves. Team. Yeah.
Yeah, and we have like 4 minutes left, and so if you don't mind, we're gonna have just a couple of blitz questions, just yes or no. So first one again for you, Bing, is it easy to install Vue 3 project to Storybook? Yes or no?
No.
No.
I
Okay.
think Vue 2 have better support. That's why I was struggling a bit, like to get the import component to work into the MDX file. So as of now, maybe they haven't catch up yet. But yes, it will be better, definitely.
Okay, so next question, Alex, about the font size challenge. Why don't use CSS variables?
Is it for me also?
Or I'm not sure who this one is for.
It's probably, that sounds like mine about the tech doing the font challenge. Yeah, CSS variables not dynamic. They're gonna change it in the application, so that's why not.
Okay. Just a second. This one. What's with React Create app in the first step? I was not following, excuse me. Probably it wasn't during my watch. So that question is for Alexandre, maybe for you.
So I don't really get it. React Create app. It's a CLI made for React.
Honestly, have no idea. So
sorry, wrong topic. This is Vue.js.
It could be that because I use the same slide for my talk in React. So maybe it could be me who. Oh yes, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Yes, it was me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, guys. Yes, sorry. It's Vue Create.
Well picked up by the audience. They're not sleeping.
Oh no.
Thank you. And the user, like the person who asked this question, please write in the comments. Remind us that this is you got a free ticket for one of the next conferences, and you can pick one. Thank you for
very sharp.
Yeah, very sharp. Thank you. Okay, so let me check our time. Yeah, we have a couple extra minutes. Oh, I like this one. If I have multiple components, I will have to import the CSS of each component.
So I think it's a question for me.
Yeah.
No, in fact, Vite is very clever, and it will get all your CSS defined in all your components or somewhere else to accumulate them inside just one file. But if you prefer to do like if you want to split this CSS, there is some strategies, but you need to have more than one build configuration. But it can work. But by default, I think it's you shouldn't take care of this. Everything will be in the same file, and you can include it wherever you want.
Okay, so and the one kind of similar. What are the key challenges to develop a library with Vite and NPM?
Sorry. The question: what are the key challenges?
What are the key challenges to develop a library with Vite and NPM?
I think Vite is a quite good stuff. It arrives it's new, and I think it's something I personally use, and I use in my work, and I quite like it. It's a bit different than Vue CLI. It's like the most historical thing, but I quite like it. There is a bunch of different properties you can use. So what we did today is we build as library, and I think I tried to show it was very simple to do, but in fact, Vite has been made to be simple. So if you have to create this kind of library, it might be a good idea, good option to have like a lot of facilities and something very easy to configure.
Awesome. Thank you. Lionel, do Vue.js love Chrome more than other browsers?
Other browsers. No, we love Firefox more. I know Chrome is well supported for debugging of Vue.js, but Firefox is my preference. Yeah.
Okay. How about everyone else? Alexandre?
Me, I'm a Chrome lover, to be honest. I don't use Firefox anymore, fortunately. I have to say the Chrome extension for Vue, I really like it. Sometimes it bugs a little bit, I have to confess, but I really like it. So I will continue with Chrome and the extension.
Yeah, I'll give the Chrome extension for Vue is better.
Binh, maybe you have your own favorite?
Nah, definitely Chrome.
So okay, we have a bipartisan story over here. So is DLS a thing that designers do, or both developers and designers can build talk?
It's both together, because
Yeah.
yes, it definitely is, because sometimes when designers suggest component, if a tech person come in, we can advise them like, don't do it this way, it's gonna be too complex, and you're not gonna for like a little bit of change. So together, we make things better for everybody, all kind of thing. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much for joining this Q&A session. We unfortunately are out of time, but we have 4 more questions, and we'll just post them. We just pin them, post them in the chat. So if you have a couple extra minutes, please join the comment section. Please join the chat, and if you see the question that was addressed to you, please answer them. And thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much for your time and for actually helping us to prepare the summit and for your talks. This was amazing. So Lionel, Binh, Alexandre, thank you very much.
Thanks everybody. So just stay on
everybody
for the comments. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, and now let me introduce our next moderator who will be joining. It's gonna be Diego. How are you doing today?
Hi, Paul. I'm doing great, and you?
Doing awesome. So thank you for sharing a couple of minutes of your time, and we already have James with us. So I guess without any further ado, I'm just gonna handle the stage to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Have a nice conference, everyone. Thank you.
All right. So hello, everybody. My name is Diego. I'm from Brazil, and I will be moderating this blog. And so without further ado, whoa, oh my God, I guess James just disappeared. Oh, he's back. All right. So without further ado, James, welcome.
Good to see you.
Good. All right. So James is going to talk about the Punctual Engineer. Am I right? Can you hear me, James?
Talking about how to make a website that doesn't break.
Great. So the floor is yours now, and you can please share your screen and start the presentation, okay?
Awesome.
All right.
Okay. Picture this, everyone. I'm standing in the middle of an engineering room at a startup. So this is back when I was in LA. Another beautiful Los Angeles day. You could feel the ocean breeze coming through the windows. There isn't a cloud in the sky. It was an awesome time. All of a sudden, one of the salespeople runs into the room unannounced. Okay, I know you're trying your best, guys, but when's the website coming back up? I got a call with a customer in an hour who wants to put in an order worth $100,000. We looked at him. We looked at each other. we actually didn't know when the website was going to come back up. Like, we were in a complete blind panic. So don't worry, we ended up fixing that issue, but it took the whole day. So in the chat, anyone, I can see the chat here now. Can I get anyone saying who's run into some sort of production issue before and had to deal with like sales or marketing? So you can drop that message in the chat. There we go. Well, I'm sure some of you are in the opposite situation right now. You have a QA process that forces you to do no more than one release every 2 weeks. You can't merge any code until you get QA to sign off on it, which usually takes another day because oftentimes you're in a different time zone. So you end up having to stay at work until midnight to try to do a deployment, only to have a QA person block the release on a completely unrelated change. So now you got to wait a whole other 2 weeks, go through that whole like agile thing just to try to get like a button out that's a different color. So what's going on here? Well, I've gone from having things fall apart all around me at a startup to learning how to ship the new Super Bowl and NFL.com homepages without a hitch, to fumbling into another startup with the same issues I had in my early 20s, but transforming the entire team. And the funny thing is, I'm seeing the same issues everywhere. But I've learned you can ship new features on Fridays at 5 p.m. You can make a difference without working late. You have the time to be proactive as an engineer. You just need to figure out what to focus on first. No. Okay, this is kind of awkward. Okay, just ignore the bug in the presentation. Like, usually when we ignore issues, they go away, right? Nope. Usually when we ignore issues, they get way, way worse. Okay, one sec. Let me just try rebooting this here. Don't worry, I got this. So it looks like we had a bug that we can't consistently reproduce. One that's never happened before, and it's happening even though I tested out this presentation in advance. So say heck yes in the chat if you've ever had a bug in production that didn't happen on your machine. So how do we deal with this? Well, what I like to do is I like to take a page out of the sales team. Now they have this idea of a sales funnel that looks something kind of like this. Oh, let me get the slide up. Nope, not like that. There we go. Something like this. So you can see here we have analyze, test, monitor, and assess. Those are like the 4 steps for delivering software that doesn't break. So each step in the funnel catches a wider number of bugs and issues. Whenever I go to any organization, I look at their current funnel. So we don't really need to focus on end-to-end testing down here if the company doesn't even have ESLint or TypeScript set up, right? Because anything on the analyze, anything static analysis is going to catch way, 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 way more issues. And what slows us down the most? Rolling back broken code and fixing it. Because not only do we have to spend the time diagnosing the issue, undoing the change, figuring out the fix, and redeploying, but we also got to spend time explaining why it broke to your boss, writing a business disruption report, maybe even going to multiple meetings after the fact to do a combination of like explaining and apologizing, which I've definitely been there as a manager. And all that time we're spending apologizing, that's time we're not spending creating new features. So we split testing up into these steps because in the real world, you're not going to be able to convince product team, designs, business, or even your manager to just drop everything and write tests for a month. There's just too many other things you got to balance. So these steps are designed to sneak 1 or 2 tasks in every week until we have the perfect funnel. By splitting things into steps, I was able to turn the test and deploy process around in my last company to 6 months. And 6 months. we were going from one feature release every 2 weeks to 6 months later doing 4 releases every single day. So let's take a look at step 1, analyzing. Now, at this point, I've noticed engineers tend to jump into writing like unit tests or to write end-to-end tests. But there's an even lower hanging fruit you can go after, and that's static analysis. Now that's a really fancy way of saying things like ESLint or TypeScript or StyleLint, that kind of stuff. So unlike unit tests, these have very little maintenance. Very, very, very little maintenance, low barrier to entry. That's because linters don't break or become flaky like end-to-end tests do. Once you have a lint rule turned on, it'll pretty much work forever. And this eliminates a whole class of bugs and buys us time to focus on more proactive tasks. Now, if there's 0 code written, this is pretty easy to set up. For example, if you use something like Vite or something like the Vue CLI or create Vue, by default, it already turns a lot of this stuff on. But turning lint rules on for existing code bases, that can be a bit tough. The first time I ran, for example, ESLint at my previous company, I got over 6,000 lint warnings. 6,000. There's no way my boss was going to let me spend 3 weeks fixing lint errors. Like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. What I did instead was I set all the errors to warnings and set the threshold to the total number of errors and warnings, and have people increase the threshold as they worked on new features. What that meant was new code got all the new checks, and old code that might have been like 5, 6, 7 years old, that's already working in production, continued to work. And then when we did the site redesign, we ended up erasing a lot of that old code anyway. So going in and changing all the ESLint stuff around didn't really make sense. Another form of static analysis is TypeScript. Now, it's 2022. I'm going to say something unpopular maybe, but starting a project without TypeScript strict mode turned on, I'm going to say right now, I think it's crazy. By just turning this on, not only do you prevent the most common production bugs from happening, which is null reference exceptions, but you save yourself the work for manually creating unit tests and checking these kinds of bugs to begin with. So one kind of mind shift thing is to think, instead of, oh, I need to write an end-to-end test for this, try to think, can I write a lint rule for this? It can be surprisingly as simple as writing a unit test, and since it runs on every keystroke in people's editors, you can catch issues even more quickly. Great example for this, I was working on MapQuest. Yeah, remember the MapQuest, you like printed out the maps to go to Disneyland? I got to work on that site. And I was working on a team, and my teammate, God bless him, excellent engineer, but he kept spelling MapQuest with a lowercase q. And it had to be an uppercase q. Like they were really ragging on this because they wanted brand consistency. And amazing engineer, but every single pull request, I kept having to correct him. I'm like, Robert, it's an uppercase q. Finally, one Friday afternoon, I wrote an ESLint plugin that literally just checked every single string for the word MapQuest with an uppercase q, and eliminated that issue from ever happening again. Not only that, because it was just an ESLint plugin, I was able to package it up into an NPM package, publish it to our private repo, and then all engineers who ever worked on MapQuest from that point on didn't have to worry about that spelling mistake. Next in our funnel is testing. So we already looked at analysis. And if you notice, when we tackle that first, we actually have to write a lot fewer tests than if we were trying to do the testing before setting up static analysis with like ESLint. Going back to that funnel analogy, that's because we've already caught a lot of the issues near the beginning of the funnel. We only have to write unit tests for things that haven't been caught yet. So if you're using TypeScript and linking to guarantee that a value is never going to be null, guess what? You don't have to write a separate unit test to check the exact same thing. Also, some features need 100% coverage, but other features don't really need coverage either. While I was working at the NFL, I worked on a project called React Wildcat. It was pretty much Next.JS 2 years before Next.JS came out. One of the most important features was routing. So if we had a bug on that, an entire website would load. And Roger Goodell would not be happy about that. So I ended up writing more test code for that one feature than the actual, to make sure that NFL.com, Superbowl.com, and all the NFL teams' websites resolved, than the actual code for the feature itself. Finally, we have our last line of defense, which is end-to-end tests or smoke tests. Now this is using something like Cypress or Selenium or whatever. Now, smoke tests came from hardware testing. At the end of the assembly line, they used to actually plug motherboards into power, turn them on. If it smoked, they knew that batch was bad. So this can be the same for software. Now, the core issue of starting by writing smoke tests instead of doing static analysis or normal unit tests first is trying to write a test to catch something at that stage of the pipeline is way harder, a lot less reliable, and requires a lot more maintenance than just turning on ESLint rule. When I was hired at a previous company, this is what people were hoping I'd set up first. They were hoping I'd fix all their flaky end-to-end tests. What I did instead was I erased 90% of the tests. And I wrote end-to-end tests for the most absolute critical parts of the product first. So since it was a publishing website, I literally just wrote a test that checked that the ads loaded. If I was working on an e-commerce site, I'd write a smoke test to check that the checkout flow worked. For a SaaS company, maybe it'd be writing an end-to-end test to check that the sign-up page and the payment page work. Remember, 80% of the focus was catching issues near the top of the funnel. Only 20% or less of issues should make it down to the end-to-end test part. So now we've done all the testing we could. Our new feature's out in the wild, but there's still one more place we can catch an issue before a customer sees it, and that's with monitoring. Now, there's a million monitoring tools out there, so it doesn't really matter which one you use. They all have pretty similar functionality nowadays. But the important part is to set it up and at a bare minimum, have it report all uncaught exceptions. Once you have those uncaught exceptions cleaned up, start thinking about custom metrics to monitor. So I was working for a video conference company, and we'd monitor the number of times users refresh the page. Because we found that when a lot of users were refreshing the page, it meant they were having mic and camera issues. And so if there was a spike in user refreshes right after a release, we knew that was really bad. We knew there was probably an issue with mic and cam, and we were able to undo the release really fast. Now, having these alerts sets up is fine and dandy, but sometimes people ask me, who's responsible for them when they actually go off, right? You might want to say everyone, which kind of makes sense, like all the engineers should be responsible for fixing stuff. But when everyone is responsible for something, no one is responsible for something. It's a diffusion of responsibility. So what I recommend instead is setting up some sort of on-call rotation monitoring software like PagerDuty or OpsGenie. Take all those errors coming in through your monitoring, funnel it through the on-call rotation. Now this is an example of scheduling important but unplanned reactive work. So the burden doesn't fall on everyone all at the same time. Like we can all agree that if an app isn't working in front of a million people, someone should fix it. But by scheduling this out, not only do you share the burden among the whole team, but people can plan their lives. So I'd have my on-call schedule synced with my calendar and plan vacations around it. But if I absolutely needed to, switching on-call schedule day with someone else was a breeze. So now we're done. There's no more bugs. Nope, there's always gonna be production issues. Remember, even Ford does car recalls, even Tesla does car recalls. So our factory's humming away, we're catching some issues before our customers are seeing them, or so we think. The head of customer support sends us a message saying the site is crashing for everyone in Europe. Oops, we forgot all our test servers were in the USA region. So how do we react in this situation? Now, this is important because this is more of like a culture change than a coding change. Now, I found it's best for the engineering team to take ownership of the issue quickly and in writing. Taking responsibility quickly and unapologetically allows us to control the narrative to the rest of the organization. So the process I usually follow is first, fix it. Fix it as quickly as possible, no matter how hacky, just get it fixed, stop the bleeding. Second would be to write some sort of business disruption ticket in our bug tracker, outlining what went wrong and what maybe some potential fixes are. And then third would be scheduling a post-mortem meeting with every stakeholder involved. Now, at this meeting, and this is super important, don't blame anyone. Remember, the process was wrong, not the person. Once you fall into the blame game, issues will just start getting swept under the rug. And you'll end up with much, much bigger issues down the line. So what I like to do instead is, in that meeting, figure out what went wrong, how much it cost the business, and what are the potential solutions, short, medium, and long. Now, if it's too tricky to tie an outage to revenue at your company, maybe you can tie it to like an NPS score or App Store rating or number of customer complaints, like customer complaint volume for customer success. If you still can't figure out a metric to tie it to, maybe it really wasn't worth calling a business disruption meeting in the first place. Frankly, maybe the takeaway is to calm down, which is still a pretty valid takeaway. Now, I've been in postmortems where we've lost tens of thousands of dollars in an hour. However, learning from our mistakes and guaranteeing that it won't happen again saved us hundreds of thousands of dollars in the medium to long term. That's like multiple engineering salaries. That's why these business disruption meetings are so important. Now, to sum up, follow the funnel. Let me post that on the thing here again. Oh, that's fine. You need to walk before you run, and you need to lint before you start writing end-to-end tests. By splitting up this infrastructure work into smaller chunks, you can prioritize one day at a time, buying you more free time in the process. Writing down these tasks in advance and filing them in a bug tracker is really what makes this possible. I like to think that running a software team is a lot like running a factory. Tickets are the raw materials that turn to features. You can't build a car without seatbelt brackets, and you can't ship a feature without it being written down first. And this makes it 100 times easier to schedule these tasks on sprints when product people have fewer feature requests. Next is be patient. People overestimate what they can do in a day. Really common. But they underestimate what they can do in a year. So drop everything to help your coworkers when any of the checks you've set up are blocking them. Because remember, if they're too frustrated, they're just going to turn off the tests. And you'll lose progress. I've seen well-meaning checks and balances get skipped and an outage happening because of it. Like, even at a previous company, the team was in a rush to release some new features and skipped the end-to-end test suite. Of course, the issue that surfaced in front of customers would have easily been caught by that test suite. Therefore, I can't stress the people side enough. You can have the best tests, the best tech in the world, but if you don't have buy-in from people, they're just not going to run it. In other words, proactive work is worth it. Deploying on Fridays is the best. Spending time working on cool new features rather than fighting fires is a blast. And getting buy-in from stakeholders by pitching small changes instead of constantly being ignored is a breath of fresh air. So, releasing high-quality features that customers love faster, making websites that don't break is possible if you're patient, proactive, and focus on people. Thanks everyone for your time. Thanks Geekle for having me. If you want more tips, a bigger deep dive into these kind of subjects, check out my mailing list, jameshutch.com/bugfunnel. I'm going to paste it in the Geekle chat. I'll send you a free checklist that covers all this stuff before you do any software release. Thanks again for your time, and have a great rest of your day.
All right. Thank you so much, James. That was a very nice talk. I must say that I'm kind of addicted to ESLint, so I just can't code without it anymore. It's
Exactly.
very good. So we will still have some minutes left. If you want to say, want to add something, or I don't know, another comment or a tip to the audience, you got it.
I think the last kind of tip to throw in too, and I'll cover this in different talks, is setting up something like feature flags. So the idea being is releasing a feature to 1% of people instead of 99%, because that way, if it crashes, it'll crash in front of it'll only crash in front of 1% of people, and that's like a big one. Like the last company I was like engineering manager for, that's the first thing I set up. And it just blew the CEO's mind because he was using like the alpha version at all times, and then there'd be times where we would accidentally break the website for all employees, but not for actual users. And so the CEO would be like, "Oh my God, blah, like this is the worst time we could break." Da 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 da. And then I reminded him, I was like, "Don't worry, this is only for internal people." And he's like, "Oh, thank the Lord." So that's another cool tip too, is if you Google feature flags, that's a great thing to take a look at.
All right, thanks, James. Thanks so much. I will catch you later on the Q&A session. Okay. So thank you for the presentation. Okay. Bye-bye.
Sounds good.
All right. Now, I would like to introduce our next speaker. It's Ivan. So let's get Ivan on board. All right.
Hi, Diego.
How are you?
I'm good, thanks. And you?
All right.
Do you hear me well?
Yes, perfect. So you can start your presentation now. We'll leave you, and you can also share your screen. Okay. So the floor is yours, and have a good show.
So do you see my screen? Do you see it or not? Diego?
Yes, we can see it now.
Oh, great. So today we're going to talk about the testing Vue applications, which techniques exist, and where and when use each of them. We will use for that the Jest library, it's test runner, and we also will use the Vue test utils to mount the Vue component and test it. The first one technique is called the snapshot testing. It's about the making like a photo of your markup and comparing it to the previous versions. Why we need it? So, how it works? Test compare the current components with last snapshot. For this, we need to mount our Vue component and take a difference between the previous one. And this looks like this. So we have some components, which has some custom component called tform. And the whole test is like just mounting that Vue component too far. And we just check if the matching snapshot, how it looks like. That's how it looks, the snapshot file. As you see, it's just a plain HTML with all HTML attributes. So the snapshot file, the snapshot testing is for detecting the unknown, unexpected changes in your markup, like HTML tags, some text nodes, and HTML attributes. It will not detect any of the CSS changes, like some margins, fonts, colors. It's not fitting for the UI regression, but it's fitting for the markup regression. And that's example of the test. We will run it in a few minutes. So that's how it looks, the error from the snapshot testing. It says that before the last changes, our button had just the text node without any tag, and that their text was. But now we added some additional tag, like a strong tag here, to the text node. So the snapshot test just found it and showing us what is the problem. Let's try to run it. Okay. That's how it looks, the snapshot. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, that's all we need. Like, we only need to import the mount from the Vue test utils and import the component, Vue component. And then we have only to mount this component to some variable. And then we just try to match it, if it works or not. Let's try. You can run it. And it's working. Okay, let's now change some markup, see how it's failing. Okay, so we have some custom component called tform. Let's change this component and see why we need the snapshot. Some button. Let's remove the type submit and just put a button. And let's try what we see. This run. You see we have the error. Only because not even the whole HTML is failed, the markup, only the attribute has changed. Why we need this? As you see, we didn't change our confirmation form component. We changed the component inside of it. So if you change some like tBottom or tform, you may not recognize the changes in the components which use it. You just like shouldn't care about it. That's why you can use the snapshots. Okay, this one example. Yeah, that's the test failure. But there are cases when your changes is expected. You just change it, your markup, and you want to make the new snapshot that is correct. For this, we have just update snapshot, and it's full automatic. It's like you see, you want snapshot update. Let's try that here. So we have that one failing because we changed it here type button, and just update snapshot. Yeah, you see it's not, and now it's not failing. We have one snapshot updated. So this markup will be, as example, like we fixed that this is the correct one. Let's take a look to the snapshot file that we changed a bit. So you see there's a snapshot file which is comparing to. So it was how it was. It was type submit button, and there is type button. And this file is we must commit to our Git. It shouldn't be to ignored, or any of the snapshots cannot be ignored. We need it because if we will not commit it, we do not have what to compare. Okay, yeah, and why we need the snapshots? Because we also can check the markup if markup exists using the native like JavaScript document get element, document get element of the class name. You see the example, the difference. We have only 2 lines here. Now we have the 3 lines. Each line is for checking only one element, only one with one class. This time we have only one which checking all of it. That's why we need snapshot. Then that's why the snapshot is better than the unit test for checking the markup regression, not UI regression. Okay, when we should use the snapshots? There is no reason to put snapshots on static HTML without any dynamic components, because those changes will be always known. We knew that we changed this and it is expected. But if we use some components like some custom buttons, some custom forms, we need to put that snapshots on a custom components and also on components which use it. It's like one-liner, but we are safe from the unknown changes. And also very important is to put it on the wrappers. If you're using like some Utify Vue, Bootstrap Vue, we often have some like wrapper, some simple Vue component that expect some our needed props and provide it deeper to the imported component. But if we have like not fixed version in the package zone of that library, the library may upgrade. And on that upgrade, they might change some markup or some HTML attributes, so our application could be broken. Without snapshots, we will not recognize it before some support ticket. Okay, that was about the snapshots. Next is the unit tests. Why bricks? Because the unit test is about the testing each function as a separate brick, not mixing it. Let's take a look. So we have here some very, very simple JavaScript function, Vue method, which just checking if the ID is between the max and minimum ID. And there is 3 tests for this like simple function. This test is only to test this one line, not to test the whole page. We're not testing the whole page at once. We only test the one method. So what we're doing here? For testing, we need to mock some data. Like you see, we expect the argument item, and we need to create that argument with the provided ID. You see, and we expect that when we call this filter handle with this mocked item, it will return false. Some of this condition will fail. Next, and we like providing description to each case. It's very important. We're describing what exactly our test is testing. Here we're checking if this function will not allow the less IDs than min ID, and this one is greater than max ID. And this, like crossing variant when it's greater than min ID, but less than max ID. And we expect that it will be true. It's very simple. Let's take a look to the code, I guess. Yeah, that's very simple functions. And this lists. Yeah. So you see, that's only the function, the method, with one line, and then how it looks. S. Yeah. You see, it looks similar to the snapshots. We also need to import the mount property. Also, we can use the shallow mount, but there are like difference between shallow mount and mount that shallow mount is not mounting the childs, like custom components. It's only put stubs there. So we use mount here. And you see, let's try to run it. And all 5 tests have successfully passed. What else? Let's try to break something. Let's put my ID. As you see, we have the one file test, and it's explain us what's going wrong. Why it's important to describe this one and this one. As you see, we have the component, then we have the describe our, then we have the it, like description for the exact test. And we expect that this thing will return false. Well, not return false, will be false. It can be null, undefined, false, 0, or empty string. But it return true. And then we can debug it. See, I have some extensions for the JS, and I can debug it in VS Code. I'm just showing how it looks like when the test is failing. Okay. I put some tools here so you can clone this wrapper, put the link in the description, and try to run your own tests. Okay, back to the presentation. Okay, so why do we need the unit test? It's important that the unit test is testing the separate function without like communication with the rest of the world. We always need to stop or mock. Mock is called when we put some fake function that we can tell how to behave. As you see, we have this. Every test should be encapsulated, and the dependency and interactions to the outside world should be stopped and mocked. Why is important? Because when we test in this, like, let's take a look to some functions. Yeah, we have the function get items. Here we're testing the get items function. It should call the function fetch list and assign what returned from that to the property items, to the variable items. And after that, call the method set items with the items variable. We don't care how the fetch list is working. We don't care for this code at all. And we don't care for the set items when we testing the get items. Show you, should be some example. Yeah, get items. As you see here, before each, that's like a code that runs before every test, so we can mock all of that. Here, we'll be creating the mock function for fetch list, this function. So then, why we need that mock? If we created mock, we can easily check if that mock was called. Just a replacement for that function, but the name of function came like the same, and in code it will be the same, but will not be called the real function, it will be called our mock function. And after that, when we created that mock, we tell how mock should behave. We said that mock should result value. Result is from the promise, like promise result, because we have here await, it's async await, so this should return always promise. That's why we tell our mock to return, to resolve promise with some values. Let's take a look what's next. So get items should call method fetch list. And we call this method the get items, and we expect that fetch list property, fetch list method was called, and that method was called exactly one time. We're not like discovering how fetch list working, if fetch list worked well. No, we only have the task for this function is called fetch list, and we check if it works. Next is should call method set items with response from fetch list. As you see, now we're creating the mock for set items method for this, so we can check if it was called. It sounds like strange, hard, but it's very easy. You need just to practice a few times, few tests, and you get it. You get up to speed. Okay, so we created the mock here, and we call again the get items function. And we expect that set items function, this function, was called to be called with this, like to be called with, to be false, it's from the jest library. You can use mock-chai, Jasmine, it doesn't matter, but this will only change. Like in mock-chai is 2.b2 called with, sounds little another, but the same. Okay, so we check if the set items was called with the mocked items. You see we have some mocked items property, which fetch list will resolve. So this will resolve this into this variable, and then we should call it. We should send it to the set items, and we checking it. You see, there's explanation with the comment. And we doesn't care how the set items move forward with that argument. It's not our business, not business for get items function. You see we have the separate describe for each function. Describe is like it's not there is now like some utility of that. That's just for better documentation or easy write. You see that this test related to the get items, this test related to the filter handle, this to the set item. It's not done yet. You can do it by yourself. Okay, let's go back. Also, important thing is to test your own code, your own JavaScript, your own functions. You shouldn't test how the Vue works. You shouldn't test how the Vuex works, how the Pingy works. Your router, any of the library shouldn't be tested by your tests. Why? Because it's not your business. And if they posted on NPM with some activities like many downloads, it means there are some tests and that code should be tested. And you should not test if the, like in Vue, where you have some this set, I'm talking about the Vue 2 version, to be like more people, I guess, know that version. So you don't check if this set is changing their activity property. It's not your business. Your business is to provide the correct values to that method of Vue. That's what you should test. Okay. Why we need unit tests? Again, back to this. As I said, we can test each brick separately. Also, it allows us test-driven development. We'll talk about this in the next slides. It's very good to improve our understanding of code. And when you like create some code and it seems working on the front end, and then you deep to your testing, you will remove almost all of your code and write the better. That's how I work, to be honest. And also important that all of these unit tests, you see, we have like explained how this function should work, how this get item should work, how this should work. We don't need docs anymore. We don't need like to put thousands of comments like this function should take fetch list, then call set items. It's easy. Like, yeah, that example is very, very simple, but when it's get to the harder things, this will help you because you have all explained it, and it's like not that text when you write in your documentation. You write in the test, and from that test you have documentation. That's very important difference between writing docs and writing tests. As for me, when we can use it, as I said, we can test any JavaScript function, but we should test only our code, not any library, any framework. And it's a good idea to test your business logic, exactly like where all things happens, not how the JavaScript is working, how the V4 is working correct or not. Test your code, your business logic. Okay, that's another example. Yeah, get items. We explained it already. Yeah, also important things. If your function is async, as you see, get items is async, we need to await until its end. As you know, any async function returns the promise. So if we will call just this wrapper VM get items, this will not work. We can try even. I think it shouldn't work. I might be wrong. Don't blame me for that. That's true. As you see, wait, so skip it. Come on. Not this. And yeah, as you see, it wasn't called. Why? Let's see our code. We have here await. If we not put in here await like this, then we just call this function and move further. We don't wait until this until this promise will resolve. So it means that this promise resolved. It's more about the async, how async works. But it's important is if your function is async, you should always await to that in the tests. You see, await. When I remove the await, everything gets broken because this set items wasn't called yet because this await wasn't resolved yet. Okay. Also, one important part is the code coverage. It's not so straightforward because, as you see, there are a lot of green code, a lot of 100%. And let's take a look how it works. So we have here the coverage. As I use in Jest, we can put the different coverage providers. I put the HTML one and maybe text. Yeah, so I have you see, I have the index HTML. I have some in HTML coverage. You see, we have I'll go back. This. Hey, where is it? Oh, we didn't run all tests. Sorry. Also, that's coverage is garbage from the last we run tests. So you see, now we run only this one, the get items method. So other files doesn't have the coverage because we didn't run it. So let's run all of that. Run. 2 seconds. Yeah, you see we have the text summary is called. This coverage calls text summary. We have how many branches is covered by our test, how many functions covered, and how many lines. Let's see how it looks here. Okay, we have this first folders, we have elements and components. But this is not so straightforward as for me. You see, we have the all green almost. This function is only not covered, but it's a tip for you to explain how this coverage is working. It's not getting your unit test and checking if anything is covered. It's checking if that function was called by the process of unit test. As you see, this line, return all items filter, was called twice. This also twice. It means for this coverage that you have covered this function with the tests, but it's not always the true. Here is why it's red. You see we have 11 times. Why it's red? Because that's about the formatting. I'll do this. I have ESLint, so it's moving from upper. Why? This is not covered by test. We're not trying to figure out how this is working. As you see, we have fetch list is mocked for all tests. So we didn't get to this function ever, really no one either time. So that's why it's red. As I said, coverage is not always about the true how your code is covered by test. Let's see another one. There's elements. You see T4 function has half of the coverage, but we have only one method here. Doesn't matter if it's 0 or it's half, and you shouldn't cover this method. Doesn't matter. This emit will work always. If you have some snapshot testing, it means you have the test that checks if the if the component is mounted and running well. You do not need this coverage. This doesn't matter. But sometimes in some companies there are some conditions that you have 80% of coverage, 90% of coverage. As for me, it doesn't matter. It's important to cover only your business logic, real business logic where the shit happens, not how emit works. Okay, that was about the coverage. Okay. So the next is integrational testing. It's often called Vue component testing. It's very similar to the unit testing, but except that on unit testing, we were testing each break separately. Now we're testing how all things work together. Let's take a look. On unit test, we test this: how fetch lists work, how get items work, how filter handle works, each separate. But it doesn't mean that like whole process is working correct. What I mean, we have created method, created lifecycle hook here, and we call this get items. What we expect? We expect that get items will get items from the response, then we'll call set items, which will filter somehow this data and then put it to these items. We didn't test it yet with the unit. We have tested how this function, how this function, how this function, how this work isolated. So we need this one test, and let's see. Yeah, it's very simple. Await, we call get items. And we only expect if this property were filled with some data to be greater than 0. It's very simple, this test, yeah, but integration testing only can appear after the unit. When we test each brick separately, then we can move to the wall. Yeah, we can try how the whole wall is working. If it's working, okay, we don't need to get in the integrational testing deeper how each brick is working. We only test how the wall is working. If it's standing and not falling down, that's important. Okay. Test-driven development. It's another one like idea of development. How it looks. We see here we have 3 circles, and one red, one green, one blue. Before we write in the code, we create the test file for this, and we write all tests that we expect. Like if we have some, I don't know, Fibonacci methods, we expect that on cert call, like when we call this method with the 3, it will return us like, I don't remember how Fibonacci works, to be honest, 6 or how, not 6, 5, it will return 5. Yeah, then on 9, it will return some other numbers, and we write all of these tests and run it, and all of that fail because we do not have any code yet. And after the test fails, we move to the start, and we start from the first test case. We write the function that will fit to this test. When it's working, we move to the next test, and in this way we're moving until all our tests is get green. It means they works. And after that, we can refactor our code and like repeat. Try to run it. If it's okay, okay. Why it's like cool? It's not fitting always, but if you have some exactly special, some mathematics or some physics, I don't know, functions, it's hard to create the function when you have only like you have an idea how it should work in your mind. When you have the function that check if it's working correct, we can easier write it. You first have all tests failing, then you have first test passing, second test passing, third test passing. It's always good for your mental health. You see that you're working good. You're fixing the failing tests. That's why you can take a look to the TDD deeper. Next is the end-to-end testing. End-to-end testing is automated tests that run. Oh, it will be easier if I show you first. Okay, we will use the Cypress for this. You can easily use the Nightwatch, any other. How it works. So, where is it? Test. Yeah. So as you've seen, it's simple to. It's similar to some like Python or I don't know, Node.js, grabbing website, you visit the page, you get some fields, checking if something contained. But it's not about the unit test or integration where you only testing the data. You test how it works in real. We can run all specs, and it's running the Google Chrome, and we see how the computer. Oh, we broke it. Sorry. I need to fix it now. This get broke. So the browser, we tell in our browser, in this case Google Chrome, where to click, which field to fill. We emulating the real user keys. Okay, we need to run it again. Where are you? Come on. Hey, maybe I lost you. Okay, again. Well, so oh, sorry. Again, it should work now. And you see it's all passed. So we can deep dive in each of that. So that's how it looks. The first test is visiting the slash. You see, first we go to the slash, then we get the name field. You see this one. Then we type the submit button. Yeah, also we type the name. See, I don't type. Then we get this button. Then we click it. Then we check if greeting is appeared or not, as you see. And the next is similar. That's about not to see anything of that. And you can move on each step of this. Why is it important to use end-to-end testing? I'll stop it because my computer is going bad for some reason. Yeah. As an example, we'll get back in soon. Why we need this? When we need this? We need this not for the whole application because it's a lot of work, and a lot of work not only about the creating but also about supporting this. It's when some of your logic gets changed, you need to change also the test. So we cover on the important user scenarios like maybe login, pay by card, I don't know, create another user, or we create the scenarios with tons of different variants. Why exactly this? Because it gives us the huge reduced load on the QA team, so they do not need checking every time before we release if the login is not broken, if the register is not broken, if the pay by card is not broken. That's all done by our end-to-end test, like automated test. Also, often the automated test is running against the Vue. It even might be on Python or another language. So it's not always about exactly the front end is writing this test. Often there are some special guys who write the unit tests, end-to-end tests. Why? What concepts we have? It's more complex than unit tests. There might be more bugs. There might be some issues with the cross browsers. I mean, on your PC, you might have some Google Chrome of 99 version, but on the CI where you run it, might be Google Chrome of the 101. It takes time to maintain, as I mentioned, and requires some CI/CD. As unit test, you can put some Git hooks and run the unit test before you commit or before you push, like per commit, per push. You shouldn't put their CI/CD because, as I said, you might have another one, some different from your user's version of Google Chrome, and it takes more time, and it's more like payload for your system, and it will block you. You started it. It takes, for example, 10 minutes, and you see that it's broken. You need to again fix and again wait 10 minutes. In another case, you can just run CI and move to another ticket while it's working. You see, okay, it's broke. You get it back and again push. As I said, it's sensitive to UX UI changes. as you see, there is also some kind of IDs, CSS selectors. You can also use the XPath here, any of that. But if something can get changed or the library get changed, which you use for buttons, this might get be wrong. So this should be maintained. And anytime when you try to change the idea of class, you need to think twice because you also need to change the end-to-end tests. Okay. And this should be the last slide. We'll talk a little about what's beyond this testing. As you see, we talked about the functional testing, like testing only how our code is behaving, but we not test the quality of our code and is it secure and has it browser compatibility. For this, I put some comments here. I put you the link for the web security call to WASP. There you can find some common change. So there is some like top 10 vulnerabilities, and you can read about it. This is Sonar Coop. That's tool for catching that vulnerabilities and the exact for code quality. You can put some custom rules and that will check if your code is fit into your style guide or any like idea you have in your code. Also, I put the Slim plugin for browser compatibility. Move. Not this. Yeah, there's a thing for Slim plugin. What is the there's example. Yeah, exactly this fetch. As you know, the fetch is not working in the Internet Explorer 11, so it shows you that this is not fitting to some browsers. You can easily like configure this to make some polyfills. That's like for the readings. And I think that's all. So thanks for the attention. Thanks for the invitation, and good luck.
All right, Ivan. Thanks for the presentation, and also congratulations. It was a very good one. A lot of concepts about testing. So I would just like to remind everyone that the speakers will be in our Q&A session, answering your questions. So make sure to write them and share them with us. So I guess that's it, Ivan. Again, thank you so much for the presentation. And see you in the QA session. Ivan. All right. Now our next speaker is Rob, and the topic is gaining confidence with Cypress tests. So let's get it on.
Hi, welcome to Vue.js Global Summit. I'm Rob Richardson, and today we're going to talk about getting started with Cypress tests. Now here's the part where I tell you I'm definitely going to post the slides on my site tonight. I've been chasing similar speakers, so let's head to robrich.org and go look at the slides that are online right now. We'll head to robrich.org, we'll click on presentations here at the top, and here's gaining confidence with Cypress tests. The slides and the code up on GitHub are online right now. While we're here on robrich.org, we'll click on About Me and we'll learn about some of the things that I've done recently. I'm a Jetpack developer advocate. If you're struggling to deploy your services to Kubernetes, hit me up and let's learn together. I'm a Microsoft MVP, MCT, a Docker captain, and a friend of Redgate. AZ GiveCamp is really fun. AZ GiveCamp brings volunteer developers together with charities to build free software. We start building software Friday after work. Sunday afternoon, we deliver completed software to charities. Sleep is optional, caffeine provided. If you're in Phoenix, come join us for the next AZ GiveCamp. Or if you'd like a GiveCamp closer to where you live, hit me up on email or Twitter, and let's get a GiveCamp in your neighborhood too. Some of the other things that I've done, I worked on Gulp in version 2 and version 3 as a core contributor. And one of the things I'm particularly proud of,
I replied to a .NET Rocks podcast episode. They read my comment on the air and they sent me a mug. Woo! So there's my claim to fame. So let's dig into gaining confidence with Cypress tests. Now, I'm not sure how this demo is going to go, so let me fire up some things and validate that my site is working correctly. So we'll fire up this test, we'll do a TypeScript build, and then we'll see if our site is behaving. Yep, so far it looks good. I think this talk is going to go well. It's nice to be able to fire off some tests that validate that our site works, whether we're in development or in production, whether we're on our local machine or in a server. And yep, all the tests passed. So I think this is going to be a good talk. Let's do it. So Cypress. Cypress is browser-based functional testing, or said differently, it's end-to-end tests. Cypress is a browser plugin that runs in a browser plugin and also an Electron app. It's built on top of Mocha and Chai. So, like many good stories, we started in the middle. Let's back up a little bit and start at the beginning. Now, if we're going to do browser testing, there's lots of different types of tests we may choose. Now, we may choose to do unit tests to test a particular function. We may want to run these tests in particular browsers. Now, with HTML5, that's less of a concern, but does it work in Safari? Does it work in Internet Explorer? These things might be good things to know. We also might test web components. Now, these aren't to say that we're getting users to navigate through our site, but rather, does our component function correctly? Does it render correctly? These are unit tests that we might want to run on our components. We might also want to test a service. Now, in this case, we don't need a browser at all. Let's just fire REST requests or maybe gRPC or GraphQL requests at the server and see if it responds correctly. We might also want to do end-to-end tests, where we simulate a user running through an application and we're able to validate that this site behaves as expected. Now, each of these types of tests are necessary in our applications, and we'll use very different tools for each one. So, for example, if I want to do unit tests, I might use Mocha with Chai or Jest. If I want to test that these unit tests function in a particular browser, I might use Karma. Now, these aren't end-to-end tests. We don't simulate user behaviors. We're running unit tests in a particular browser. If I want to run web component tests, I'll take my test framework and I'll also add test utils. Now, there's a test utils variant for Angular, React, and Vue, and so we can get this to work exactly the way we expect. If I want to do API tests, I just need to fire requests at it. I might use supertest or request. If I want to do end-to-end tests, we have lots of choices. Selenium, Cypress, Test Cafe, Playwright. Let's double-click in there and take a look at each of those. Selenium. Selenium is the one that really crafted this space. Now, Selenium is interesting. It's become a web standard, but it's kind of like poking at this problem with toothpicks through the hole of the end of the bottle. It's really just firing Win32 events and noticing window updates. So if we have a test that's running and it's not working correctly, we might extend our timeouts. Now our test is slow. Or we might just rerun our test. Now our test is flaky. Selenium is known for crafting this space and doing an excellent job of doing so, but maybe it's not the best tool for the job anymore. By comparison, Cypress deeply integrates with the particular browser. Because it's a browser plugin, it can listen to DOM events. Whenever the DOM is ready, then our test can continue. Doesn't have to wait a second or two. Doesn't have to guess how long the API will take. Now, Cypress has a jQuery-like experience, so the selectors may be a little bit weird, but it's built on top of Mocha and Chai, so we'll feel right at home with the assertion syntax. Test Cafe is built by DevExpress, and so if you're using other DevExpress products, this might be a great fit. Now, with Test Cafe, we have CSS selectors as our selection syntax, so we might feel right at home here, but the assertions aren't based on Mocha with Chai or on Jest. It's its own flavor, so that feels a little bit weird. Playwright is made by the people who made Puppeteer, so if you've ever used Puppeteer to remote control a browser, you'll feel right at home with Playwright. Now, the assertion syntax does feel like a little bit of a bolt-on, so it might feel weird, but unlike the other three that deeply integrate with the browser, this one has support in other languages. So if you use Playwright, you might be able to write your tests in Go, or TypeScript, or Python, or lots of other languages. So we took a look at those 4 end-to-end test utils and all the other tools that we might want to run with browser tests. And ultimately, I would invite you to try them out and pick the one that works for you. Now, in this case, we're going to make the opinion that we'll choose Cypress, and so let's dig in. The first step with Cypress is to npm install it. Now, the cool part is once we install it, we can do an npx cypress open, and we'll get to that IDE to be able to build things. Let's demo that. So I did an npx cypress open, and I get this IDE. Now, it did scaffold out a bunch of tests for me. I flipped them over from JavaScript to TypeScript, but these will run through the kitchen sink site and allow us to validate all kinds of details of this site. I've also written some other tests inside my application, and so we could run those as well. Or we could choose to run all tests. Now, where do they run? We can choose the particular browser that we want to run in. Now, by default, Cypress comes bundled with an Electron browser, which is a WebKit browser that they compile into the IDE. And it will also discover the other browsers that I have running on my machine and allow me to pick from them as well. Let's pick Chrome in this case. Once I've chosen my browser, I can choose my test, and I'll launch that test, and notice how this test launches a new version of Chrome. Now, this Chrome isn't the one that I've been using previously, so it doesn't have my browser plugins, it doesn't have any other details, and because it's deeply integrated into this, I can switch apps. I can take a look at other details in my machine, and the test will continue to run. Now, this is just a browser, but because it's a separate profile, I don't get bleed over from the cookies or extensions that I have loaded or the other things that I've typed into my browser. Now, we've got all passing tests, that's great. We could choose to rerun our tests, or because this is just a browser, we can pop open the Chrome developer tools, we can take a look through our tests, and we can set breakpoints. So maybe I want to set a breakpoint here and then rerun my tests and hit that breakpoint and use the standard step into, step over syntax to be able to debug my test. Similarly, we can switch over to the console and we can see the content loaded in our application. So at this particular step, here's the content. And so we can take a look at the details associated with that request. Now, similarly, we have this elegant mechanism for browsing our tests. In this case, we're going to try to get a new to-do, so it shows us that selection that it grabbed. We can type into that to-do, so let's type there, and then we'll continue with our test. Here in the IDE, we can pick a particular selector and then wander through, and it'll give us the command that we need to be able to select that item. Now, we'll talk about best practices about building selectors, but it is nice that we can just quickly jump in and start to select some things. So quickly rerun the tests and we can see our test results. That was a great quick tour through our Cypress IDE, and we can see how it's a really powerful way to do this in interactive mode. We can also run in headless mode as well. So let's take a look at the code that produced this. Now, I started out with our application and just did a Cypress install. It installed the folder and I moved it around and flipped it over to TypeScript. But we'll start out with the Cypress.json. Cypress.json tells us where we're going to find the plugins file. So digging into the plugins file, here's that plugins index.ts, and this explains the rest of the configuration with my Cypress app. So my fixtures are in this folder, and my tests are in this folder, and I've got screenshots and videos that I'll move into the results folder to ensure that I can exclude those from my Git with my git ignore and not accidentally commit those. We also have a support file, and we'll come back to that as well. Now, this is TypeScript, so in the root of my project, I have a tsconfig, and we'll notice in this tsconfig, there's no mention of Cypress. I'm going to create another tsconfig inside my Cypress tests folder, and that will specifically extend the original TypeScript config file, overriding those details that I need to make Cypress work. Now that's really cool. If I want to add more details to my original tsconfig, I don't need to also copy those into this tsconfig. Now we have rigged up some scripts inside of our package.json that allow us to do things like Cypress open. I can just say npm run cy:\open. Cypress run is that headless test runner, so we can say cy:\run, and it will run that. We can also specify that I specifically want it to be headless. It is by default, but it's nice to be able to call that out. And we can pick a particular browser. So in this case, if I say cy:\run Chrome, it will run these in headless Chrome, and headless Firefox, and headless Edge. So npm test, in my case, runs them in Chrome, and then in Firefox, and then in Edge. So I know that my tests will run in all three browsers as I kick them off in this way. So we've got Cypress running. We know how to run it from our build system. We'll just say npm run test. And now let's take a look at the tests that they run. Now these are inside the integrations folder. So inside the integration folder, we have a particular suite of tests. Now the first test that I'm going to look at will test this to-do MVC site. Now to-do MVC arguably is a little dated, but it was a mechanism for being able to compare these frameworks. Given a standard HTML file and a CSS file, build out this to-do app in various frameworks. So with this app, we have various frameworks that we can look at. I'll look at the AngularJS one today. So let's go grab the site URL. I'll just split it so that I have a nice name here to display in my test results. And then before anything, I'm going to go visit that site URL. That way I know that by the time I've got my test underway, I already have the page loaded and I can start to interact with it. Now, if I need to intercept some requests, that may not be great, but it is a great way to not have to worry about it at the top of each test. So here's my Hello World test, and I'm going to validate that I've gotten to the correct URL. When I originally built this site, it was using HTTP, and they've since flipped over to HTTPS. So this test failed and helped me understand that I needed to update my URLs to HTTPS. Great. Next, let's start to interact with the page. Now I'm going to go look for to-do list. I'll look for the LIs within this, and it should not exist. Now, depending on the engine, maybe it does exist, but it's empty. But in this case, we haven't created any new to-dos, so we now have validated that there aren't any to-dos in this list. Now let's take a look at that arrange, act, and assert pattern. We'll see that a lot in unit testing in TypeScript, JavaScript, and other languages, where we set up the conditions, then we do something, then we validate that our test behaved as we expected. So we'll create a new to-do, and this new to-do will be write a Cypress test. And so let's type that into the text box. We'll select that text box, type it, and then push enter. Notice how this doesn't have a $sign before it. It isn't a JavaScript inline variable. This is a magic keyword to Cypress to say, I would like to push the enter key. We could also push function keys, shift, other option, control, any of the other random keys that we need to. We can push them in the middle of our test. Next, we'll go grab the list of to-dos, and we'll validate that our new to-do is part of that. Next, let's validate that the new to-do box, the one where we typed in it, is now blank. We can see the jQuery-like syntax, should have .value. All else being equal, I wish this was more like Chai, where these were methods rather than strings passed in. Yeah, they're magic strings, but that's kind of the nature of how Cypress works. So we created a to-do and we validated that that exists. Now let's mark a to-do completed. So here's our to-do that we're going to create. I'm going to create an irrelevant to-do so that I make sure that when I complete it, I'm completing the correct one. Now we'll create the to-do that we need to, and let's go find that particular to-do. So I go grab Vue and I filter it to the ones that contain this particular text. So of all of the LIs in this list, let's go grab the one that we want, and let's go find that toggle button and click it. That's the one that will mark it as complete. So the completion mechanism is that it should have a class of completed, and we can see that we'll go validate that and validate that this one is completed. Now we're making sure that it's this finished Cypress test one, not this irrelevant to-do one, by going to filter it by that mechanism. Next, let's delete a to-do. Now in this case, when we're looking to delete a to-do, the mechanism would be to mouse over it and then the delete button appears and then we can click it. Now in this case, we're driving our browser via JavaScript, so we don't get the CSS hover effect. Now, in that case, that's totally fine, but it does mean that we need to force true to click a non-visible button. We'll go type an irrelevant to-do, we'll type our new to-do, we'll go find that new to-do, click find the destroy button and click it, saying force is true because it's a hidden button. Then let's go validate that our list should have a length of 1 and that it only should include our irrelevant to-do, not the to-do that we just deleted. Next up, let's take a look at actions. Now, we've done a whole lot of things of typing stuff and selecting things, and well, that's not really very descriptive. We want to be able to describe what our tests are doing. So let's create some actions here. Now, some commands. Here in the support thing, we import our commands, and in our commands list, we can specify various commands. So I have a to-do add. Given a string, I will go find that new to-do box, and I'll type it and push enter. While I'm here, I can just validate that after I finish doing that my input box is blank. Now we're here in TypeScript, so how do we get TypeScript to validate that that method is now a method rather than just a string? Let's head over to the docs and take a look at the TypeScript docs for Cypress. Now once we've installed TypeScript, we do our tsconfig, and then we also need to create mechanisms for custom commands. Not only do we build our command, but we also build the TypeScript declaration file that shows how that command works. So here in our application, not only do we have the method for building this, our command, but we also have this commands.d.ts that is that definition of how this method works. So we've got our test, and now we're being much more descriptive in how this test works. We're adding a new to-do. We're adding another to-do. And then we're finding that we're completing that to-do. Now that makes our test much more descriptive, and then the implementation details can kind of melt away. Well, let's show only completed tasks. We'll use these commands again, and rounding out the suite, we can clear completed tasks. Arrange, act, and assert using these commands allows our test to be really terse. That's elegant. Next up, let's take a look at how we might interact with our tests when we need to do network requests. So here's this spiritual successor to the to-do MVC that creates a progressive web app based on Hacker News. Now we have a React one, we have another React one, a Preact one, but this is pulling data live from Hacker News. So in some cases, we might want to pull data from Hacker News, but how do we validate that this renders correctly if we don't know what the story will be? So let's fire up these tests and take a look at our Hacker News tests. For some of these tests, we're going to intercept the network request and provide a fixture. For some of these tests, we're going to actually hit the real API. So it looks like our tests are running. We just did our TypeScript build, and now let's go hit Hacker News and load the actual news stories. Excellent. It looks like our test passed. Let's take a look at the code of how this worked. So here in our tests, we'll start off by picking the particular implementation that we want. In this case, I'll do the modern Angular version. Now let's go hit that site, and we'll load the page before anything. Notice how we're not awaiting anything. It just, when the DOM ready event fires, we'll continue on. So now we want to validate that we have rendered our title correctly. In this case, we want to intercept that network request off to that foreign API and replace it with a particular fixture. Fixtures are great if we want to centralize reusable data, especially JSON data. So here's our Hacker News stories, and this is our example data. So we know that this will be the title of our first story. So because we've replaced that with this fixture, now if you call this URL, we'll be able to do that. We can definitely put in strings, but I chose a regular expression in this case. So let's intercept that. Now we'll revisit our homepage, and then we'll validate that that title renders correctly in the first element. Now, we don't want to lie to ourselves and presume that all of the tests behave according to our fake API. We do want to hit the real API as well. So in this case, I'm not going to intercept, and I'll validate that I should have 30 items in it. Now, that is an assumption that there are 30 items in this Hacker News site, but I think that might be a safe assumption. If this API is going to take a really long time, I can just grab it and name it, and then specifically wait for that site to finish. But in this case, the API returned in time, and that worked out great. So we saw a lot of how to build up these Cypress tests. We saw how to do that in TypeScript. Next, let's take a look at some best practices. Now, as we're building up these selectors, it would be really easy for us to just do the XPath to be able to get to that DOM element. But if we refactor our site, if we move things around, if we change colors, then that XPath may not work and it could break our tests. Instead, focus on IDs or classes that make this particular test really specific. Or even better, in our element, create a data-cy attribute and give it a descriptive name. Now this is a cue to our application that we have a test there. Then in our cy.get command, we can look for that particular attribute that has that name. I know that if I'm refactoring code that has this data-cy element, that I may need to adjust a test to work. That's really descriptive. Well, we might be exposing our testing scenarios to our production environment. Yeah, we could run our Cypress tests in production as well. Now, maybe we're not doing things like completing purchases, but maybe we start with our home page, go into our shopping cart, our product page, put something in our shopping cart, and get to that checkout experience. Wouldn't it be nice if we knew if that process was breaking without having our customers call us to tell us our site is down? We could run these in production just as easily as we could run them into development. So we are exposing our concerns into production, but I would argue that's a great thing. Let's run our integration tests in production too. Next, let's use commands to be able to abstract away the particular details of how to implement these things. Commands allow us to describe the purpose of our test and the purpose of these particular actions without getting bogged down by the implementation. Also, we don't want to log in at the beginning of every test. We want to log in at the beginning of all the tests and maybe grab a token that we'll reuse throughout our tests. We definitely do want to flex the login process, but if we did the login process at the beginning of every test, our tests might get slow. As you grab these slides from robrich.org, you can click through to these blue links to learn more about the particular topic that we're looking at. Next, use fixtures to reuse mock data. Now, fixtures are a great way to be able to capture standard things, username and password, or fake JSON data. Set those things inside of a fixture, and that makes your tests a whole lot more terse. Grab that fixture, and now you have access to that JSON data. Next up, you want to mock the APIs so that you can control their responses. Do you want to flex your error logic, or do you want to have particular results come back? That's where a fixture returned from an API result can be perfect. cy.intercept is perfect for that. Cypress is a great way to be able to create these end-to-end tests that allow us to validate our site's work correctly. It's not the only test we'll write in our front-end experience, but it is a great way to be able to validate those systems either in development or production and to ensure that our site is behaving correctly. If you're watching this later, hit me up on Twitter at rob_rich and let's continue the conversation. The slides and code are available right now on robrich.org, and I'll meet you in that spot where the conference is designated for live Q&A in just a moment. Thanks for joining us for getting started with Cypress testing.
All right. What a presentation. Congrats, Rob. It was very good. So now it's time for our Q&A session. So I will bring our speakers and read some questions. Okay, let's go. All right. All the crew is here, gathered.
Hello all.
All right, so it's time to pick a question. So I guess if all of you can answer, if you want, like you can go switching from one another, or if you prefer, you can just answer that alone. So I guess this is really good for our first question. So what's the most important thing to remember while testing Vue apps?
May I begin?
Sure, go ahead.
I think the most important is not to test the Vue application. It's not like there's difference between the React and the Vue application or Angular. You should test your code. That's most important. That's from me. Thanks.
All right. Does anyone else want to give a shot at this?
I'll jump in. I think, oh yeah, you can jump in. I would say the most important thing to remember when testing a Vue application is that the tests simulate the users, but they aren't actual users. Our goal is to deliver business value to users, and so we want to make sure that our site is really focusing on the user's expectations. The test can prove that it works the way we expect it to work, but does it work the way the users expect it to work? I think we need to step outside of ourselves, step into our users' concerns to validate that our site really is delivering value to them. I agree with that, and kind of add on that, I think like to just go exactly the same way you were going. It's more like what's the important thing for testing any app. I agree. The most important thing is focus on testing how the person's going to use it. So it's all fine and dandy to get 100% crazy small feature, but what you really want to test is when the page loads up and I click sign up and I sign up for a new account, do I go to a new account page? And that's where something like Cypress or Selenium or any of those end-to-end things really, really shine. It's like the only way to get closer, a better test case, is to like actually have a human being do it at that point. But you don't want to have people just sitting there logging into pages on every single pull request.
All right. I agree. We need to have some mix, like some real person testing and also the automated tests. So another question.
And I would even take that a step further and say that we need not only automated tests, end-to-end tests, but we also need unit tests that can fail fast and tell us when our functions aren't computing all of the different scenarios correctly. We also need tests that validate that our components will work together nicely. And so it's not enough just to say, okay, I have 100% unit test coverage or 100% end-to-end test coverage, but we really need to be able to validate our app at various stages in various ways.
Yeah, that's important because you cannot validate, test the validation with the end-to-end testing. It's like just wasting of time. You can easily test it with the units. That's always keep in mind. You need to find this simple way to test it. Not always like the most powerful. Sometimes you need just a small test.
All right. So the next question will be, as I'm actually working on performance right now, I will choose this one for you guys to answer, okay? So any tips for testing a Vue application performance? Example, performance of the page when rendering multiple components?
I can jump in on that one.
When testing an app, go ahead.
Okay, sure. It's tricky. Yeah, I saw this one in the chat, and I think it really the first thing you want to do is kind of figure out what you mean by performance for that project. And so the example I used in the chat was really important for server-side rendering and page speed because it was a publishing site. People are trying to read articles. And the faster the page load, the faster the ads load. The faster the ad load, the faster we got paid. So we did a lot of like emphasis on like, oh, get the bundle size low, get the page speed faster, that kind of focus. But then I switched to another company and we're doing a video conferencing website, kind of similar to this, but we had all these features in the DOM. It was almost like programming a video game. It was that interactive. And so we didn't really care to, like, having it load faster was nice, but once it loaded, they didn't really have to load other things. So it wasn't that big of a deal, and there wasn't a like SEO concern for the actual app. But we were super concerned about renders. For we were using React, but the same thing could work for Vue. We were super concerned about if a user clicked a button that caused like an emoji to animate, that didn't cause every other component on the screen to render 600 times. Because what would happen, and we ran into issues where something like that would happen and it would crash the event for people with slower laptops for larger events. So it's kind of want to pick where you want to go first and then determine the metric. So if the metric is you want to make sure that this component doesn't cause like 100 renders when a user clicks on it, then test for that. If you want to make sure that like the bundle size is a certain size, you can use a package. There's an NPM package, I forget what it's called. I think it's actually called bundle size, but you could set that up in your build pipeline and make the build fail if the bundle increases. So like, it just kind of depends what you're trying to test for. Does that kind of make sense for you too?
Sure. So
I completely agree. One of the things that I often hit with business applications is somebody says, my application isn't performing very well when I put 30,000 things in the dropdown. You're right. Applications don't behave very well when you have 30,000 things in the dropdown. Can we create a new user experience that doesn't require that? Users probably can't keep track of more than a dozen or a couple of dozen items on the page. So if we only have 20 components, it will probably render quite quickly. Let's see if we can optimize the user experience to focus in on the data that they care about. And in that dropdown, rather than loading all 30,000 items, load the ones that match their autocomplete text. So maybe we only need a dozen or 2 dozen. And at that point, our app will perform much better. It has much less content in it.
Also tip, you can somewhere use the keep alive component. So it's also may like increase performance on some cases, then you don't need to recreate the component and the state is stuck. So that's for some cases also have.
All right. I guess I will choose this one just to clear this doubt. This person. So he says, I am a bit confused. So do they recommend us to use Cypress, not snapshots? I guess since Ivan talked about the snapshot,
It's really different
about Cypress. I guess
it's really different. What's testing the Cypress and what's snapshots. Cypress is more for the like whole scenario. It's not for checking if class exists or if class appeared after some changes. It's exactly like you checking if you pressing the button, you fill in the fields, it's working. Snapshots is exactly for testing if HTML didn't broke and CSS and attributes didn't broke. But if you like need to check some CSS, some I don't know, some colors, some anything else with the CSS, you need to use Cypress for that. But I don't see like reason to use Cypress for testing CSS. That's my opinion.
I'm guessing this question came out of a comment that I just kind of threw out there. I don't really enjoy snapshot tests because it captures the full state of everything. Now, it's nice to be able to compare that my component tree renders exactly the same this time as it did last time, but that may not be the purpose of my test. My test is to validate that the title rendered correctly, and that the button is visible, and that the colors match the expectations. And so with a snapshot test, I am capturing more than I care to validate. I would argue we want to reach into the DOM and extract the properties that we care about and validate that those are the way we expect. Almost instinctively, when we see a snapshot test fail, we'll just re-record the snapshot. Wait, did the test fail? Or is it telling us that we need to fix something? That's where snapshot tests might be a little bit more intense than you're looking for. Now, they're great for what they do, to be able to capture the entire DOM tree given a particular element from here down. But it might be too much. We might get too many false negatives.
Yeah, I found a good trick. That snapshot thing you mentioned, where people are like, I just got to record the snapshot. We were running into that at NFL. Like when snapshot tests first came out, we were running into that. People were like, it's just hit record. I found the trick for that on Teams, and it's like a little psychology trick, is using inline snapshots. And you might be like, but it does the same thing. It just puts the snapshots in the code instead of in a folder. But it's amazing when someone sees the snapshot like pop out in their code, they're like, maybe I'm snapshotting a little bit more than I'd like. I don't want to put this 3,000 line pull request up because people will think I'm silly. And it's so funny because that one little change made all the difference. And now when I showed that to the team, they started using snapshots to only snapshot like smaller chunks, like maybe 20 lines, maybe 30 lines. And so that was a cool little like psychology trick I kind of picked up by accident over the last year on snapshot testing.
Yeah, but about your point about the checking if the elements is visible, there's a huge difference in the complexity and the time you need to check it. Snapshot is really quick. It's just milliseconds, and when it's going to the Cypress, you need to run the Google or Chrome headless or another pivoter. It takes time and it needs some CI/CD. And if your application is already running in some production, and you put the snap, and you know that title is visible with this exactly HTML, then you create the snapshot and you assure that if nothing changed, it's still working. As for me, but for some cases, Cypress, but there's some cons.
I agree.
I
with
also
Ivan.
seen one
there are
called
places where we're comparing apples and oranges. Cypress and snapshots are very different things. I would compare snapshots with Vue test utils, where I can mount a component and start to either mock or render child components. At that point, then I want to capture the snapshot and compare it to what I got last time. But if I've got a Cypress setup already running and I'm doing a whole lot of end-to-end tests, then the snapshot may not make sense in that context.
All right, good ones. So, guys, we have a lot of questions about testing WebSockets. So I chose this one. Let's see. There are some JS features like top-level await that can be used thanks to Webpack, but cannot be run server-side. What's your suggestion? Should avoid using these features?
I don't know what is the problem with the await in the server SSR.
Oh, it's the top level await. It's using await
but
without
you can
being inside a
put
function.
the EFE, the immediately invoking function, and that way it will work, I guess. Like it will be already in the function, so it shouldn't be some errors. I don't know why, but I think you can put the features.
I've run into features that you can't use on the server side, but you can use on the client side. Honestly, in those cases, I can't remember what it was called. One of you guys might got to jump in and correct me, because I can't remember what the method's called in Vue, but in React you can use a hook called like component did mount. And so I would put the code that could only run on the client.
There is mounted created before mount.
That's
before
it.
Create. Yeah, before mount is not working in SSR, I guess. Also,
but one of them doesn't run on the server. I would put the code that has to do something that doesn't work on the server in that lifecycle method. And I've had to do stuff like that, especially working because I spend a lot of time in ads, and everything in ads is just window this, window that. So I'd still use the feature, but just wrap it in a check to make sure that it doesn't run on the server.
Like if you face into some issues with not this await, you can like avoid it with not like try to fix it. You can just avoid it with the refactor to use some function. Then you don't need to wait like on top level. The problem is gone.
And you'll probably really only hit this if you're trying to do server-side rendering. If you've got, if you're only doing client-side rendering of your Vue components, then that code probably won't run on the server and on the client. So you'll probably be safe. One point of clarification is top-level awaits are enabled in Node, I think it's Node 16 point something. So if you're still on Node 12 or 14, well, it's time to upgrade. And at that point, yes, you can use top-level awaits. If it helps, grab TypeScript. And TypeScript, together with Babel or Webpack, can start to transpile some of these more modern features back into regular JavaScript. And so now you can start to use these features, both client-side and server-side, and keep up with all the latest things, but still run on an older Node or browser runtime. Ultimately, though, with evergreen browsers, this is becoming less and less of a concern. So all else being equal, hit caniuse.com and validate that this feature works in enough browsers and dive in. Part of what makes the modern web so exciting is that these features are available to you. So don't be shy.
All right, so here's another one. All right, this is for Ivan, but I guess you guys can also answer. Ivan, are you aware of any tool that will expose text descriptions as readable documentation, such as generated websites?
I do not. Maybe the Swagger can do it. It's like the docs is valuable only for developers, and if developers works on it or want to get deeper in that, they will just open the file. They don't need like generated website. If there's some, I don't know, QA will take a look to that generated website, he will understand nothing with the test front end. Yes.
All right, I guess our time is up. So the speakers can answer the questions in the chat after on our platform, and I guess also on YouTube. So I would really like to thank you all. It was a pleasure for being here with you guys and with everybody in the audience. So since my time is up, it's time to call the next moderator for the next block. And I guess that's it. Thank you guys a lot.
Thanks, Diego. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
All right.
Hello there. Well, it was a really interesting section about testing. The next section that we will be covering is testing is Vue 3 and TypeScript. My name is Andres. I'm from Colombia, and I will be here to you for the next two blocks. And our first speaker is Clément Habinshuti. He is a software engineer from Microsoft. And let's say welcome to Clément. Hi, Clément.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you very well.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, I'm Clément or Clément Habinshuti. I'm a software engineer. I started using Vue.js 3 like late last year. Before that, I was using Vue.js 2 for front-end applications. And so just wanted to share my experience with Vue, what my impressions have been so far, and what I liked and didn't like about Vue 2 and about Vue 3.
Okay, Clément, the stage is yours, and thank you for being here with us.
Okay. Yeah, so Vue.js 3. So I can just start really quick with what I actually like about Vue.js in general, maybe compared to other frameworks. I find Vue.js to be pragmatic in the sense that it kind of makes it easy to get things done. I find that Vue.js is not caught up in philosophical purity or trying to force you to change how you think about writing applications. it embraces mutable state since that is a part of JavaScript, and I find like it just makes it easier for you to get up and running with applications if you're already used to creating applications in HTML and JavaScript. I find it just builds on top of that and adds like reactive components on top of what you already know. I also like that that there are like first-party supported libraries for things like routing, asset management, dev tools that work well together with a core framework. Now, having said that, from my experience with Vue.js 2, there are a couple of things I didn't like. One thing that I didn't like was the fact that it forced the way you organize your code through the options API. Like you can only put methods in one section and data variables in one section, computed variables in another section. So in some cases, it led to an unnatural way of organizing code, like things that were conceptually related had to be spread across different sections because they just happened to be the different type of member. The other thing I didn't like was the limited TypeScript support in Vue.js 2. In many cases, it was hard to follow along. When you had like complex projects with many components, it was hard to follow along what types were passed from one component to another, what types are in your store, what types are in the props when you pass from props to components. How do you validate that everything is correct when you make changes? You might end up breaking things. And I feel like also these limitations also apply to Vuex, which I was using together with Vue 3. With Vue 2. And just to show an example, assume this is like a component. So we have different sections for data, computed, and methods. And this component is accessing a store. And assume that this is the definition of the store. First, you can see that you have a section for the state, a section for the getters, a section for the mutations, and a section for the actions. So you have to know whether something is a mutation or an action. You can't just call a method to do something. You have to know what type of thing it is. Similarly, you can just access a property. You have to know whether that property is a state or a getter. For example, in this case, if I want to get the task, the component has to know whether it's a state or it's a getter. When you want to make modifications, you have to know whether it's a commit or a dispatch. And I found that this made the code hard to maintain. For example, if I wanted to change this completed task into to be a part of a set variable, or to change a set variable to be auto-computed, I'd have to find all the components where that was referenced and make that change. So I felt like it was exposing the implementation details of the components and made code more brittle. I tend to avoid to use getters, and for that reason, and I also just tend to call everything through actions and avoid calling mutations directly from components, just to avoid the confusion. The other thing is that here you have to pass the name as a string, and you might introduce typos, or you might end up calling this commit with this mutation with the wrong arguments, and you don't get autocomplete for that, and you don't get like error messages from the compiler when you do that. So it's really error prone. And another thing also, so this is a different syntax for injecting state members into your component. Again, you're just injecting strings, so you don't have autocomplete. For example, in this component, when I do task.title, there's no way to validate statically that this property exists on this object. And if I change the name of the property in the state, that this will fail at runtime, and I won't get that error in compile time. And also, there's no way to validate at compile time that I'm passing the correct property type to this prop. So those are some of the issues that I had with Vue.js 2. And I found that Vue.js 3 addressed many of these concerns. So when I saw like initial demos of Vue.js 3, I was really excited. And I ended up deciding to make that switch as soon as I started a new project. So what I really liked about Vue 3 is like the composition API. gives you flexibility in how you organize your code and allows you to split your code into small reusable components or reusable pieces of code, like functions that are that you can share across components. You can the reactivity has been decoupled from the component, so you can just create a reactive variable anywhere and reuse it anywhere. It has great TypeScript support. I also like that the Pinia, which is the official state management library for Vue 3, has addressed many of the concerns I had with Vuex. And I also like the tooling around Vue 3, like Vola. Actually, I really like the Vola extension for VS Code and other IDEs, the dev tools. That said, there are some things that I haven't liked about Vue 3. I found that the reactivity system has a bunch of gotchas. For example, if you destructure a reactive variable, use the reactivity, or when you use a ref, you always have to remember to access it through the view, the value through the dot value property. And also, there are cases where TypeScript support isn't all that great. Like when you define props, there are limitations of how you can define them using TypeScript. I also had like some when I was I started my project with Vue CLI and later migrated to Vite, and I found that the process was not straightforward. A lot of the documentation assumes you're scaffolding a new application, but if you want to configure Vite in an existing application, you have less help from the documentation, so you may have to just manually look at the config files and figure out your way around. Yeah, so that said, I can show just a quick demo of what a Vue 3 application looks like. So I have this simple application. It's a simple to-do application with 2 pages, one for creating tasks and one for listing them. And then you have a bunch of buttons here for filtering and sorting the tasks. So I can quickly take you through the code base. So in this code base, I can talk about the organization briefly. So this is the main entry point of the application. So we're creating a Vue app and mounting it to the DOM, and then this is the main app component. So I have a function module for the routing, for the store. Actually, the styling is done using Tailwind, so I don't have much CSS, and also have 2 types of components. I like splitting my components into categories. So the UI components are like basic components that only render like basic elements like buttons or form inputs. They don't contain any logic and they don't have access to the state. So the idea of this is just like things I can actually reuse in a different application. If I wanted to share the same style in a different application, I could just extract this in a library. So they don't know anything about the application as a whole. And then I have like higher level components, which can contain a bit more logic, and they can access the state, and they know, and they are specific to this application. These are not things that I can easily reuse in different applications unless they're actually doing the same thing. So with that said, the first thing I'd like to show is an example of a component that uses the new scripts setup composition API. So this is what like the JavaScript behind this component does. So this is the form for creating a new task. I find this to be much cleaner. Everything is like, first you don't have like a necessary indentation because everything is like a top level statement. I can easily import things. I can easily create reactive variables like this task. Instead of having to create it in a data section, I can create functions. This is how I define events that this component can trigger. And also when I import components, they're immediately available to the template. I don't have to go through the redundant steps of importing the components and then exposing the components in a separate step to the template, which is always like a tedious work that In this case, I don't have to do. So those are some of the things I like about this composition API. The other thing I said I liked is the TypeScript support. So for example, when I declare this event, it's strongly typed. So if I emit this event, if I just click enter emit, I already have like autocomplete. I know these are the events that are supported, and when I create that event and I pass like the wrong type of value, I get an error that this is not assignable to the type that I've defined here. So that's an example. Another example is, for example, if you take this date input expects a date prop as the value. And so if I give it any other type other than a date, for example, if I give it a string, I should get this error. I'm sorry. I think there's a request to zoom in. Yeah, so I get an error that this string is not assignable to type date. So I really like the fact that I can do that. I also like how well Vola knows about your code. One thing I like to do is document these components. So for example, I can say, I don't know if this was available with other tooling, but I started using it extensively in Vue 3. This is the value, for example. Let's just write that. And then if I come here and I just have this value. So it has that documentation. One thing I didn't like about the documentation is when I had the old components, or if I use like the define component and the setup API, the composition API using the setup function, I was able to add like a top level component comments on the component itself. I can do this. I can add doc comments on the component itself, and then those comments would appear when I use the component inside of other components. However, with this setup version where everything is top level, I'm not sure how to do that anymore, like how to document this entire component such that other components, when I use it in other components, I can be able to see the documents. I find that has been really useful when working inside of a team and different people working on different components, so you can have a good idea of what does what and how to use what where. The other thing that I liked is the reactivity system that is decoupled from components. For example, in this case, I have this form that is using these variables from the store to share state between different pages. Oops, I clicked the wrong function. But actually, this store is not actually from a separate library. This is just a ref property that I've created, a ref variable that I've created, and it's just being shared across different components. So this is like an easy way of creating a shared store. But of course, if you want something more powerful that has better integration with the dev tools and being able to see the history of state changes, you can use a third party, or you can use a separate library like Pinia. But for simple use cases, this is very easy to get started with. Another thing I wanted to show is when it comes to reusability. For example, I have a bunch of components here, a bunch of input components that are all based on input and share the same styles. Like if you saw if you look at this page, these three inputs, they kind of share the same style, and I've duplicated I duplicated the code here, and here you have like duplicated props and duplicated classes. So one thing I like to do is to create like shared classes based on a prop. For example, if I want to, maybe I would have something like a helpers. I could create something like create classes based or input classes. And then, okay, let's just create like some common props. It's a danger. So I could do something like this. And the import computer. So if I had like a common set of props that are common to a bunch of elements, and I want them to have like some consistent styling based on those props, I can create like a helper function that can just compute the classes based on the props, and then I can use that in different components. For example, if I go to the button component, I can import that from what did I call it? Creating classes. Don't know why autocomplete wasn't working. So here, when I create the classes, I can just say const classes is equals to create input classes, and then I pass the props, and then I can inject the classes here. However, yeah, this won't work. I'd also need to add the prop here. Then so this is still an error. Oh, sorry, I had not saved the file. Yeah. Okay, so so this should allow me to reuse this, but the issue is I end up like duplicating this component, this prop here, and also in this other file, in this helpers file. So one thing I would like to be able to do, but I'm not able to do in the current version, but I would like to be able to create like a base type for the base prop types for components that have like a common type like this, and then I take a type here and then extend that common props, like define a new type here, and then be able to do something like this. However, I can do this because this define props is limited. I can only pass like type literals or simple types, but if I define a type like this, it usually doesn't work. Can't find the name props. Wait, actually it does work. Yeah, so it like the build tool is like it does not try to. Oh, did I actually export it? Sorry. Yeah, I did. Actually, I have to import this separately. Yeah, so so when I do this and I try to use the button as a separate component, what I found is that I do not get those other components like danger. Actually, wait. Actually, I do get that component. So yeah, I think that actually did work. Maybe I may have updated my version without without testing it. Yeah, so that apparently did work. So we can ignore what I just said. But what doesn't, something else that doesn't work is maybe if you try to do something like this, button props or something else, if you have to do like type expressions, those didn't work. Something else that I found to be a gotcha is, for example, if I use this, this new task view. So here, what I had initially is this, like if I use the router like this to move to switch to turn to a new page after creating the task, this works. But this use router and some other composables, they have limitations that are not obvious. For example, you can only use them like in the same context of a component. For example, if I was to do like set timeout, which will run asynchronously, and then I call use router like this. This actually will result in a runtime error. So you don't get like a compiler error, but this will return null at runtime because this does not execute in the same context as when the setup script is running. So when it's being executed asynchronously, it cannot get the context of the current component. So these are some of the issues that I faced that I wasn't aware of when I started with Vue. So some of them are documented. So if you go through the documentation, you'll be able to figure them out. But I just thought like you have to be careful about how you use like the reactivity system on composable so that you don't get in weird errors at runtime. I think if I try to create a component, I should get an error. Says here, inject can only be used inside of the setup or function components. So looking at this code, you might be confused because this is actually being used inside of setup, but it's just that it's actually running asynchronously and it's not in the same call stack. I think that's like the summary of the things I wanted to share. I see I have 5 minutes left. Yeah, I think I'm through.
Yeah, we already have 5 minutes left. Maybe if you could share something or want to share something else, we're open to it.
Okay. Let me see if there's anything else I wanted to. Yeah, maybe the examples I was talking about, the reactivity gotchas. Which component was that one? For example, in this case, when I create this reactive variable, so I have to modify. If I want to modify the variable and keep it reactive, I always have to use it through the task property. Like I have to say task.name is equal to blah blah blah. Then this will trigger reactive changes. But if I do something like destructure the task, and then I pass this to a different, I pass this variable to a component. This variable name here is no longer reactive. So if I were to create like a new component here called name, and I make changes to the name, it doesn't appear. But if I make changes through task.name like this, then this should appear. So why is it no longer reactive? The email task name. Okay, let me try something else. This one changes. I'm not sure what I was doing wrong with the other one. Yeah, but if I pass this directly, then I lose that reactivity. So when I change the priority, this variable does not change. Yeah, so those are just some of the things to take into account. So that can happen either when you destructure or if you do const name is equal to task.name, that also is no longer reactive. So the other issue is, for example, if you want to share a variable, one other challenge that I face sometimes is, let's say in this simple store, if I want to share this variable, I can share it as a task. But if I share it as a task, any consumer can do task and modify the value to something else. So that's one thing to take into account. Like maybe you want to control how that value is modified, so that you can just make arbitrary changes. But if you just pass the value, then anyone can easily modify it. Any other consumer can easily modify it. I don't know if you were to just pass the, let's say, the value. I think if you pass just the value, I think you'd also end up losing the, could be wrong, but I think you'd also end up losing the activity. Don't know if there's some time to test that. So if you don't want the value to be modified arbitrarily, so you just pass the value rather than the ref itself. But I don't know if this will still be reactive. So yeah, those are some of the issues. I wish I had more control over what's read-only and what is writable. Like I'd like to pass like state that is read-only but still reactive. And maybe I can do that with the computed variables as well, computed refs. But I think it will be easy if I just was able to say that this is read-only, and maybe even enforce that at a compiler level. So time's up.
Yeah, Clement, thanks so much. I think that adding TypeScript to our stack in Vue.js it really helps. So we will have at the end of the section question and answers time. So let's continue with the next speaker. Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, bye, comment. Thank you. Okay, let's say hi to Honey. He is a developer, a senior software engineer from Bayer. Hi, Honey, how are you?
Yeah, hi Clement. I'm fine and excited to share my experience with all the community.
Okay, that's great. Okay, the stage is yours, so let's begin.
Yeah. So can see my screen?
Not yet.
Uh, can you see the screen? Just a minute. Can you see the screen? Hello.
Yeah, we can see it.
Hi everyone. So myself Hani Thakuria. Just a minute. So I'm going to talk about Nuxt.JS, server-side rendering apps with Nuxt.js. So about me, myself, Anita Korea, was working for Bayer right now, switching companies, and this talk is about introduce SSR and Nuxt.js, a kind of demo, and followed by best practices. So let's try to get directly into server-side rendering and understand what it is. So first question comes into the mind is what is SSR? So when I talk about SSR, it's a technique of rendering a client-side only app, which we can say single page application on the server side and sending the fully rendered page to the client. Okay, so there are modern frameworks like Vue, React, which works with single page applications. But then again, the challenges comes we want to make them server side render. Okay, so for that we need certain another specialty. Okay, and so a question that comes into mind that as single page applications were fine, but why do we need server side rendering? Okay, so uh, a short answer to that is better SEO and faster time to content. Okay, so uh, single page applications don't have the capabilities of SEO. When I say SEO, it's search engine optimization. So if you can see the browsers, the Google crawlers, they tend to search certain websites and extract out the content out of them, they extract out the metadata out of them. So, but being a single page application, it generally renders on the client side. So what happens in the process? The we get an index.html page from the server and we get a JS file. So what happens once we download the JS file, then the routing starts, but it doesn't happen before that. Okay, I will be explaining the in-depth process how single page application works and how server-side rendering works in the very next slides. So this SEO is the primary reason we need SSR. Then faster time to content. Sometime the processing of devices is not that strong, so we need a faster time to content. So that's again a case where we need SSR. When do we not need SSR? So SSR is not needed in the cases like you have to come up, think of the scenarios, like ask yourself how important time to content for your app. If not, then you don't need it. Example, internal dashboards. So like internal dashboards, like dashboard to manage the employees of a company, to manage a payroll of a particular organization. So this kind of dashboards don't need to be crawled by either Google, or they don't need to be having a very faster time to load. Okay, uh, like when I say faster time to loads, the faster time to load actually increases the cost. So when we have such kind of scenarios, we don't need a server side rendering. So this slide I will be explaining you that how a server-side rendered app and a client-side render app works. If you can see, server sends HTML response to the browser. So in a server-side rendered app, in the very first step, when we request an application, online web application, we get a HTML response to the browser. Okay, and browser renders the page in it's viewable and downloads the JS. So what happens in server-side rendering application? We get a partially rendered page. Okay, it's up to us developer to decide or the company to decide at how much rendering they want to do at the first place. But the moment it happens, it's viewable at the very first step. Okay, but for the remaining routing, it downloads additional JS file. Okay, but at that time it's already viewable. Then again, browser executes that downloaded JS file and it executes the view, and then the page is interactable. Okay, so that is how server-side rendering happens. But if you can see in the very second step, the page is viewable. That means a user starts seeing the page. Now let's talk about client-side rendering. The traditional rendering or the modern so I will say the traditional, before the single page application came, we used to have the server-side rendering. If you can think about the traditional PHP websites or Java JSP pages, so it all gave us a server-side rendering things. But the modern frameworks gave us a single page application. And in this case, how things happens, we send a request, server sends the HTML response to the browser. Okay, but in this case, the HTML page is mostly empty. We only have a JavaScript attached to it. Now browse in the second step, you can see the page is not yet rendered, it's not viewable. Then in the second step, browse whatever HTML pages browser got, it downloads that particular JS file. So browser downloads the JS file. Now what happens, browser will parse the JS file. Okay, and then it figure it out, it's a Vue framework, then it executes the Vue code. Once this executes the Vue code, then ultimately a complete lifecycle events happens. If it is a component did mount, it is having all the ajax calls that happens, and a certain page starts getting rendered. So page is now viewable and interactable. So if you can see what happens in client side rendering, the page gets rendered at the very last step, but in server side rendering it happens at a very early stage. So few observations with respect to SSR and CSSR, server side rendering and a client side rendering. Document size of SSR is bigger. So the first time when we get a document, it's bigger. Why? Because a certain kind of rendering happens on server side and the page is sent to the client side. So the page is having certain HTML content and certain JS content, compared to client side rendering, which is only having a JavaScript file and an empty index.html page. Okay, a close to empty index.html page except few linkings. So document size of SSR is quite bigger. SSR time to first byte, TTFB is time to first byte is lower than CSR, as server needs time to create HTML response. Okay, so it is server side rendering is a little slower at the for the first step, because server needs the time to create HTML page, and then SSR throughput of server is relatively slow. So the thing is, as soon as the client gets increased, the server has to keep on processing and creating the HTML page in the background. Okay, in the backend. So its throughput is literally slow. So what this observation tells us, that a server side render doesn't have only advantages, it has certain disadvantages. Like it can create an extra overhead of consuming more server resources, more background processing, and it will thus increase your cloud cost also. So sometimes server side rendering is not a very ideal solution to you. Okay, you have to rely on client side rendering, and in some cases you can do a partial server side rendering, a partial client side rendering. Like the things which are important to you, you can make them a server side rendered, and remaining things you can make them client side rendered. So in this case, you have to optimize the application with respect to your performance. Okay, with respect to the things you need. So there are trade-offs, but ultimately a mix of the both wins a lot of times. Now, after understanding the concepts of SSR and client-side rendering, I hope you can understand, you have understood a part of how server-side rendering and client-side rendering works and why it is important to us. Like let's talk about the frameworks. So what happens? Vue has there is a framework Nuxt.JS, again open source, and it's built on top of Vue. This frameworks actually implements the complete server-side rendering at its inside. Okay, so this Nuxt.js gives us flexibility to switch between a single page application, universal, which is a server-side renderer app, as well as a static website, which is a static website but kind of a server-side rendered app. Okay, but it's the static website is not good for a dynamic case use cases. It's mostly useful when we have a pre-rendered things on our server. Okay, so Nuxt.js is a framework, okay, built on Vue, which help us to build server-side rendered apps as well as the single page application. It gives us the flexibility to switch between the different modes. Okay, so it's a minimalistic framework for server-side rendered Vue.js application. It's built upon the Vue stack. It is a combination of Vue, Vue router, UX, Vue server render, and Vue meta. Okay, so how to get started with Nuxt app, JS app? So it's too simple. You can use create Nuxt app. Okay, the it directly uses node package executor npx create Nuxt app, and then you have to figure out the project name. Once you have the setup ready, it will ask you certain questions like if you want to include any client side library, if you want to use any any UI framework. So certain questions it will ask you. Then it will ask you regarding linting and parsing, and then ultimately it will help you to uh, download the package of your need. Then you have to just change the directory, and we have to run npm run dev. It's that easy. From scratch, I will say just leave it, because create Nuxt app gives you a much flexibility. Okay, but from scratch, it's a bit tricky, it's a bit tough. You have to combine several things. You have to figure out a templating engine. So create Nuxt app is the straight away things you can go ahead with. Okay, I've done a lot of professional work with Nuxt.js. I have worked for several prod-based startups, and we have used Nuxt from scratch, and it actually gave us the power to build a server-side rendered applications. And directory structure of Nuxt.js. So again, it's a very self-explanatory. It has assets folder. It contains uncompiled assets such as styles, images or fonts. Then we have components. So here is the tricky part. Nuxt.js is just a framework built on top of Vue. So majority of your code is still composed of Vue.js. Okay, so you have to compose your applications in the reusable modular components in Vue. Okay, so that what happens, you can leverage them even if you want to go if you away from Nuxt.js in later on. Okay, when I'm saying that it's a component made of the raw Vue.js. Tomorrow, if you want to come from Nuxt.js to another application of Vue, if you have the components written in Vue and they are reusable and modular, you can easily extract out those components from your Nuxt.js application, and you can use it in the another way you want. If you're doing a code migration, if you're moving to some other frameworks of keeping Vue.js as the same thing, you can do the same thing. Okay, so here is the tricky part, but again, in my professional experiences, I try to keep it loosely coupled, and I decomposed components in that reusable form that I was able to use it later on. Then we have a layouts. We have application level layouts. Suppose in the case you have a common header and footer across the application, so you can create those reusable layouts and can use it across the application. And middleware, it contains application level middleware for custom function before entering your page. Then pages, it contains your application level views and routes. So here the routing process is much easy. There's a page pattern you have to follow, and then your routes will be made. Then we have a plugins folder. It contains plugins needed to run before instantiation of your app. So, and then store. So Nuxt provides Vuex support from beginning. You have to just configure your store. Okay, and store, again, you can make it much modular using store files, index.js, and it's disabled by default, but you can just enable it. And then Nuxt.config.js, it contains your custom Nuxt.js configuration. And package.json, application dependencies and scripts. So before I show you the demo, like Vue we have the Vue lifecycle events. Okay, Nuxt.js, and top of that, it has its own lifecycle events. Vue lifecycle events are also valid. On top of that, Nuxt.js provides several other lifecycle events. So let me talk you regarding certain of the lifecycle events which Nuxt.js provides. It provides you Nuxt server init. So Nuxt server init is a very, very important function which Nuxt.js provides out of the box. Okay, and Nuxt.js has a Nuxt, this functions ultimately goes in a store. So it's a store action. Store action to define the server-side rendering components. Here you have to configure the part of the application which you want to be server-side rendered. Okay, uh, so this is the code. When you actually implement the application and when you deploy it on a Node.js server, okay, and when you host it, so what happens when you hit the application URL on the server side thing, Nuxt server init gets called, and if you have written any logic like fetching a data on the server side, it happens there. Okay, then that data is consumed by the component, and that component is rendered server side. In this process, the application gets rendered on the server side, and then that particular rendered HTML page is actually sent to the browser. So in that process, what happens when the crawlers are actually hitting the application, they get the server side data, and then the application uh, they are able to do the SEO optimization because they get the content of the application. So this particular method is very useful. Then we have a middleware function, and it gets called before the actual component logic gets executed. Then we have a validate method which verifies the pages and children things, and there are optional async data and fetch functions which you have implemented in the application, they get rendered too. So this is the complete Nuxt.js lifecycle process. But the in addition to the Vue.js, the very important function which comes and which is a store action is a Nuxt server init. I will show you the code in a while. So let's talk about a demo part. So this is my particular personal portfolio website, which I have created using Nuxt.js. If you can see, it has a several pages view, my profile section, a blog section, and then I have a contact us form. Okay, so this application is a server-side render. Okay, and it's created using Nuxt.js. And if you want me to show you certain code snippets, then here it goes. Okay, as I talked about the different directories, we have the pages directory, we have the middleware, we have the layout. Okay, so when you will create um, an npx Nuxt create app, and then when you provide the application name, this is the folder structure which you will be getting by default. Okay, then told you there are routes are defined for the pages folder. Okay, so in pages folder you have certain folders. First is blocks, second is contact. Okay, so and by default we have a landing page. So when I'm telling you about blocks page and when I'm telling about contact page, so the routing happens like this. Okay, so this is by default the application running page. Now as the folder name is contact, so now when you hit the uh, contact, the contact page actually gets triggered. And similarly for the blocks page, so the blocks page also gets rendered. So this is how by default the Nuxt application routing works. Okay, so um, and then we have several different parameters, like say we have underscore id.view. Suppose you want to create a folder hierarchy like particular say particular page slash its id. Okay, so at that time this final level of hierarchy, final level of routing also helps you a lot. So if you can see localhost 3000 hyphen slash blocks, so this has rendered the blocks page. Okay, so that's how it works. These are the blogs written by me and on Free Code Camp, as well as on another publications where I am the actually official writer, and I've written several posts regarding Vue, React, and similar technologies. So that's how it works in this way. Okay, and so if you can see a typical code, let's go to the contact us page. So contact us page has its complete component defined here. Okay, then we have provided the different data which is for SEO purpose. Like in a traditional Vue application you don't provide it, but here we have provided a method called head configuration. It is having its title, and then we are having its metadata. So metadata is having the header ID, name, and content. So what happens, this data actually gets added as a metadata part of the application. Okay, so if you can see whatever data I provided here, Hani Thakuria writes for Ladybug application like free code camp codebus.io on Medium. So it gets triggered here as a meta tag. So this meta tag actually helps crawlers to render it server side as they are getting the informations. Okay, so this way server side rendering work is much easier. Okay, for like crawlers. So we are providing this additional configuration. You can get more out of about this configuration from the Nuxt.js documentation. Okay, then I talked to you about say another page. So the another page here we are going about the blog page. Here I will talk to you about like how I've implemented the server side rendering for components. So if you can see, my component logic is this much. I'm actually reading a store state dot blocks. So if you're coming from a Vuex background, it's just a for loop for a blocks section, and I'm rendering the block things here. Okay, so this is the content of the blocks page. Now what happens if like the real magic which is happening. Okay, so what happens here also we provide SEO compatible things, but this page is server side rendered. When I say server side rendered, if you see what I have provided, like I'm repeating to the store state blocks dot blocks. Okay, and I'm providing certain data here. So if you can see, this is the layout we are getting, like blog name, blog title, and blog publication. So behind the scene what happens, let's go to the store now. So this data is coming from store, and I have again modelized the store. So store is having this initial stage. Okay, so this is a data of landing page, but then what I'm calling here a Nuxt server init method. So as I told you, Nuxt server init is a server side rendered function. So this function actually gets called on the server side. When it's got called on a server side, we are dispatching a action called block fetch blocks. Okay, so if I go to blocks and then I go to the function called fetch blocks, then what happens, say I'm this kind of processing is happening on a server side. Okay, and I'm right now, if you can see, I'm resolving this in 3 seconds. So I'm telling that for after 3 seconds you can consider it like, suppose an async request has happening on the server side, like our client side application is making a ajax calls to several backends, and it's taking around 3 seconds. Then we will ultimately be assigning this kind of data. If you can see, these are my the blocks data. So these are the blocks data. So when this happens, actually then in 3 seconds we are just resolving it. Okay, now what happens if I increase the time here. So this is a server side method, and when it will be completed, then only my application request will be resolved. So suppose if I will say 11 second. Now what happens, so if we can see the server side rendering is happening, a complex logic is getting done on the server side rendering. Okay, and then as soon as my 11 second got completed and my data is assigned, then a client is getting that actual data. So that's how a server side rendering happens. You can relate it with a very complex applications happening on the server side, and it is taking that much amount of time. So this is in a nutshell how server side rendering is implemented. Okay, and if anybody is interested in depth, I will be covering this part is a workshop, and I will be explaining from scratch how you can implement these things and in more depth. Okay, creating taking a real life example. Okay, so this is how server-side rendering things are done. And then we have a deployment strategies, as I talked to you in the very beginning. There are deployment strategies. So Nuxt.js lets you choose between 3 modes to deploy our application. We have a server-side render deployment that is universal. Then we have a static generated deployment, which is pre-rendered. Then we have a single page application deployment, which is SPA deployment. Okay, so that's how the deployment strategies works here. Then we have best practices. So the few of the best practices which goes are page specific SEO configuration. As I displayed you that the contact us page was having its own SEO optimization process, its own SEO neat thing. So you can do a page specific SEO optimization. Then you can create reusable layouts. If you can see in the application that I showed you, it is having its header, which is common across the application. It is having footer, which is again common across the application. So you can create a reusable layout. Okay, and then you can define them in the hierarchy. So in our case, it was like I've already defined like the layout. So I'm importing a header and I'm importing a footer. So what happens, each of the page that will be rendered in my Nuxt application will be having a header, followed by the Nuxt main application, then followed by the footer. So this is how the complete server-side rendering actually works. Okay, and this is how Nuxt.js gives you the flexibility to modularize your application. Okay, so that you don't have to duplicate your code everywhere. So by default, if I've configured it here, it will be the same across the applications. Okay, and if you're more curious, a header and footer are coming from here. So in components global, I've defined header and footer, so they are reusable everywhere. So every page is utilizing the similar things. Okay, store in modular mode. In my application itself, it has 3 different pages: the block section, the contact us section, the landing sections. So I've created a different store for Nuxt blocks as well as for the landing page. So if your application is much more bigger, you have to modularize your store. Okay, when your application becomes much bigger, it helps you to reuse the code. Then I have another best practices, which is dynamic routes. As I told you, this was a straight away application, but suppose in a blocks page you want to have blocks by ID, a particular block, you can implement it like this approach: user ID, and then it will give you the similar thing. So component structure will be like pages users, and then underscore ID.view. So it will render you by default a routing level. And a scoped CSS, which is a general Vue apps best practice, you should scope your CSS to the current components only. So that will help you. That will help to avoid the leakage of CSS across components. So this is generally considered as a very best practice. Use a scoped CSS. So that's it. And like, thanks, and keep building awesome stuff with Nuxt.js, a progressive framework on top of Vue. And that's it. Hope you understood a lot of things. If you want to do a hands-on deep dive with server-side rendering applications, my workshop is happening day after tomorrow. And it was really a nice experience talking to you all. Hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you so much, Honey. It was a really interesting chat about Nuxt. I think that is a really good framework to create application that built in server-side rendering. So again, continue. Go ahead.
Thanks, Andres, and thanks for giving the opportunity. And I really enjoyed it. Yeah.
Okay. See you at the end of the section.
Yeah.
So our next speaker is Daniel Kelly from Vue School. So hi, Daniel. How are you?
Hey, good. How are you doing today?
Yeah, we are having a really good, interesting speakers until now. So let's continue with you. The stage is yours.
Awesome. Thank you very much. So as mentioned just a moment ago, my name is Daniel Kelly, and I am the full-time instructor over at Vue School. Before I joined the Vue School team, I was a full stack developer for over the past 10 years and used technologies like Vue.js, of course, on the client side, and then also technologies like PHP and Laravel on the back end. So that's just a little bit about me and where I'm coming from. If you have never heard of Vue School before, I definitely encourage you to check out some of the things that we have to offer. We have a number of different video courses ranging from beginner courses to more advanced courses for people who already know the basics of Vue. And one of those courses actually that we just released about a month, maybe 2 months ago, was a course on using TypeScript with Vue.js 3. And that's exactly what I want to speak with you all about today. Now, if this word TypeScript, if you've had any experience with with hearing this word in the past, maybe it scared you just a little bit. If it did, and if it still does, don't worry. You're definitely not alone in that. I have definitely been scared away by this term TypeScript a lot of times in the past. Now, I've actually only used TypeScript in a single production application at one of my previous jobs, but even at the time, I really didn't fully understand what all TypeScript had to offer. But when I started creating this course, TypeScript with Vue.js 3, along with a TypeScript fundamentals course that we produced just before this course at Vue School, I really got a good chance to dive into TypeScript really deep and see how kind of it can maximize and optimize working with a Vue.js project. So today I want to share a little bit about that with you and answer two main questions, okay? The first question I want to answer is why use it to begin with, right? Isn't JavaScript enough? I mean, we've all been using it for a very long time. I've been productive with JavaScript for a very long time. So why use TypeScript, right? And then the second question that I want to take a look at is how to use TypeScript with Vue 3. What are the actual syntaxes you'll use, and what are the what kind of things are you going to want to type in Vue 3, and what kind of advantage does that provide? All right. So let's get on to that very first question now, and that is why use TypeScript? Well, maybe the most obvious reason, yes, fairly surface level and not very technical, but pretty compelling to me anyways, is that Vue.js 3, the library, is actually written in TypeScript. So if you were to go to GitHub and check out the source code, you'd see a lot of .ts files. So that means that this program, this software that we all know and love and rely on probably quite a bit to be consistent and to be useful and to not break, it's all written in TypeScript. Okay, so that kind of adds some weight to this idea that yeah, TypeScript probably has something to offer me in my project, right? But not only is the core library of Vue.js written in TypeScript, but also a lot of these complementary libraries. Things like Pina for global state management. Things like Vue.use, which, by the way, if you haven't checked out Vue.use yet, if you haven't used Vue.use, I definitely suggest checking that out if you are comfortable with the composition API. It has some awesome reusable composables to help make some things in your project a lot easier. Composable is just a helper function essentially that carries reactive state with it. But Vue.use also uses TypeScript under the hood. And in fact, it really kind of showcases that in its own documentation and uses those types as a way to convey information to us and users of the library, what else is possible. And then finally, vtest, which is the brand new testing library for not just Vue, but for any Vite-powered project, also uses TypeScript. So there's a number of different reasons why you might consider using TypeScript in your Vue.js application. All right, so let's get on now to perhaps a little bit more technical reason as to why you might consider using TypeScript. And that is that it helps prevent errors as you develop. think with me for just a moment about the more typical workflow you probably have when developing a JavaScript-powered application. You write some code in your IDE, and then you open up things in the browser, and maybe you open up a modal, you get some kind of specific state ready, right? And then you can see if things work and check the console for errors, all right? However, with TypeScript, you're actually able to surface a lot of those errors that you'll typically have to wait to see in the console. You can actually surface them right there inside your editor. And that comes in the form of these little red squiggly lines, much like we're probably all used to when using some kind of word processing software, right, for spell checking.
Daniel, sorry. Do you have any slides, or do you want to share a screen? Because maybe you want to share something with the audience.
Oh, wow. Yeah. My apologies. I have not shared my screen, have I?
Don't worry.
That's probably a whole lot more helpful. All right. So I assume everybody can see my screen now. And if not, then let me know. Awesome. I got a yes. Okay. So preventing errors as we develop. So you can see here on the right-hand side that you get the little red squiggly line underneath in your code. All right, so let's take a look at a really practical example here as to what TypeScript might be able to surface error-wise in this case. Okay, so what I have here to begin with is I just have the script setup section in a Vue component. All right, and we have the notes variable being set to a reactive reference, which includes an array, and each item within that array is a note object. Okay, it includes a title and a body, which are both strings. They're blank just for the sake of space on the slide, and also a created at date with a date object. Okay. And then just below that, we have a function, or if you're more used to the options API methodology or terminology, you might call this a method, right? But essentially just a way to add new notes, okay? But there is an issue. There is an error in this code. Take just 5 seconds and see if you can figure out what it is. And yes, that is a Christmas mug in May. I have no shame. Okay. So were you able to figure it out? Well, if not, that's okay. I certainly understand how it might be difficult in this environment. And I intentionally put it on the slide so that you would not get the red squiggly lines. But now, if I open up that same exact code over in my IDE, you'll notice that right away we can see what the issue is. Okay, right here on line 6, we have the red squiggly line here. And it says property push does not exist on type ref. Oh, okay. So this is a reactive ref, remember? And in the composition API, we need to use that value on reactive refs. And everything is good now. Now, I did kind of cheat with this example just a little bit. You'll notice here on line 5, I actually had to disable ESLint on this line in order for my error to only come from TypeScript. So if you have ESLint enabled in your project, and you didn't have that kind of code there, that little disable line there, and you had the error, you'd still get some feedback about that. In fact, I'll hover it over it now and skip past the code looking stuff. That's one thing I find myself doing a lot in these little overlays here is let's skip past the code stuff and find a readable sentence, right? Must use dot value to read or write the value wrap by ref. Okay, same solution. So Daniel, you're not really making a great case for using TypeScript. I could just use ESLint with regular old JavaScript, right? Well, that's just one example. Let's take a look now at an example that ESLint would not catch, but TypeScript can. All right, so this is the exact same code, and you see that notes.value is in place, but I've made one simple change, and there's an error. But you can't see the error right now because I don't have lang equals ts on my script tag here. So what is the error? Well, let's enable TypeScript and see. Awesome. So immediately on line 9, we have the red squiggly line. And when I hover over it, skip past this, and we can see that type number is not assignable to type and all this jazz. I'm not sure why it's so verbose here, to be honest, but this all essentially is saying that it's a data object. Okay, a number is not assignable to a data object. Okay, so date.now produces a number and not a data object like we have going on up here. So this is actually a mistake I've made in real code before. And I bet you probably have as well. So as soon as I change it out to an actual data object, we get the red squiggly line goes away, right? So the way TypeScript is able to know this is because it's all about types, right? It's all about what kind of data is this? Is it a number? Is it a string? Is it a particular object with a particular shape? And so TypeScript is able to infer based on my original note item up here within the notes array that titles are always going to be strings, body is always going to be a string, and created at is always going to be a data object. All right, so those are just 2 examples of how TypeScript can help you prevent errors as you develop without ever having to go to, well, not ever, but without having to go to your browser. You can catch most of these things first in your IDE. Okay, so another reason you would consider using TypeScript is that it actually makes refactors less risky and less stressful. And who doesn't like a little less stress at work, right? So let's take a look at another example of that. So basically the same code here as we had before, but now we're using what's called explicit typing in TypeScript. And that's this little bit right here. What this is saying is our reactive ref should be an array, and that's what the brackets are for. And each item within our array should be a note, okay? And this note is actually a what's called an interface in TypeScript. Let's take a look at what that actually looks like. So right here on line 3, I'm importing type note from just this types directory in my source folder. Okay, so if I command click on that, we can open up this note interface. So what the interface allows me to do is to describe in code the shape of my notes. That is, it's going to be an object. That's the curly braces, right? The title is going to be a string. The body is going to be a string. Create at is going to be a date. And now I can reuse this interface literally anywhere throughout my code base. Whenever I'm working with notes, I can import note and make sure all my instances of note adhere to this interface. Now, let's say that for some business reason or another, that we actually have to change body to text, okay? So you'll notice actually as soon as I change that, the refactoring.vue component that I had up right over here, the coloring changed to red. And when I open the file, you can see we've got these red squiggly lines, okay? The error itself says, let's see if we can find the sentence here. Object literal may only specify known properties and body does not exist. Well, what does? Well, we've got title, that's cool. We've got created at, that's cool, but we don't have text. A little obvious in our scenario since we just changed it, but maybe not so obvious in a real world app. Okay. So now we can just change both of this to text and everything is cool again. The name of the file turns blue. Awesome. All right. So now, since we've got this interface defined in its own file, and because it's really most useful there to be used throughout the project, what about other instances of this interface? Shouldn't there be some kind of automated way for me to know if there's anything else violating this interface? Well, yeah. So if I type here in my terminal, npm run type check and hit enter. I'll give it just a moment, and now we can see in autocomplete.vue we have an error. And the error is that this this object literal, doesn't have a type of body. Okay, and then we've got the same one in autocomplete.vue again. Okay, so those are the only two errors I see in the project. So let's open up autocomplete.vue, and I'll close this out. And yeah, then we can just go and make the updates there as well. Now this file is actually the exact same as our previous file in this example code, but in a real life project, it would just be another case where a note is being used. Okay, and now if I were to rerun npm run type check, give it a moment, and there are no more errors. Can you see how that's going to help you refactor? Right, you're going to be able to make changes and then run automated commands like npm run type check to make sure you didn't unintentionally break things that you just didn't know about. All right, so let's take a look now at another reason to use TypeScript, and that reason is that TypeScript really gives your IDE autocomplete superpowers. Okay. I know a lot of IDEs already do a great job of giving you autocomplete results, giving you that IntelliSense. But there's really, at least in my experience, nothing compared to the focused results that you get with TypeScript. So when I'm not using TypeScript, sometimes I get just this big, huge list of things that could, be accessible on an object or something like that. But with TypeScript, I get literally only the things I want and only the things that are available. Let me show you an example. So I'll close out these files here, so we no longer need them. And let's go to, oh, actually, we do need autocomplete.vue. So this is that example. So working with the same code here. So now notes, remember, is an array. Since we're inside of the template, it is directly array. It's auto unwrapped. It's no longer a ref in template land. So when I type dot, I would expect to find things that are available on an array. And in fact, that's exactly what I get. I can scroll through here, and it's literally only functions and properties or methods and properties that exist on an array. Okay, so now let's say that I wanted to, display all my notes titles as a comma-separated list. Okay, so in order to do that, I could say .map, and I can access each individual note in my notes array, and then I want to return it auto-completed notes there for me. I don't know why, but I wanted to return just the title on each of the notes. Okay, so you'll notice my autocomplete options in this case are literally only the properties that exist on notes. There's no noise, there's no extra stuff that might not actually be possible. There's only those note properties on there. Okay, so now I can just choose .title and then join to join them all together, and we'll just give it a comma there. Okay, just kind of going back to error prevention a little bit more, just show you another example. So let's say I passed a number to join. We're going to get an error because a number is not assignable to the type of a string. So TypeScript knows that join takes a string here, and it's going to alert me if I do anything wrong. Awesome. Okay, so that's an example of how focused and specific your auto-completion can be with TypeScript. Now let's move on to the question of how to use TypeScript with Vue. If you're convinced thus far that maybe it has something to offer, how do you actually put it into practice? All right, so first of all, know that bootstrapping a TypeScript and Vue project is really easy. It might seem intimidating, it might seem difficult because after all, TypeScript is not a language that your browser natively understands. So it does require an initial build step, but so do .vue files. So if I open up my terminal here, I will show you how to create a brand new project with TypeScript and Vue. It's super easy. All you do is type in npm init Vue at 3. Okay, and this enacts the official scaffolding for Vue 3 projects. You can name the project whatever you want, and then literally the first question after that is add TypeScript. And then you choose yes. And that's it. After that, your files, your Bootstrap files are turned into TypeScript instead of JS files. And then you can just use TypeScript. Vite supports it out of the box. All right. So I'll just get rid of that. I've already got my actual project up and going, so I don't need to actually finish that. But that's how easy it is to start a TypeScript project with Vue. All right, so now let's take a look at using TypeScript with the Composition API. TypeScript does work with the Options API as well, just to note there. But the Composition API really provides the best experience, is really the recommended way to work with a Vue project with TypeScript. All right, so let's see how you would use TypeScript when declaring a reactive ref. Okay, so in this example, I have a reactive ref called name, and it's initialized to just a string value of my name. Okay, so if I hover over name right now, you can see that it's typed as a ref string. If it'll stay up for me, a ref string. Okay, so let's look at how you would explicitly type this as a reactive ref that's a string. Okay, so to do that, you would import type ref from Vue. Okay, and then you could just take this ref and add a colon after name, put in ref there, provide these little angle brackets. This is called a generic in TypeScript. But basically, you can think of this as kind of like calling a function, right? Think of it as the exact same thing as the parentheses on the actual function over here. So we want to pass it what type of ref we want it to be. So in our case, that's a string. Okay. So when we hover over it now, yeah, ref of type string. Now, there's actually another way that's a little simpler that I prefer, and it involves not having to import ref, and instead placing this generic right here after we call the function. Okay. Oop, still got the this in there. That's why it's complaining at me. Okay, cool. So now when we hover over it, yeah, same thing. Name ref string. But the really cool thing here, and I actually kind of already gave it away, but the really cool thing here is I don't actually have to explicitly type this reactive reference at all. When I hover over name, it automatically knows based on the initial value of the ref what kind of ref it is. It's a ref of string. So really, I say all that just to help you understand the power of just installing things with TypeScript provides out of the box, even without adding the extra syntax, even without adding the explicit typing. Okay, TypeScript is able to implicitly type a lot of things already for you just while you're writing stuff like you normally would in JavaScript, and it will give you all that good stuff absolutely free. Now, does that mean implicit typing is going to cover all your needs? No, you're going to end up wanting to type things explicitly sometimes, like I just showed you. But it's just nice to know. All right, so that's how you would type a reactive ref in Vue. Let's take a look at typing data that is made reactive with the reactive function. Okay, so in this file, I have a variable called conference, and it is set to this reactive object here. And we just got a name and a location and some of the organizers listed out of the conference, which have done an awesome job so far. And really appreciate them inviting me on it and putting together this awesome conference for us. Now, if we wanted to explicitly type this conference as a Vue event, okay, I would just create my interface, and this could live wherever, right? This could be imported from another file, and I can have Vue events all over my project, okay? But now I just do colon after conference and paste in my Vue event. So now we get that wonderful and focused auto-completion. So if I say conference here, I've got dot, and then just those things, right? Same thing down here in the template, so on and so forth. And if I tried to do something that didn't exist on a conference, like, you know, I don't know, random, okay, we get the red squiggly line. Property random does not exist on type Vue event, okay? So I'll remove that, and that's how easy it is to type reactive data. Now let's move on to typing computed props. So in this file, I have a number, which is a reactive ref, And then I have a doubled variable, which is a computed prop based on that reactive ref. Okay. Now, if you'll notice, if I hover over double here, we do have some great implicit typing with computed props. It says that it's a computed ref of the type of number, which is absolutely right? Because this is a number, this is going to be a number, okay, because it's being doubled. But we can also explicitly type the return of our computed props, and we do that by typing the return of that computed function. So here I just type :number right after the parentheses here. Okay. Now for this instance, that's not necessary. As much as you could use implicit typing, use it. It's less you have to type, and for a short line like this, there's really no value adding this in adds, right? But what I do find is very helpful when doing my computed properties is if, let's say this function is, 3 or 4 or 5 lines long, it has some, whoop, I did all sorts of things there. It has some conditionals in it, whatever, I find it really nice to actually go ahead and explicitly type the return of my computed prompt, because most of the time, probably almost 100% of the time, you should know what the type of that computed prompt is going to be before you ever write the actual logic, right? So I like to explicitly type it, and then if I ever accidentally return something in here or don't take care of some condition or something that returns something other than a number, it's going to tell me. I'm going to get the red squiggly lines, and I'll know immediately that something's not right. All right, so that's how easy it is to work with computed props in TypeScript. Let's go on now to take a look at component props. All right, so component props, component props are really a pretty cool way in which TypeScript can shine, because it's going to kind of reveal the interface of your components without ever having to open up the component files themselves. And I'll show you what I mean by that. So here we have the typical way that you would define component props without TypeScript. If I wanted to convert this to a TypeScript example, though, I'd use that generic argument here, pass it an object, okay? And then we would define our prop count, which we've defined here. We define it here, and then we'd say, well, it's a number in TypeScript. All right, so now I can get rid of this bit. And yeah, that's the exact same thing. That's how you would do it in TypeScript. Now, if I wanted to make this prop optional, I could add a question mark here, but before it was required, so I'll just leave that question mark off. But the other cool part about typing your props this way is that you could actually now type count as some kind of interface, right? So if I imported that note interface that we had earlier, I could say, well, this is a note. It's a red squiggly line because I haven't actually imported it, but I could use that, okay? I could not go back. I could not add a note interface right here, just because they're different language constructs, okay? TypeScript interfaces are not runtime constructs. Only the runtime constructs can go in here. So get back here. All right, so yeah, so this is how you would define it, but let's see what that actually gives me when I go to use this component. All right, so here under our this other component here, I've imported the previous component. I've imported this guy with the count prop, and let's put it to use. All right, so we'll say my component, okay? And immediately you'll see we actually have this red squiggly line underneath my component. And if I scroll down, we can see that property count is missing in type blah, blah, blah. Okay, so count should be declared here. Okay, so let me declare, and we'll set it to, it's a number, right? 10. Oh, but we get another red squiggly line. What's wrong this time? Well, if I hover over it, type string is not assignable to type number. That's because I'm not actually binding count here. I'm just passing it in kind of as a regular attribute. And so it thinks this is a string. Okay, so I'll add the binding there, save, and everything is good to go. Now, I do have some examples of events and some other things as well that we simply don't have time to go over today. But if you do have an itch now that you want to scratch and using TypeScript with Vue.js, I encourage you to check out our course over at Vue School. I really think there's some benefit to be had, and why not play around with it? You can always use the implicit typing to your heart's content, and then as you're ready to step it up to the next level, start using those explicit types. So that's me, y'all. So very happy to be with you today, and I will be sharing these slides as well as the code examples that I shared with you. I will be sharing them on my Twitter account at DanielKellyIO. So yeah, super happy that you guys have had me here with you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Daniel. It was a very interesting presentation. Again, TypeScript adds a lot of helpers to us as developers. It really helps to have a better experience while we are developing applications.
100%, man.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So let's continue with our questions and answer section. So let's add to all the guys. And let's see what we have here for our speakers. So I think that this is for Clement. What are the key challenges during Vue to Vue 3 migration? What do you think that are the key challenges?
Okay, so in my case, I likely did not have to migrate from Vue 2 to Vue 3. Actually, started a new project in Vue 3. I would say one of the challenges was before there wasn't very good documentation on how to migrate from Vue 2 to Vue 3. That was one of the main challenges. So you're kind of lost on what to do. But right now there's some documentation on the migration path, which has made that easier. There are some things which don't work the same way, even though you have the options API in Vue 3. There's some things which don't work the same, like the way slots work in Vue 3 is a bit different from the way they work in Vue 2. I think, yeah. So there are some things that you'll have to worry about in terms of compatibility, but because Vue 3 supports options API, you can start migration slowly. Just fix maybe the compatibility issues, following the guide, and then you can progressively adopt like newer constructs like the composition API in your components, while you still keep the options API for the older components, and you can migrate at your own pace.
Yeah, it's like going step by step, trying to move each component instead of trying to do a whole entire work. Okay, Daniel, on Honey, do you have any to add? Any tip?
I not directly answering the question, but related to it, new Vue 3 projects are scaffolded using Vite instead of Vue CLI, and there's a reason. Just because of the experience you get with Vite and that development experience being so fast and your hot module reloading being so fast. We've got an article on our blog about how to migrate from Vue CLI to Vite. And if once you've got your Vue 2 project migrated to Vue 3, that might be one of the next steps you consider, is migrating your build tool from Vue CLI to Vite.
So first go for Vite and then start migrating. You see something like that, the path to follow.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's a great tip also. Okay, so this one is for Honey. Is Nuxt only for Vue 2?
So I will say right now the latest version of Nuxt 2 that is also utilizing Vue 2. but I feel very soon they will give a support for Vue 3 also. So I think that might be in the process. But right now, the latest version Nuxt is taking utilizing Vue 2 only. Yeah.
I think
But
this is also.
but they,
Continue,
they
go
they
ahead.
give you out of the box TypeScript support and all. They give you the configuration to do all those things. So I think it's anyway like good for you to get started for SSRF. But soon Vue 3 support will also be there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that they are trying to make it more stable before releasing the version 3 completely. So, Daniel or Clement to add?
Yeah, last I checked, I think there was a release candidate for with support for Vue 3. So I'm not sure how far along that is, but I assume maybe there's an experimental version that people can play around with.
Maybe next in the corner.
Yeah, I also saw there's a new version of Nuxt content that just also came out compatible with Nuxt 3. So that's a good push in that direction too. I've been waiting for that.
Yeah, I'm really excited to have this new version of you working also on Nuxt. Okay, let's check this one for Daniel. Vue 3 is clearly much more TypeScript friendly than Vue 2, but I've been struggling with props typing and communication among components. Well, maybe this is related to how to pass props and hide type check between components.
Sure. The Vue.js docs really have some great examples of this, and one of the examples I gave even during the talk about communicating with the props. If you use that generic TypeScript argument to define your props instead of the runtime version of things, you can use things like interfaces and things like that to really get some good auto completion and error checking there. Like even in your events, if you go check out our course or go check out the docs, the Vue.js docs, if you type your events, like you're even able to check out that $ event when you're using the component, and your auto completion will work on like everything that was sent up the component or whatever emitted from the component. It's really cool.
Yeah, I think that maybe sometimes as developers we need the small letter in the documentation where is some tips related to that. So yeah, maybe checking further in the documentation give us a better way to develop this kind of tricky parts of the Vue and TypeScript relationship. Well, let's see another one related to TypeScript. How to generically type. Sorry, I think that. Okay, and something here. Okay, how to generically type a Vue component using script setup and using generics. Example: a component where there is a prod with a type T passes by the parent to the data parent. I think that is almost the same, right?
Component where the prop is type T passed by the parent component.
I have tried that, and also it didn't work well for me. So I think that's part of the limitations with the props in Vue components. Is when you try to do some advanced stuff with like maybe extending types or making the props generic, things don't work that well. I think it's like the define props is not, it's like a compiler macro. I think what happens is the Vue compiler looks at it and tries to translate it into like some runtime props definition. And in that translation, maybe it doesn't have like the full context of the entire type, all the types defined in your application. I think it has limited context and it's not as advanced as the fully fledged TypeScript compiler. So I think that's why you get some dead ends when you try to do advanced type stuff in props. Maybe they'll address that in future versions.
Yeah, maybe it's something, as you say, related to the limitation of the framework right now. But yeah, we should be aware about new updates for the framework. So let's continue with this one. I got pretty disillusionized with SSR for web page or experiences that Google index view components in HTML page very well, not SPA. Also page load of many page with CSR view components. So I think that this is how the CEO is working in the SSR web page. What do you think about Honey?
So I will say again, to an extent, things can get cached, but if you have a dynamic pages where content gets loaded from Ajax request very later on, okay, so I'm pretty sure there like like you need a server side rendered things, and sometime what happens, applications are deployed in a static mode, or they're already pre-rendered. There you can get the support, but for a very dynamic websites, you can't get the SSR out of the box. So that's why like SSR is more preferred. And regarding the page load, in any way, like if you if you have a performance things in mind, it's proven you can write certain blocks where the experiments have been done by the bigger companies, server side rendering, trying to first view the pages way earlier than single page applications for the same thing. So as I showed you in my slides also, that the server side rendered apps page gets reloaded very fast. You get the rendering very earlier as compared to client side pages. So I feel that's where you think server side rendering will be the solution for you.
Yeah, because sometimes we mix the content when we are trying to show the web page. If there is a time out or some request that takes many time, this will affect the CEO of the web page.
Yeah, so that dynamic part, if you need as part of your SEO, you have to do it on the Nuxt server init or other several functions on the server side, and then you have to configure the page and send it on the client side. So that's how it should be. So you cannot observe the performance in a very usual manner, but if it's like when companies are fighting towards milliseconds, there actually you can see the performance impacts.
Okay, any thoughts from Clement or Daniel about it? Okay, let's continue. So this is a question that I think that when we start working with TypeScript, and even after some time, we do. How you know when to use interface and when to use types in TypeScript?
Sure. That's a great question. I typically prefer to use interfaces over types when I can, and that's typically for like an object, right? An object with certain properties and so on and so forth. So if it's an object, I typically use an interface. But then, of course, there's and one of the reasons I do that is because you can actually expand interfaces, like you can extend them. Not so much with types in some ways. But types I would use like if I wanted a what's it called, an enum or whatever, where you have multiple values available. That could only be done with a type. So but my basic rule of thumb is if I can use an interface, I'll use an interface. If not, I'll go back to a type. But yeah, anybody else have any input on that one?
I use the same rule of thumb, and I think it's just a force of habit. But yeah, I also use type when I want to do like combine multiple types, like this type or that type or that type or this interface and that. So when I want to do those expressions, then I'll use a type. Or when I want to have a type against string literals or enums, yeah, as you've said. But I usually default to interface as well.
Yeah, same with me. But
Yeah, I think
interface are
that
pretty comfortable. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that it's also something related to about what do you prefer to use instead of having like a rule to pick one and use it for something. So let's next with okay, Clement. Couldn't you just define getters and setters for tags store and suppose only those? This is related to Vuex. When you show the code, you suppose that you have all the stuff. I mean, actions, getters, mutations. So the question is that only getters and setters in the store.
Oh, okay. I think this is in relation to when I said like I want to control how the task properties get modified by the consumers. Yeah, I don't know if I use a getter and return in the getter return the tasks, I return maybe title or task dot value without exposing the task itself. I don't know if that will still be reactive. I think I'd have to try that and just confirm. I know if it's in the case of a reactive variable and I return just a property, then it won't be reactive. In the case of a ref, if I return, let's say the ref is called task, and I return. No, let's say that the ref is a primitive. Let's say it's called title, and the return title dot value. I don't know if the return what is returned will be reactive, but if I return title, then it will be reactive, but we'll have to access it with the value property, which is also mutable. But if I return, but if the ref if the ref is an object and the return ref dot value, maybe in that case the properties of the object will be reactive, but I think they'll also be mutable. So I don't know. Maybe I can try it and confirm, but I don't know if it will be possible to make it read only and still reactive.
Okay, I think that this was a tricky one question, yeah, because sometimes you want to only to expose what you need in the view. If you're not aware about if what your response is being reactive, they will not be triggered when you update it. Any thoughts from Daniel or Honey?
I would just say in code, there's always multiple ways to skin a cat, right? So yeah, that I definitely found that to be true in a lot of scenarios. So.
Okay. Let's check this one. Okay, this one's for Daniel. Can we do a partial migration to TypeScript on top of a current project written in Vue.js 2 in regular JS? How can you suggest to start that migration?
Yes, I would say it's possible. Have I done it? No. What do I think would be the steps? You can there's a setting you can put in your TypeScript config called allow.js, and essentially what you would want to do is you would want to set up TypeScript with your existing JS project, I haven't done that process myself, but I'm sure there's some documentation for it. And then you would want to put that allow TS configuration option in your TS config, and then you can just gradually start changing files from JS to TS, or don't even gradually change the old ones. Just start doing the new stuff in TS, right? And you can still interact with the JS files, but if you end up interacting with one and you find it needs some of that TypeScript power in order to make coding, easier, then you could go and convert that to a TypeScript. But they can definitely live side by side in the same project with that configuration option.
Yeah, because this is about how we create the setup for the project. Because I think TypeScript having JavaScript is like being aware about how this will be compiled once the project is done, right?
Yeah, and I'm not sure the exact steps of actually migrating that TypeScript build process into an existing Vue project. But it's definitely possible.
Okay. Any thoughts from Clement or Honey? No, let's go continue with the next question. This one is for Clement. Can you explain UX with circle action mutation state? So when we should use commit, dispatch, and why?
Okay, so to update the state, I usually use mutations. So mutations are actually what modify the state, and to trigger a mutation, you use commit. So even when you use actions are like allow you to modify the state, but they support asynchronous operations. Mutations do not. So you can have like a network request in an action, and then when the request returns, then you mutate the state. But even inside of the action, if you want to mutate the state, you use commit. So you don't mutate the state directly. You call a commit. So I think that's the main difference between actions and mutations. The only issue I had with them in Vuex is that the caller has to know this difference. I feel like this is an implementation detail, and as a component, when I want to when I want to trigger an action or a mutation, I don't have to know whether this particular thing that I want to call is an action or a mutation. I just want to call this operation, and I just expect it to work. But Vuex forces you to know, because the way you call mutations and actions is different. So you have to know that difference, even as a consumer. And I feel that makes maintainability difficult, because if you want to refactor, then you also have to refactor every component that is calling that action. So as a rule of thumb, what I did when I was using Vuex is to try and use actions for everything. Even when I have a simple mutation, instead of calling that mutation directly, I will create an action that calls that mutation, and then in the component, I'd always call actions, if in the future, if I wanted to sort of promote one mutation into an action, because now it has to become asynchronous, I will not need to change the code that calls it to use commit to use dispatch instead of commit. But just a rule of thumb, but usually, how do you know when to use commit or dispatch? Is if it's a mutation, use commit. If it's an action, use dispatch.
Okay, yeah, I think that also, because maybe we want to match how the flux pattern is built. We will call first the action and let the action to call the mutation, instead of calling the mutation directly. Even if you can do it, because using a mutation, we can call directly the mutation or import the mutation. But I think that is also important to know that we are using a flux pattern with have that behavior.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll just also like to add, I think in Pinia you only have actions, so that distinction has been removed. So you don't have that confusion.
Yeah, Pinia is pretty sweet, yeah.
Okay. Let's continue with... Sorry, honey. I think that we didn't listen to you very well. Could you repeat, please?
Mostly dispatch actions are for asynchronous operations, and commit is for synchronous. Yeah, so mostly.
Okay. Let's check this one. What about performance? Better SSR or web components?
I will say it depends, but if you have a rural background where people don't have much of internet bandwidth, then SSR applications will give you a better performance. And web components are again very good in terms of performance, but where there are network issues and where you want client to not do the much processing, SSR can really give a faster performance to those. Like I will say the rural parts of South Africa or India, where there is not much of quality handsets and quality internet in background, SSR can do a lot of things. It's like companies are doing processing and they are sending rendered pages to the audience.
Okay. Well, I think that is like that rule that where you should use what you need depends on the task you need to do, because sometimes we are trying to use a hammer to smash a fly, and it's not a way to work in software development. So it's something related to over engineering sometimes. Okay, we have a lot of questions. Maybe if you are comfortable, answer them from the chat. You can do it. Okay, because we will have 5 more minutes, because this is a great thing to have questions to give a response and to interact with each other. Okay. Okay, let's check this one. How about performance on runtime? Which is better, JS or TS?
TS isn't going to affect your runtime at all. It's completely a static analyzing kind of thing. Yeah, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, what do you think, Clément or Honey?
Yeah, I think what you said. So, like when the compiler is done with your code, the TS is all the TypeScript code is removed and replaced with plain JavaScript. So you're at runtime you're only just running plain JavaScript. So yeah, it's just the performance of JavaScript.
And that kind of brings another point up is like don't rely on your TypeScript interfaces to like validate data from external sources. It's not going to work because it doesn't run at runtime.
Okay, yeah, I think that the rule today is go with TypeScript, even going by step by step. But I think that it adds a lot of help in Vue applications. Okay, I think that will be the last question for this section. And as I said, feel free to answer to other questions in the comments, because we really had a lot of questions in this section. Okay. It was really good to be with you guys. You are awesome. You did a great job, great presentations, and people is excited about it. So thank you so much for your time and for being with me in this section. Okay.
Thank you, Andres.
Okay.
Thanks, Andres. Thanks, audience. Yeah.
Okay. Bye, guys. Okay, so that was Vue 3 and TypeScript. It was a really good section. We get a lot of questions from the audience. And as we said, we will continue answering to that question in the comments. So let's check what's the next section. We will go with diving into the Vue ecosystem. So let's add our first. Let me check here, please. Okay.
To almost Netflix with Vue. This was a fun and interesting project to share, so I thought it'd be cool to talk about it. Hi, my name's Brandon Roberts. You can follow me on Twitter at Brandon T. Roberts, where I tweet about gifts, I talk about sports, and I block people sometimes. I am also a maintainer on the NGRX project. I am a Google developer expert, which just means I've been around the community for a while. And I'm also a developer experience engineer at Appright. So let's get into the agenda for this talk. I want to talk about building Netflix, almost, and I think you can see where we're going here. I'll talk about the things that you'll need to build for a project like this one and some of the steps and things that we chose to build here. And I'll cover the tools that we use to build with this. That include Vue, of course. So first, we'll talk about building Netflix, almost. We'll focus on the web application side. And of course, we're building a Netflix clone. So we'll get a good bit of the ways there throughout this talk. And one of the things that we wanted to show off here was doing it with all the things that you love and all the open source projects that are out there. So this all automatically leads us into making decisions about which tools and which other things we wanted to use to build this thing. So first we'll talk about, actually building what we need for this Netflix clone. So we'll need a web framework, of course, to build with. We'll also need a database solution for storing information about movies, watch lists, and more. We'll need storage for storing images, or even if we were going to store other things, we still need some type of storage and some type of way to retrieve those images from storage. We'll also need authentication and user management for things like individual profiles and other information that's tied to a user. And we need a backend API to connect all these things together. And as I stated in the title, we'll be using Vue as the underlying framework of choice in here, and some other supporting pieces that I'll get into later. On the database side, there are plenty of choices as far as open source selections out there that we could choose from. There's MySQL, which is one of the oldest open source relational databases. MariaDB, which is a spinoff of MySQL. MongoDB, which is a NoSQL database. There's also Postgres, another relational database, and others like CockroachDB, and the list goes on from there. So I know we have a good selection of options. For user management authentication, we'll be going with the email and password combo, which is pretty common and is what's used in the Netflix app today. And there are other options there that I'll talk about later, but primarily we'll use that. And for our backend application, we have more options here. We're sticking to mostly a JavaScript stack. So we could use Node for options there. We could use an Express server, which is a pretty low-level library for routing in Node.js. There's also Fastify, which is a low overhead framework that is inspired by Express. There's also Next.js, which is a modern framework built with support for Express and Fastify. And you could have other options here for your choice of stack on the back end. This could even be something that isn't node-based, whether it be like Django or a .NET framework, for example. So your options vary there for open source options that you can use to build the backend with. So we have our solution for our talked about our database options and our backend options, and we want to kind of encapsulate these things around the database with REST API. So we'll kind of talk about what REST API is at a high level and some of the building blocks of REST APIs and some of the features you may want to build. So what is a REST API? We'll get into the building blocks and those particular features. So REST API, the REST in REST API stands for representational state transfer. And that just means that the server itself is stateless, and the server itself is stateless, and we choose that to perform common operations. And we use the API, which is an application programming interface, for defining this contract or this interface between two things, whether we'll talk about what those things are. And Also, it's called a RESTful API, which is another way to say that. So if we look at the REST API just as a visual, we can see that the REST API is something that sits in between the server and the mobile web or desktop as a bridge to provide some set of functionality there. So the main functionality for a REST API is to decouple the client and server. So the client hands off the data to the server, it does some processing, and returns that data back or performs some operation based on that. It's also stateless in that there isn't any data persisted across requests. Each request is handled individually by the REST API and returned back to the client. It's also layered in that it's built up from many smaller systems and uniform in that API requests for the same resource should look the same every time. So it gives you some consistency there when we're talking about building these APIs. There are also some essentials that you need for a REST API. Of course, you'll need a server, one to host and run your REST API. As I mentioned before, you also need a language of choice for where you want to write your functionality, for the things that you want to manage. Like I said, in this case, building around a database or users or other data that you are trying to capture there. There are also common conventions that REST APIs use as far as status codes, action methods, and more. And of course, the functionality that you want to expose from your database for the thing that you're storing. And of course, in this case, we mentioned talking about movies and other data associated with movies for the Netflix clone. So some features of your REST API that we'll talk about would be data abstraction, with the most common one being JSON data, where we're abstracting away the direct access to the database and presenting it in a way that our front end can handle. There's also authentication, and authentication is always a thing that's a challenge to get right. You can also provide storage and retrieval of files, and we talked about that with kind of storing images or storing other binary files for using the REST API. And another way is to connect to other systems. Your REST API may be a bridge between other APIs or other databases or system that the application may need. So these are things that the REST API, some things around a REST API that for building an application like this would be something that you would need there. So let's get back to building the Netflix clone. For the web application, I already mentioned that we have Vue in place there. So what are some of the other pieces that we need to build this application? We also talked about with Vue, and for state management, for this example, we went with Vuex, and we're going to talk about these individual pieces also. Also went with Nuxt, and Nuxt is a powerful framework built on top of Vue that extends some of its capabilities, and Tailwind CSS. And we'll talk about how these, like I said, these individual pieces and work through those decisions there. So going with Vue for this project, we went with Vue 2 at the time of we were writing this clone, so building it out there. And we went with that because it provided us some, Vue 2 worked great because it provides some structure around building a web application. Also the simplicity in building components and UIs. And of course, for the future, if we ever wanted to upgrade this, we have the path to upgrade to Vue 3 based on the tools we had today. For state management, we went with Vuex. And Vuex is a familiar choice within the Vue ecosystem, with even though Pina has recently become the default. And we use Vuex for the state management. And Vuex manages a global complex state with actions. And some of these concepts are very familiar. So actions in turn create the state mutations, and the Vue components can access the stores that are created through the Vuex primitives and these modules, and wraps these up in nice modules that you can use there. We also went with Nuxt.JS. And Nuxt.js is, of course, like I mentioned before, a very powerful framework built on top of Vue. It also, because it's zero configuration, is easy to get up and running. Provided a set of tools for routing, other features such as auto importing for make things for ease of use there, and also give you some folder structure around there for routing with file-based routes, and more conventions within Nuxt itself and the ecosystem around it. Definitely helped build up this project. Next up was Tailwind CSS, and Tailwind CSS seems to be, of course, all the rage these days, as it offers utility classes for styling just about anything you want. It also provides organization for commonly used styles, and it's used in many places, such as design systems that find a lot of value there. It also integrates with just about every framework out there, so Vue and Nuxt was no exception there. And it has a tiny footprint because it only includes what you need when you're dealing with the utility classes and going from there. So as we talked about rounding out the REST API, of course, we're talking about open source. So we naturally went with AppWrite to used it for the APIs that were used for the particular pieces that we need. And we'll talk about the why before we kind of get into the rest of the pieces. So we wanted to build this with AppWrite. And like I said, we were building this with a lot of the tools that we know and love. And then AppWrite is open source. It's a backend as a service, to where it includes a lot of those things that I've mentioned before that we needed for this application kind of bundled together. It's also self-hosted in that you can take AppWrite and run it on your own servers and with relatively low maintenance. And for those who don't want to use the self-hosted version, there's also a cloud-hosted version coming soon. And I mentioned before about REST APIs and what those are for. And this exposes a set of REST APIs that you can use to manage these common tasks, and provides this core functionality around it that we would need to build this application. And also there's a active community and Discord community and GitHub community contributors around that. So definitely wanted to use that. So as far as database support, AppWrite does use a database, and that was one of the checks that we needed to see if what we were building with for the Netflix clone. It's built on top of MariaDB. We have support for MongoDB, which is coming soon, and Postgres DB, which is coming soon. So you have like I said, had the choice of open source solutions there. And it also has in these databases called collections and documents. And so the collections are like database tables, which we'll get into a little bit further. And for other things that were of course relevant to the Netflix clone, one was authentication. And AppWrite does provide some solutions there. As I mentioned before, if we wanted to go a different route other than the username and password, or we could have went with anonymous authentication, even though we're want to tie these particular users to movies to a user. Like I said, we mentioned before about email and password. If we were doing something like social logins, we could use OAuth 2 or even magic URLs. So it supports those different authentication methods. We talked about storage, and for this example, we went with the file system for storage, but we also have the option of using DigitalOcean Spaces or even Amazon S3, and there are other storage adapters are there also. But like I said, for the sake of this one, we used the internal store or internal file system storage or volume storage. Platform SDKs. Of course, we use and love the web, so we have are using a SDK for that. Also have SDKs for server and mobile if you want to, we're targeting different stacks or even Flutter applications. So now let's look at what is set up. Next, let's look at what setup is needed on the database side to store the data. For the database, we want to manage two sets of data. We need to need a way to store data about movies, and we'll talk about those fields and extra things needed for that. And we'll need a way to store data about the watch list, which also includes movie data. So what do we need to store for this clone? For, like we mentioned before, a collection is like a database table. So we want to store these attributes are like columns in a table. So for the movies collection, we'll have some string attributes. We'll have one for the name. We'll have one for the description of the movies that's capped at 5,000 characters. We'll have the thumbnail image ID, and we'll use that as a reference for the images in storage. We'll have cast members, tags, and genres. So these are just different fields that we'll need to define. Continuing on with the string attributes, we'll have some attributes for storing integers, such as duration minutes for the movie, the timestamp for the Netflix release date, and a timestamp for the release date of the movie that in theaters. For the float attributes, these are just for really large numbers. We'll just need a trending index attribute for that, and a Boolean attribute for just is this the original movie that we are tracking for this tracking in this collection. Next up, we'll also need some indexes, and indexes are just a way to retrieve data quickly because that data has already been indexed for different scenarios or querying that data in particular ways. So we want to have an index for querying for whether the data is trending or if the data is the original movie. Also look at duration minutes and release date of index. I will have one for name, and these are just ones for searching by if you want to search for a particular name of a movie or different genres or even cast members or tags. So these indexes will just keep our queries fast. The next part of the application is the watch list. And we'll have attributes for the watch list collection also, some string attributes, one for user ID and one for movie ID. And this is just to keep those, correlate those two things together, the user and the movie. We'll also have an integer attribute, and this will be the date when the movie was created at, or the watch list item was created. For indexes for the watch list, we'll have one for created at, which is just a combination of the user ID and the movie ID. And for movie data, of course, there's no shortage of information, wealth of data out there. So we're going with the movie database APIs to fetch a set of information from a list of handpicked movies. And we just use that for the seed data for the movies themselves. For storage, and I've mentioned before, images and other files, Apprite has storage buckets. We're using these for images, but these could be any types of files that you would allow. And even if we wanted to take this a step further, in our Netflix clone and go with streaming movies, that could be a version 2. But for this one, we're just going to use the storage buckets for images that we can reference in with our movie collection. Next up is users and authentication. Of course, we want to manage our users, manage our list of users, and this could include profile information. As we mentioned before, we're authenticating with email and password. So we want to have that system in place to manage the list of users. We can't forget about state management. As we mentioned before, going with Vuex, and some of the things that we're managing with state with Vuex is the authentication and the movies, the movie list of themselves, so we can share that across screens, and the watch list, which we're sharing across like the index page and the movie, the index page and the watch list page itself. So what routes do we need for this? What are we starting out with for the next Netflix clone? First, we need a sign up page, and we'll kind of get into how we built these individual pieces with Vue. One for sign up, one for login, one for movies, and one for the watch list. So before we get into the Vue side of the application, we do have to set up the AppWrite SDK. And if we have this up and running, we can use the AppWrite JavaScript package and set up our endpoint for our project and set the project that we created for this clone as almost Netflix. Next up, we would create a simple service in our Vue application that we can use to register users and create new accounts, unique accounts based on their email and password that they use to sign up. And of course, we can, as we mentioned before, we're using Tailwind, so we can spin up a UI really quickly to have a sign up page with name, email address, and our password, just as if you were signing up for the service itself. So next up, we would want to after signing up, handle our login page. So we would add another method to our service that we're using within our Vue application for creating a session when the user logs in. And we would use that user service inside of our login page, which just has a username and password. That's, of course, all built with Vue and having our routes defined within that application itself. So next up, we would, to protect our routes, just as if you were an authenticated user or non-authenticated, we would have a way to get the authentication status for a given route and use that within our page. So just to show how we connect that with our auth service to our Vue form, we have our own login when the page is submitted to pass along the username and password, and use that within the login page. And we have our Vue component that uses that email and passwords to try to log in or sends them a message if it was unsuccessful. And we would connect that to our middleware so that we can use this across other pages to check to see if the user is logged in. And if they are not logged in, then we will redirect them to the login page or continue on to show them inside of the application itself. And this is just our index page, which has our list of movies and the middleware that we're registering to check to make sure that they're logged in there. Next up, we will have our list of movies that we want to list for our Netflix clone. And you can see we have some options here. And of course, there we won't go through all the code here, but essentially we want to get the movies by category and use those to pass to our Vue components to list on the index page for the application. So this just is the template to where we are listing our landing page, and we have our movie list component and we're doing this by category for our list of movies. And if we drill a little further into the movie list component, we have a component for each movie itself. And for each movie, we're passing that data down to from AppWrite to our movie list and displaying that in our clone itself. So we have our movies list page. It lists our movie, and we're using Clifford the Big Red Dog here, of course, to show our modal when we go to the particular movie details of an individual movie. And you can see we have the add to my list button here for the watch list page. Now we defined the structure of the watch list already in the database. So we're going to add some functionality for adding a movie to a watch list. So inside of our AppWrite service, we have two functions here, one for adding a movie to the watch list and deleting a movie from the watch list. And the watch list itself would have its own route. Like I said, we could configure that with Nuxt and just have a watch list page to manage that. And as you can see, we also have a way to query that data and further watch list page and remove an item from there if needed. And we have our watch list page that's defined here that we are also having to protecting that with our middleware for the authenticated user and passing that information to the component itself. And from here, we have our watch list page where we can see a movie being added to our watch list collection, and all this data and images are being managed by AppWrite and built using Vue so we can have a nice package of the application that we wanted to build here. So what's next? We could go into user profiles and preferences. As I mentioned before, we could talk about movie storage and actually upload movies in our Netflix clone and stream them directly from our storage buckets. We could even integrate social logins where it's not just username and password. We can integrate with OAuth providers for many different areas to use that as another way to log in. And if we're looking at cross-platform apps, we can still continue to use Vue as the web platform to target other platforms for our application. If you want to see this application in working as it is built, you can go to this URL here. Of course, if you want to see all the code that I mentioned during this talk, you can visit this GitHub repo. So to recap, I talked about building Netflix almost, and the tools that we used and the things that we wanted to build around that, and doing it all in open source. Vue and open source tools and projects can do together. Thanks.
Okay, that was Brandon Roberts. It was a really nice talk about how to build a Netflix client and Netflix clone using Vue. So our next speaker is Lindsay Wardell. She's from Northern Inc. and she was talking about partial iteration and side with Îles. Hey Lindsay, how are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm doing good. Okay, let's continue with the talk. The floor is yours.
Great, thank you. Let me pull up my slides here.
Okay.
Cool.
Let me see.
Great. So, hello. Today we're going to be talking about static site generation with Îles. It is a fantastic static site website builder that is developed primarily using Vue and Vite. Just as quick introduction, like was said, my name is Lindsay Wardell. My pronouns are she, her. I am a software engineer at No Red Ink. No Red Ink is an education company building software to help English teachers teach English and writing to middle and high schoolers. Also, we are hiring. We do a lot with functional programming and Elm on the front end. If you're interested in things like that, feel free to apply. You don't have any need to have any experience beforehand. Just check us out. Anyway, let's dive into Îles. Îles self-describes as a joyful site generator. And what is it? First off, from their website, Îles is a static site generator that provides great support for partial hydration. We'll get to that partial hydration in a bit, but just walking through some of its features, as you might expect from a static site generator, it has built-in Markdown support. So let's back up real quick before I keep going. A static site generator takes assets, including Markdown, including images, including HTML, whatever you want to use, and packages it into a format that you can just deploy somewhere without needing a server. So it's perfect for landing pages. It's perfect for portfolios. It's perfect for blogs. And the main use case that I come to a static site generator for is my personal website. So having built-in Markdown support means I can write all of my blog posts in my Git repository. I can just manage all of my content in the repository itself in VS Code, which is my editor of choice. And the fact that Îles supports Markdown and MDX out of the box means that we have access to all of our Vue components. We have access to all of the more advanced functionalities of Markdown just straight in the framework itself. Vue is the component model for this static site generator. So if you're familiar with something like Gatsby or Eleventy or one of those other larger, well-known frameworks, they use their own models for what the core data structure is. So in Gatsby, they use React. If you've used Vue static site generators before, you might have used Nuxt or Gridsome. They obviously also use Vue as the component model. As Vue developers, that really helps us because we're able to use the same thought process that we use in building single-page applications or server-side rendered applications to build out our personal websites or these more static sites. We can break parts of the website down into components and think about what each of these pieces of the website is supposed to do. Another great benefit of Îles, if you're familiar with something like Nuxt, this will be familiar, but file-based routing. So you can put either a .vue file or a .mdx file straight into your pages folder, and it will generate the routes. You can also do nested folders. So you can create whatever structure you need there, which really helps speed up the process so you don't need to worry about configuring something like Vue Router. And then there's this concept of partial hydration. And let's talk about what partial hydration is. This also gets into a bit of why Îles is called Îles. For those who may be familiar with Vue, the name itself being Vue, the French word for Vue, and Vite being the French word for fast, Îles is the French word for islands. So when we're talking about partial hydration, what we end up talking about is this concept called islands architecture. It's a term that's kind of floated around a bit. If you go to this link here at jasonformat.com/islands-architecture, you can read all about the concept of islands architecture. But the basic premise is rather than having a purely server rendered page where it's just static HTML, and rather than having a single page application where the entire thing is controlled by JavaScript, and even rather than having a server-side rendered application where the client is sent just HTML and then it gets hydrated into a single page application, partial hydration has this concept of islands, where we have, in this case, a header app, which is a completely separate application from the sidebar and the image carousel. So in this case, with partial hydration, we're rendering HTML on the server, or in this case, at build time, because we're doing static site generation. And then we're targeting small regions for reactivity. Rather than having to control the entire web page with JavaScript, we can target a very specific thing. The image carousel, for example, that is something that is reactive. That is something that needs to work on the client's page, on the client's browser, rather than anything the server needs to care about or anything our build step needs to care about. So in this way, we're able to progressively enhance our website using JavaScript. And with Îles, this is the default. So when you build a website with Îles, you're composing the entire application or the entire website with Vue. But even though you're using the component architecture that Vue provides, zero JavaScript by default is sent to the client. So when you build an Îles website, you're going to send zero JavaScript. It's pure HTML and CSS. So then we can enable JavaScript by using this partial hydration to progressively enhance bits of our site and only send the JavaScript we need when we need it. And the best part, I've been talking about Vue because this is a Vue conference and Îles is based on Vue, but we can use any JavaScript framework. So one of the benefits, as mentioned, ship JavaScript only for the interactive bits. By default, that's 0. And there's support for Vue built in. But you could also use Preact, or you could use Solid, or you could use Svelte, or you could use vanilla JavaScript, which basically means you can use whatever you want. But these are the ones that are built in as plugins that you can use with Îles. I've done some experimentation. As I mentioned, I work with Elm. I have done some experimentation to bring Elm into Îles, and it worked perfectly. I was very satisfied with the results. So to tell the framework how we want to render a piece of code, how we want to render certain components, it's as simple as including these directives. There's a handful of them, but this is just an example. So we've got a div here. And in this case, we've got a doc search component and a dark mode switch component. And one of them, we're saying client::idle. What client::idle means is that when the browser has finished rendering the page, once everything is settled, we've rendered the main content, now fetch this content, now fetch this component and mount it to the DOM. Dark mode switch is similar, except it says to load faster. So where client::idle says wait until things have calmed down and nothing is happening, client load just says load this when the client happens. Client load is what is required to tell Îles when to render something from Preact or Solid or Svelte, because by default, when it sees one of these other frameworks, it doesn't know what to do. You have to explicitly tell it. So some of the directives for partial hydration that were provided are client load, which we just talked about, client idle, we also just talked about, client visible. This one's really cool. So rather than just fetching the JavaScript immediately, let's say you have a long page. You want something to render after it becomes visible in the page. With client visible, it'll do that. It'll use the scrolling position in the browser to determine when something is visible to the client and then fetch the JavaScript, then render that piece of functionality for your website. Similarly, client media does the same thing, but only when a piece of content is visible based on the media query. So if you're using CSS and you're building a responsive website where you need to target cell phones and you need to target desktop computers, you can tell it based on the media type that is being provided when to render certain things, or when the screen is certain sizes when to render things. And again, it will only fetch that JavaScript when it actually needs to render, which means by default, let's say you have a widget for your desktop app, but your mobile phone app doesn't have that widget. Your mobile users would never have to load that JavaScript, making the application and website run that much faster. Client none is also an option. So you can say that a particular piece of code of any of the frameworks should never be rendered on the client. It's only meant to be loaded during development and at build time. This can be really useful if you're bringing in a piece of Preact or Solid or Svelte in particular, where all you really care about is the templating that it provides. You don't want any functionality. So client none would provide that for you. And then client only is the opposite. It will never try to statically build that piece of code. It will only render it on the client. For certain functionality where being on a server or being within Node doesn't work, client only is the option. Elm, for example, again, as an Elm developer, does not have a server-side rendering component. By using client only, I'm able to render my Elm on the client and never have to worry about it during build time. So let's look at a little bit of code. and just explore how this works. So I've got here an application. Also, before we get too far, just as a quick demo, we're not going to do too much with this. If you wanted to spin up your own Îles application, I'll just go back to my dev folder, npm init Îles at Nuxt. Project name, let's just call this Vue Global Summit. Example. And then you get to ask for support for non-Vue islands. So again, by default, it's a Vue-based framework. You're using Vue components for your application, both the templating and any client-side reactivity that you want. But you can choose to start with something like Preact, Svelte, or Solid as well. In this case, for the example that we're doing, I am not using anything else, at least at the moment, so I'll say no. It then offers vtest for testing components. If you want to go with vtest, excellent. It's right there available for you. In this case, I will also say no. And that's it. Then you just navigate into that folder, npm install and npm run dev. However, in this case, we're going to stick right here where we are and not worry about that because I have this custom site all set up for us. And we're going to look at it right here. So I don't know about you, but when I'm building test data, I don't like to just purely use lorem ipsum and just use filler text. So I've been working on this custom shipping company called Martian Movers, and they will get you to Mars in 100 days or less or your money back. So this is the go-to that I enjoy when I'm building out mock data for something. And this is just a very basic site. We're using a couple Google fonts. We have a couple images, and it is using Tailwind. So you will see a little bit of Tailwind classes in the background, but that's not important for this. So we've got this long piece here, and then we can navigate to an about page, and all of that is wonderful and lovely. Before we look at code itself, you can see here we've got a debug, and this is providing access to all of the metadata that Îles is using to render the pages. So we've got access to layout, which we don't know how big that is on your screens. I apologize, but it says layout default. Because I'm using the default layout, we can choose different kinds of layouts that we want to use, which is really helpful depending on what you're building. Front matter, in this case, the only front matter I'm providing is the best transportation solution from Earth and Luna to Mars. And then the metadata itself. So which file are we rendering? When was it last updated? What is its URL? And any props that are being passed in. In this case, we're not passing any props. And then it offers to let us open up the DevTools to inspect the islands. So in that case, we'd have to be using the Vue DevTools directly. In this case, we don't need to do that because we're not doing anything complicated. This is all just static stuff. So let's take a look at the code real quick. So over here, make that a little bit bigger. We've got, this is a basic setup. It comes with a bunch of configurations for components and composables. One of the other nice features I didn't mention on how it interacts with Vue components is that they are automatically imported. So as I am creating components here, in this case, I've got a booking component, counter component, and hero image component. It's generating the TypeScript definition for me because it's prepared to import those wherever I want them. So just another cool piece. And composables, it also offers a handful as globally available. So in this case, we have access to, for example, use documents, which allows us to pull in markdown files to any site, any page that we want, in case we wanted to build like a list of all of the blog posts that we have, for example. Use head so that we can configure the metadata and head information for this page. Use page and use route so that we have access to other functionality or metadata as needed. So that's all auto-generated for us. We can see it's at the root. If we were to create a new component right now, let's just do that actually. Let's just call this demo.vue. And we'll just create something very basic. And we'll say, hi, I'm a demo. Global imports. And that's all we need to do. So let's go check our components. There it is. It's already in there because we're running the dev server. So that's pretty cool. So let's take a look a little bit closer. So we've got our assets, which in this case is Tailwind and a little bit of basic styling to make the site look not bad. We've got our components, which are basically just standard Vue components in this case. So we've got this one that's booking.view, which will provide a form to request a booking on a ship. We've got a basic counter, we've got our new demo, and a hero image. Layouts. Layout, in this case, we just have default.view, so we're using the default layout. And in this case, it's just a bit of templating, and we import our CSS, sorry, not HTML. This is the default, so I did not modify where this import is happening, and probably this is the place you would want to do it as well. You can also add any additional global styles you want at this point for the template. And you can see here, we're using just straight router links because we are using Vue Router to build out the navigation for the site, which is really helpful and handy since we use Vue Router for any Vue application. And then we've got our 2 pages. So in this case, we've got an index.mdx and we've got about.vue. Index.mdx is purely just MDX, which is pretty nice. So we're just rendering Markdown, and you can see here is our metadata that we added. So if we said CEO Bob Day. Bob Day is the CEO of Martian Movers. And we come back here, we can now debug. And there is our additional metadata. Oops. You can also copy it to clipboard if you click, apparently. So CEO Bob Day. Fancy. I'll just leave that alone. And then our About page is purely just a Vue page. And it auto renders. So if we click About, it's an About page. Hooray! So let's look at some of the partial hydration that we can do. And we're going to use booking.vue for this. So I talked about it briefly. It's an input form. So let's first add it to our template because I want it up here in the navigation. So because it is globally available, I can just type booking. And there it is. So now we have access to our origin and destination. And if you were to try this right now, let's say we wanted to go, I'm located in Portland. Oh, that is white text. I apologize. Apparently I did not test typing in there. So let's just change that real quick. Placeholder. There we go. So I'm in Portland, so I'm going to go from Portland to, we'll just say Mars. I don't remember a specific location on Mars. And I request booking, checking space on our rockets, and then I get a booking order. Fantastic. However, this is rendering as if it were actually going to render a JavaScript to the client. And as we remember, it doesn't do that by default. So rather than running this in the dev mode, let's just run npm run build our static assets, and then npm run preview. So now we're going to be on localhost 5050. There it is, but it doesn't work. It doesn't do anything. That's because the JavaScript did not get shipped to the client. We did not tell Îles that we want JavaScript for this component. So all it's going to do is render it out as static HTML and CSS and ship it. No interaction, no reactivity, no nothing. So even that's one thing to keep in mind when you're working with it. Even though it feels like it is reactive and doing everything you're supposed to, or everything you want it to, you do need to be explicit about when JavaScript is going to the client. So to do that, we'll switch back to npm run dev. To do that, you need to say client. In this case, let's say idle. So now we're here. It continues to do the thing that it's supposed to do. However, if we come in and we npm run build and npm run preview, cool, it is all set. We now switch back to our preview. And let's just go from Portland to Mars. Hopefully I get a booking this time. And there it is. So they have space on their rockets and I'm able to get a booking confirmation. Fantastic. So that is one way that we can render with this partial hydration concept. So again, on this page, the only JavaScript that is being shipped is for this little piece right here. The rest of this site is a purely static experience. So that's pretty cool. Another thing we can do, And we'll just leave the booking there. That's fine. But another thing we can do, we talked about, is the client visible. So let's just render our booking here, client visible. So now it is in our index.mdx. Let's switch back to npm run dev so we can actually see what's happening here. And let's open up our network tab. So we have loaded the page, and the second one of these is only at the bottom. So let's scroll down and see what happens. We're scrolling, and it didn't do anything. I suspect that's because we already have it up here. Let's take it out. It's just not doing what we want. Oh no. Client visible. Yep. Okay, well, let's npm run build, because again, this is something that you need to test. Preview. Cool. So network tab. And there we go. I don't know how visible that is, but let's refresh. So here's all of our basic stuff to start the page. We've got a little bit of Vite so that it knows that there's some reactivity going on. Îles itself. And as soon as we get to the piece that matters, there it is, and it fetches and it renders. So that is how client visible can do what we want it to do, which is pretty cool. And we don't need that here anymore. So npm run dev. So the other option is client none. And if we do that and we're still in this development mode, there's our piece. And it's already, oh, it is still rendering. I am in dev, yeah, client none. Okay, so again, it is working because we're in dev mode, and it's just rendering because it is Vue. If we run npm run build and npm run preview again, now we have been explicit about it, and nothing happens. So that's the way to be explicit about something not rendering. So let's look at one last piece. And for this, let's just have a little bit of fun and create a new page. And we're going to call it solid.vue. Or no, solid.mdx. We'll do solid.mdx. And give it a metadata of type solid in Îles. So we've already got our new page, but let's add a new link here. We're going to do router link to solid. npm run dev. All right, so now we've got our link to solid, which is currently an empty page. But that's how, first off, that's how easy it is to create a new page, which is pretty nice. So what we're wanting to look at is adding in the functionality to use a different framework. In this case, I want to reach for solid. So all we have to do is go to our îles.config.ts. And rather than npm installing anything ourselves or configuring a plugin, all we have to say is that in this case, JSX is solid and solid is true. What this does is tells the compiler, we want to render solid components, and any JSX compilation that needs to happen is to be using solid rather than Preact or any other options. And when we run npm run dev, we're now going to see at the bottom there, oh, it went very fast. And we got an error, oh no. Installing Vite plugin solid. And I'm not sure what was going on with that error, so I'm just going to do it one more time. And of course, it's going to fail because I'm live. So we'll ignore that part for now. And we won't see a live demo itself. But all you have to do is say JSX solid, solid true, and then you can start writing a solid component. So let's just say solid component.jsx. And for the sake of argument, we'll just return a div and say, hello there. So we have our solid component using JSX. In this case, because we've configured Îles to render using solid, it would render that way rather than needing React or Preact or any other options. And then in our component, all we would have to do is say solid component client load. And that's it. Because it's not a Vue component, we need to explain that it needs to be loaded rather than just be rendered as a piece of template. But otherwise, it's just the same as rendering a Vue component. And with that, you're able to expand your functionality, which can be extremely useful if you need a plugin or some widget that you just need to have, like a calendar piece or something that is already written. You just want to bring it in. And this allows you to use any framework that is supported by Îles pretty simply. So that is the benefit of partial hydration, and also some of its downsides. Îles is still in beta. It's still under development. So I imagine that a lot of these edges that we were looking at will be resolved as time goes on. But it's important to keep in mind that maybe everything is reactive while you're developing, but you need to also do the preview to make sure that it's acting how you want it to on the client. So if you want to learn more, here is the Îles website itself. That is iles.pages.dev. All of the documentation is there, and it is very well written. By the way, this site is also written in Îles, so they are using their own technology to build it out. And there is information on how to get started and how to do a whole bunch of things we didn't have time for today, including if you just wanted specific client scripts, there's a turbo option that's kind of like Hotwire or QuickLink. You can also do RSS feeds if you do want to use it for a blog, and there are a handful of plugins, many of which are included, others they explain how to use. And also because Îles is built on Vite, you can just use Vite plugins. So if you want to use something that you've been using on another Vite project, it's very easy to do so. Also, if you're interested in learning more, I hosted an episode of Views on Vue where we interviewed the creator, Massimo Mussini, and it was just a nice, fun conversation getting to talk to him about how he got into this and his appreciation for Vite and building tools like this for the entire community. So I hope you all have enjoyed this talk. I have lost my slides. There they are. And so yeah, I hope you enjoyed this talk. I hope you learned something about Îles and static sites and partial hydration. And I look forward to chatting with you later. I'm always available on Twitter to chat if anyone is interested.
Okay, Lindsay, thank you so much. It was a really informative presentation. I think that I had a lot of doubts about iteration because at some point I was trying to do something with Nuxt, and I didn't know how to add that kind of how to say it, way to load some parts static and other parts of the application using JavaScript. So it was really nice.
Yeah, actually, since you mentioned Nuxt, part of my interest in things like Îles and Astro is the inspiration for Îles, was I was building my Nuxt site and I noticed that my performance scores, the Google Lighthouse scores, were pretty low. And a lot of it was to do with the fact that even though my site was fairly static, Nuxt was still rendering a whole bunch of JavaScript. So by looking at something like this, I was able to cut down the extra content that the client didn't need to view my site and speed up the entire process.
Yeah, because you load only the JavaScript when it's needed is also a great way to improve the performance of the page.
Exactly. Yep.
Okay, so let's go to the question and answer section. Let's add Brandon to the conversation. Hey, Brandon, how are you?
Hello, good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Thank you for your time and thank you for giving us that interesting presentation. Okay, so let's go with the questions. The first one is for Brandon. What is the difference between Upright and other popular service as Firebase, for example?
Yeah. So the AppWrite is similar to Firebase and some of the other services. Firebase, Superbase, some of those are ones that come to mind. Uh, the one thing about it is that compared to Firebase, AppWrite is considered alternative to Firebase, and it's 100% open source. So a lot of the things that you can do with Firebase, you can do with AppWrite, but we just set out to provide, like I said, a core set of functionality that you would need to basically build any app. But the plus side of that is that, like I said, it's all open source. It's built on open source tech, so the database and everything underlying you can take and see what's actually going on there, and gives you more options there if you want to host it yourself and not necessarily have to pay anything outside of hosting it, or even if you want to roll it, like I said, roll it on your own infrastructure, or even move, if you want to transport your data somewhere else, you have access to all that. So it gives you a lot of the same features there, but a little more flexibility in terms of cost and where you want to actually house that data, and more control, I would say, also.
Yeah, Cleansing is always looking for low budget, so it's
Mm-hmm.
a good news for the clients.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, some people, so even like I said, some people are restricted by what they can use just because of depending on like what country they're in, or different rules or things like that. So you may have to pick an open source. They would lean more towards picking an open source option uh, that's more portable and said more gives them more flexibility there. So yeah.
Well, that's also important because having the opportunity to use an open source tool gives us the opportunity to have that kind of flexibility.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, well, let's something to add, maybe, Lindsay?
No, I'm good.
Okay, so let's continue with this one. I think that this is for Bob. How to handle environment variables in a static site.
So in general, when you're building a static site, the frameworks provide a way to embed those static variables for development purposes using typically a .env file. If you are then deploying on something like Vercel, Netlify, you have the ability to set those static variables on those as well. And during the build step, the framework will pull in those I can talk. We'll pull in the environment variables and build them statically. So if you're worried about a secret credential or something like that, that's probably something you want to be concerned about. So maybe not storing your GitHub access token in a static variable that will then be used in your static site.
Mm-hmm.
But other sorts of configuration or some data or even keys that can be public, that seems perfectly reasonable. Typically, I'll use just Vite itself as an example. You need to prefix it with a certain key. So in Vite's case, it would be Vite underscore something, special, not so secret token. I would assume, I actually did not look into this for Îles. I didn't need it for my own work, but I would assume it's either using the Vite default, or you would need to say something like Îles underscore whatever your key name is. But just remember that any environment variables you use will go to the client if you're using them inside of the static pages.
Yeah, everything will be public at the end.
Exactly.
Okay. Any thoughts from Random? Something to add?
No, that was the same thing I would have said. I will only add to make sure you keep your environment variables out of the public eye, so because they can take those and do other things with them. So yeah, only have those at build time.
Okay. So let's continue with the next one. Does Uprise for JWT authentication?
Yes, it does. It supports a lot of different methods to authenticate. Username and password, like I mentioned in the talk, was one. JWT, It even has support for OAuth 2 providers, which we have a whole list of those. Most of them were contributed by, added by open source contributors. We also have like magic URLs and even anonymous sessions. So, and all those particular ones are like configurable within the app, right? So if you want to only have email and password, you can toggle them on and off there. So many different options there, yes.
Okay, that's nice. That's nice because that way we have different ways to handle the authentication and also to provide this to our customers, to our clients.
Yeah, it
Okay.
kind of goes along with, like I said, using things like Nuxt or things that are on the server where you don't want to, you have to like authenticate as a user, but you know, since there's server and things supposed to be stateless, it gives you that option there.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, let's check this one. I think that this is for Lindsay. What's different between this solution and Astro.build?
The core difference is Astro provides its own base component that you're building on top of. So when you're using Astro, you're typically writing .astro files. And they have their own special format and they have their own syntax on top of it. In addition, there is some other technical differences, but it's mostly minor and just implementation details. The real core difference when you're looking at it is that Astro is using .astro files. Îles is built with the concept of Vue being the perfect primitive already. So you can just use Vue components. You don't need a new syntax. And then on top of that, when Astro is rendering other frameworks, let's say React or Vue or Svelte, you have the flexibility to use any of those components. Îles, because it is a smaller project, only supports a handful. So it's specifically targeting Vue, Svelte, Solid, and Preact. So those are a couple of the differences. But Îles was definitely inspired by Astro. And at the time of the interview, I mentioned Astro was still using, was not using Vite, I should say. Whereas Îles was, what if we could do Astro, but using Vue and Vite? So the fact that Astro has moved closer to Îles in that way by using Vite now is kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's trying to be together in the same way, the same path.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Okay.
one question I had also when I was watching the talk, by the way. So I guess it's okay to say it was a good talk while we're on here, but yeah, it was one thing I was looking at because I've used Astro before, and I just found out about Îles during the talk, so that was one thing I had to go back and look into to see more about it. So yeah.
Yeah, I'll admit my first experience with this partial hydration was through Astro. So I rewrote my site from Nuxt to Astro. Then I learned about Îles through my interview with Maximo. And so I started writing another site using Îles just to get the feel between the two. They both feel really good. I think if you're a Vue developer, you'll have a better experience with Îles over Astro just because it defaults to Vue. But they both handle the partial hydration very well. So I really appreciate this concept of having the islands architecture and partial hydration being more prominent in front-end development right now.
Yeah, I follow the same similar path there. I had my blog was written in Angular before, and then I found Astro, and then I was like, hey, I should try this. And this was back before it even hit beta, and I was like, I'm gonna rip the Band-Aid off and see how Astro works in that way. And like I said, I had a similar experience that it had some rough edges there, but definitely has some promise in that area. So I'm excited to see like more about Astro and Îles and other ones like that also.
Oh, one other difference between the two is Astro has support for server-side rendering at this point, and Îles does not. Îles is very much a static site generator. So if you're needing that server-side rendering component, I would definitely recommend looking at Astro instead. But if you're just building a pure static site, check out Îles.
Okay, that's another important difference because it will decline the balance to one side to another based on what you need to build.
Yep.
Okay, let's continue with this one. This is about the Vue version. What do you prefer, Vue 3 or Vue 2, and why?
I'll defer this one to Lindsay because I'm sure she has more opinions about this than I do. So,
in general, I prefer Vue 3 to Vue 2. I really appreciate the composition API and the simplicity it offers for smaller components, and for as the application grows, being able to break out functionality into composables. I also like some of the smaller benefits like script setup, so that the amount of boilerplate code in a given component is significantly smaller, and just the feel that you're working a little bit closer to standard JavaScript when you're inside of a script block, as opposed to being stuck in a bit of a magical framework. Vue 2 didn't have a ton of magic, but this dot everything was still a bit of magic, and using the composition API and script setup switches out the magic a bit. Now everything is reactive, but it looks like more vanilla JavaScript that somebody newer to the framework might be familiar with. That said, I like them both. I started with Vue 2. I've been using it for years. I really appreciate what it offers, and continues to offer today. If you're needing to target certain audiences where Vue 3 isn't an option, Vue 2 is fantastic. But I would say for my projects, I'm always using Vue 3 these days.
Yeah, I think that the composition API adds a really nice feature, is that it allows to encapsulate functionalities in a way that could be shared without having those kind of lines of code mixed. I mean, maybe you could use mixings in Vue2, but sharing the state, sharing the functionality, sharing functions, sharing this information through the components is easy using the composition API. Definitely.
Absolutely. I also really appreciate the benefits that TypeScript can offer. I primarily at work, I've been writing in Elm, which is a strongly typed functional language. And as close as I can get to some strong types is the better, in my opinion. So having that offered by the framework and very straightforward to integrate feels really nice. I'm going to be talking a bit more during the senior track about strong types, but the fact that I can create my Vue components in TypeScript without having to bring in additional frameworks and having to handle that extra overhead in Vue 3 is fantastic in my opinion.
Yeah, when I was starting the company where I'm working now, we was as a team to migrate the old applications to like a new way of create application. In this case, we could use React or Vue, and we started with Vue. At that moment, we decided to go with TypeScript in order to have a better way to create application, because it allows you to avoid some errors because it has type checking, and it is really nice the experience to develop the application and have those tools that TypeScript adds to the language and to Vue as framework. Okay, so let's continue with one for Brandon. Does Upright support offline database, sync data in offline mode?
Yeah, so today it's not built into Upright today. It is one of our most popular requested features. So we are taking a look at to see what would be like the correct approach that how to integrate that in with Upright. But it's not something that is, like I said, baked in today, but that doesn't prevent you from having some sort of building something like that into your application and having that available. So the pieces are there. We're just looking for the right fit to integrate it in and how it would fit into the rest of the pieces.
Okay. Okay, well, let's continue with this one. What about if you want to use Solid and Preact 2? This one's for Lindsay.
From what I've read, I haven't tried this myself, I'll be honest, but from what I've read, it would get a little complex because you have to specify how the JSX is getting compiled. So if you're wanting to use both solid and Preact, both of them use JSX, both of them need to return their templating. I'm not sure that the Îles compiler at the moment would know what to do. So if you're wanting to use both at the moment, I don't know what to say. Give it a shot and let me know. But I would recommend picking one for the moment. That said, I'm sure long term that will be something that is worked out. And I would be very excited to see a website like a portfolio, for example, where you can have a bit of the code that's solid, a bit of it that's Preact, a bit of it that's Vue, and just have it as like a playground to try out different frameworks and different functionality. But again, I haven't tried it, but my guess is it would have interesting results. I want to see what would happen now.
Yeah, I think that maybe in a company project or something like that, it's something that maybe couldn't be see with good eyes. Well, I think that for side project or something like that, it will be good as experiment.
Yeah, and long term, I like the idea of being able to wire in whichever frameworks you want, because let's say this is after it gets to production, Îles. You might have internal company tooling that is in React, but you want to build this site in Vue. You're still able to incorporate those components that the other teams in your company provide, and you don't have to stress as much, and you're able to use the technology that's more comfortable for your team to build the application that you want.
Yeah, okay. So let's go with this one. What about web components versus island architecture?
I think those two go very well hand in hand, rather than either or. Web components on their own already provide a bit of this islands architecture concept without being a framework. If you are rendering HTML and CSS, let's say just from a Ruby backend, for example, and you had a web component in there, that web component will technically progressively enhance on the client. It's very similar to what Îles is doing with the client-only directive, for example. And if JavaScript isn't available or web components can't load on the client, then it won't render and it won't progressively enhance, and that's the beauty of it. So I feel like these two things go hand in hand very well. Îles does support vanilla JavaScript, so if you wanted to use just straight web components, you are more than welcome to. Be a bit of a doubly progressively enhanced, but there's no reason you can't.
Okay, that sounds pretty good because it's pretty flexible. So yeah, I think that's it for now. I don't have more questions here. So well, thank you so much, guys, for joining this section, for sharing your knowledge with us, with the whole team, and with our audience. So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Cool. Thanks.
Okay. Bye, guys.
See ya.
Well, this was our last section at our Vue Global Summit for today. It was an incredible event filled with knowledge, new discoveries, excitement for everyone involved who is dedicated to make a change in tech community even more accessible for everyone who needs it. On behalf of the Geekle team, I would like to thank you all of our speakers who shared their mission with us, devoted their time to preparation, tried extraordinarily hard, and were here for all us today. I want to thank everyone who is watching now and watching our streaming during the last hours. You drive us to always look out for new developments of technologies to digitalize the world. You give us the way to continue growing up in that mission of give knowledge to the people and have this kind of events. So that's it for today, and thank you for everything, and see you tomorrow in the Vue Global Summit second day. Bye.